I don't know. It was free, and I mean, I have no connection to that thing other than I noticed some people using Substack. So I every so often I'll drop a little of the content on Substack just to drum up excitement for
for next year.
Well, or next decade or whatever.
Yeah.
I could add you to the.
Please do. I love Dreamwhip. I really love reading that.
Thanks. Well, they come out really like so. I make sure like the little Substack thing only comes out very, very, very sporadically, so that it doesn't annoy people. Like I'm trying to find that balance between keeping the memory of the zine alive in the memory of people, and then just not annoying them.
Yeah.
By sending too much stupid shit. So.
There's a Wallace Stevens, in his Adagia, like his little aphorisms or whatever he wrote. He wrote once this thing that reminds me a lot of you. He said, "Life is an affair of people, not of places."
Right.
But for me, life is an affair of places, and that is the problem or the trouble.
Right. I remember this line. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I do. Yeah.
But like you seem so much like the places guy.
I know. I feel like the places, I feel like that's part of the reason I just can't get my head around the fucking pandemic, I mean, for various reasons, I felt like, I mean, what are places now? They're like, containers for, they're like opportunities for viral transmission, like, I love I made a whole lifetime, I fell in love with roadside diners and dive bars and, shitty motels. And now every one of those places just feels like, oh, another place to get sick and die, I mean, I have not been able to deal, Caveh, at all with the fucking situation at all. I mean, so, and I feel like my art making, whatever that is, I mean, my filmmaking has just completely imploded. I just don't, I don't even know how to look back at these movies I made, these travel movies I made. I don't even know, I can't even recognize who this person is who could travel around, enjoying to being bodily present, in the world and circulating in the world. I think that's why, the zine has just been this little refuge or something, I don't know, a bunker.
I'm gonna try to play this clip again.
Okay, yeah.
See if it works. Am I not?
This is my town.
Oh, there it is.
It's in Texas. People call it the Hub City.
That's it.
The official day the music died was February 3rd, 1959. That was the day Lubbock's most famous native son, Buddy Holly, crashed after takeoff in a wheat field near Mason City, Iowa. Everyone's always interested in where things crash. History books are filled up with the history of impact sites and entry wounds and famous last stands.
So that was the first film of yours I saw. And then I guess we met in San Francisco. You were just coming through town, I think. We probably had a mutual friend.
Well, that's what I'm trying to remember. Did we meet the first time in San, or did we? I mean, I feel like we met at the Creative Capital thing.
No, because we were roommates. Because we had requested. I requested you as my roommate, but I think we'd already met.
Is that when I came? I mean, I remember coming to your house in San Francisco. See, I've got the sequence all mixed up in my head. I don't actually remember now what came first. I thought that's where we got to know each other, but I guess that doesn't really make sense. I guess it was we did meet in San Francisco.
I was gonna. It's hard to read it, but this is what you wrote. Oh yeah, your version is different than mine. Your ink is bigger.
See exactly like right. So I thought I first met you at this thing.
First met Caveh. Why don't you read it since it's your voice?
Okay, a short story about Caveh. I first met Caveh years ago at an artist retreat, which was Creative Capital, right? I forget where we were. We were roommates.
The Finger Lake.
One day while we were swimming in the lake, Caveh told me something terrifying. I believe in total honesty. Total honesty. It sounded radical and dangerous. And then here's us sleeping. I spent the next few days thinking about what Caveh told me. Why am I scared of total honesty? Is it better to be honest or happy? Why am I so dishonest? Finally, I said to Caveh that it seems like total honesty could make me miserable. Yeah, he said.
That's the end, right? Yeah.
That was the end. That was for your book. That was for your CD, your DVD release / book.
Right, and then we had those letters that we wrote to each other, and I was gonna play one of those too, but do we have time? Yes. It's too long. It's 2 minutes. Do you have 2 minutes? Yeah. I wasn't able to have time to do the one I wanted to show that you made.
Okay.
The one with the claw, with the house being torn down. Remember
yeah.
that?
Okay.
It was a house, and you said something like, "What a fucking great metaphor of time is that?" And this claw was just like smashing this house down. I love that one so much. But here's one that I sent you. Here we go.
Dear Bill, I'm in Italy at the Taormina Film Festival. This is the last day of the festival. I'm getting picked up in about 15 minutes to go to the airport. I can't say I've had a very good time, really. These festival experiences always begin in great hope of glory and always end in humiliation. The subtitles were really badly done. The film didn't win any awards. The festival staff was not very friendly. And I got the distinct feeling that I was on the bottom of the totem pole here, and that there was no great love of my film by those in power. Every time I come to these things, I tell myself, that's it, never again. But then I get invited somewhere else, and I think maybe it'll be better this time. In all fairness, I should say that I did make a friend. And some people did like my film a lot. And a really nice guy invited me to show my film in his cinema in a small town in Sicily. And I did get my haircut by a nice barber. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I think the path of vainglory is definitely the path I'm on, is also the path of humiliation, which is also definitely the path that I'm on. And these things that the ego tells you will make you feel better about yourself and then make you feel worse about yourself. But that's not a reason not to do it. It's just what I guess I'm here to learn on this earth. And I'm learning it. It was great to see you in San Francisco. And I have been reading your book, which I love. And I hope to see you soon. Bye, Bill.
Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's awesome, Caveh. I'd love to know what the present Caveh thinks about the past Caveh's thoughts.
I like this. I'm impressed. Hello, Dasha. Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear Dasha, Bill?
I do.
Hi.
Hey, Dasha. Good morning.
Morning.
Have you ever seen any of Bill Brown's films?
I haven't.
You're in a proud crowd of those who have not. Proud.
It's one of my favorite films in the world.
Well, Caveh, it's good to see. I guess I should check out. So
Okay.
I don't want to take up
No.
that.
I really miss you. I hope I see you soon.
Same here, Caveh. We send, Sabine and I both send highs and hellos to you. So
Okay. If I'm in North Carolina, if you can, or come to New York.
yeah, well, we've been trying to figure out a way. We've got this film festival, and if you're up for it, we definitely still want to figure out a way to get you down. I mean, that's a conversation to have.
Yeah.
If you want to.
I want to.
Okay.
Okay. Goodbye.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
He is such a great guy, that guy.
Hi, Caveh.
Are you in New York City?
I am. Yeah, I just woke up.
I really. And are those your pajamas?
Yeah,
Nice.
Yeah. I'm calling from bed.
Cool.
Are you tired?
Am I tired?
Yeah.
Not as much as you look.
Totally.
I'm tired deep down. But I was going to talk about how we know each other, and I was going to show some clips
Okay.
and or whatever.
That
I'll
sounds
start.
good.
I'll start. Or do you want to start? You start.
How we know each other?
Sure.
We met, God, it must have been 2019, right?
Sounds right.
Yeah,
No,
audition-
probably before that.
18?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. I auditioned for the show about the show. That's how we met.
That was the first time we met?
I think so. Jack Dunphy.
Yeah. But did you also audition for the Cornell?
I don't think so.
It was just the show?
Just the show.
Uh-huh. And so
With Jack Dunphy.
yeah. So Jack was raving about you, and he was saying this incredible actress that I met, she's so good. She's gonna be like really huge. And he was like, she's so good that I don't want you to use her. I want to be the only person who uses her. But I'm gonna give you this tip because I really out of kindness, but you should really use her. And I was like, okay. So then Ashley had quit, and we were trying to find a replacement. And we showed you a clip of Ashley getting upset in the making of footage. And then are you finding it? And then we showed it to you, and then we asked you to do those lines, and you did, and you did a really good job, I thought.
Oh, thank you.
Let's do Ashley upset.
Okay.
Let's do banana. Yeah, and then here's the original. I just need you to like eat a banana in a neutral way that doesn't feel like you're super sad.
Well, I can't not be super fucking sad, okay?
Well, so either we need to act not sad,
Or
or
you need to find a fucking actor.
okay, that was number one. Let's do number two. There were 3 different clips. I think I maybe put them all together, but here's the next one.
Actually, the whole thing is a show, right?
Yeah, it's not just a fucking show though. It fucking ruined my fucking life. You know, like this whole thing is not fucking funny and fun anymore.
Maybe we should just not.
Three.
Yeah. You're smiling.
And you said afterwards, I'm sorry.
I don't want to kiss you though,
You don't have to
okay?
kiss me. I got someone to replace you for that.
Great, so have them replace me for the whole thing.
Okay. And so let's do Dasha. So Dasha, clip 1 and 2 and 3.
Roseanne? Just, you can just clap. I just need you to like eat a banana in a neutral way as if like you're super sad.
Well, I can't not be super fucking sad, okay?
So either we need to act not sad.
Well, you need to find a fucking actor.
Feel free to interject at any point.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I've never seen these.
Oh wait, you've never seen these?
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
'Cause-
Roseanne? I just need you to like eat a banana in a neutral way that doesn't feel like you're super sad.
Well, I can't not be super fucking sad, okay?
So either we need to act not sad.
Well, then you need to find a fucking actor. Wow, I'm doing a good job.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Oh yeah, so we showed you one at a time. That's what happened.
I think so, yeah.
Yes, one.
Okay, not gonna cut. Actually, the whole thing is this show, right?
Yeah, it's not a fucking show though. It's ruined my fucking life.
Yeah. Look at your Yeah. I think the whole thing is this show. Right?
Yeah, it's not a fucking show though. This thing ruined my fucking life, you know? It's not fucking funny. It's not fun anymore.
You good? You good with it? Okay with it? You the next one? Let's cut.
Well,
Go camera. Good. Good. Okay. And you said afterwards, I'm sorry.
I don't want to kiss you though, okay?
You don't have to kiss me. I got someone to
Great, so have them replace me for the whole thing.
One time. And you said afterwards, I'm sorry.
I don't want to kiss you though, okay?
You don't have to kiss me. I got someone to replace you for that.
Great, so have them replace me for the whole thing.
Good. You got it. And then you want to do the last one?
Cool.
We have a question from the chat. So why the fuck wasn't she cast? Well, she wasn't cast because we never shot the scenes yet. And then Ashley said she would play herself.
Oh yeah.
And I think maybe I don't remember this correctly, but I think someone told me something like, Odasha thinks that you didn't like a performance or something, and you didn't cast her. And I was like, no, I liked the performance. I just we hadn't shot it, and then Ashley said she would do it. But that still may not happen. But that's the answer to that question.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't assume you didn't like my performance. I guess I think it was 2019.
Does that change?
I looked depressed in those videos, and seeing them really takes me back to where I was.
Where were you?
I think I was like having a kind of, for me, a pretty major depressive episode, I think.
Weren't you getting married or something around then?
Oh my God. I was engaged to be married, yeah. Or maybe my engagement was falling apart. Or
I think that's what it was.
Yeah. And that Jack Dunphy movie I did never saw the light of day either.
Well, he's still working on it, right?
I don't know. I don't know what's happening with it. Galen, the producer, told me that they kind of cut my parts out because it was sort of Watch Me Drown was the title when I did it. It's all doc now. Yeah, exactly. They like cut all the reenactments and stuff out.
Really?
Hmm.
Huh.
Yeah,
Interesting. He was so excited by your performance.
I know. But there was a lot of futility in my life then, I think.
And now, what do you? You just made this new film. What are you working on now?
I'm working on a couple scripts. I have sort of an idea of the how I want to make my next two movies, but more will be revealed. I guess one's about the Civil War or like the Reconstruction era. It's like a period piece.
Huh.
And the other one is about like karaoke hostesses, escorts in Koreatown in Los Angeles.
Oh,
And that one's kind of like a thriller, I guess.
oh. My brother told me about that scene.
Karaoke hostesses.
Yeah, he's done that.
He patronizes them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I worked as one for a couple years
In
before I moved
Korea?
in Koreatown, yeah.
Oh. In LA.
In LA, yeah. I lived in LA for 5 years before I moved to New York.
Oh. Yeah, I lived in Koreatown for a while. I don't know what it's like now. At the time, it was a pretty bad neighborhood.
It's not the best neighborhood. Yeah, but I like because I don't know how to drive a car, so
Oh.
I lived there because it was like walkable.
Uh-huh.
And I could do my hostessing career.
Wow.
Mhm.
And so you're dividing your time between directing, acting, and the podcast?
Basically,
Anything else?
just there's that multi-hyphenate, yeah. And my movie's coming out, over the next few months. And Succession, which I was shooting up until this summer, is going to come out in October as well.
Is that ongoing or is that like a one-time thing?
To be determined. I don't know
Uh-huh.
if they're going to bring me back for the fourth season, but they might.
One of my ex-students' boyfriend has a agency. You were like,
No agency?
I don't remember the name. But she said me like you have like all these different people now, like you have like a team of people, like handlers or manager, agent stuff.
Yeah, I have a whole team of handlers.
How big is the team? I was like, wow.
Well, I have an agent, a manager, a lawyer, a publicist, and then there's people at my management and talent agency who are like underlings of my, so they're also on the team.
But these aren't like full-time people. These are like they have lots of different clients.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't think I'd give my agent like $30.
Yeah, I was imagining like 4 people who are always hovering around you.
No. But
Uh-huh.
they're on the team.
And anything you want to talk about?
Someone asked how we can buy or watch Scary of 61st. It'll be on like TVOD in December, and prior to that, it'll be at like various festivals and stuff.
Isn't there like a theatrical release?
Also in December, yeah, but not a lot of theaters in New York City are brave enough to show my perverted movie.
Uh-huh. But you were gonna come to my class like in November or something, right?
Yeah. Yes.
But I remember thinking that we were doing it then because it was gonna come out before that. Is that It's got
Um,
to be pushed back a little bit.
well, it's premiering officially in October
Okay,
in LA is the like US premiere at Beyond Fest.
got it.
So yeah, so I wanted to do it after that.
So that's not a problem. The date still fine.
Huh?
So the date still works. The November date.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah. How come?
I don't know, because I've never like shown a film in a classroom context, and
Huh.
I don't know. It seems like it'll be interesting to interact with like students and for to gauge their like impressions of the film. They'll probably hate it.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Hmm.
Why do you think they'll hate it?
Well, last time I saw you, you were sort of talking about the cultural climate of
Yeah,
college.
yeah. It'll probably be, some people hate it and will love
I
it.
want to, yeah, issue like a trigger warning or something beforehand.
Oh, I see. I see. Um, and then should we ask these questions?
Sure.
Is this question? This is all to Dash, I assume. What does your dad think of your films? Or is that to me? I don't know.
My dad, he hasn't seen it.
Okay.
I think he's scared too.
Has Dasha met Anne? Is the next question.
I have met Anne. Yeah, we had dinner together a couple of weeks ago. With some
Caveh, do you want to say more? Caveh, do you think Jeffrey Epstein was murdered? I do. Do you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Caveh, have you listened to Red Scare? Yes,
You have.
a little bit.
Yeah.
Where is the Scary 61st being screened in New York City?
I don't know yet.
What does Dasha? Okay.
No, go ahead.
What does Dasha make of the reaction to Scary of 61st?
I thought it was well received out of Berlin. I was happy with some of the critical response, but then it did leak pretty thoroughly over the summer.
Leak?
Leak like a file of it online.
Oh,
And then people were torrenting it as like the file name was like Dasha's shitty, awful, boring movie.
That was the title?
That's the new title. And yeah, and then a lot of people I think watched it in bad faith, and
Meaning they wanted to dislike it, you mean?
yeah.
Huh.
Not that it's like a masterpiece. It's a flawed film, but I think it's been held by some of my haters to a level of scrutiny that is like no independent films are held to. And I feel like people almost don't even really know how to watch movies anymore.
Gosh, have you seen The Card Counter or First Reformed?
Yes.
I feel like Scary is very similar to these movies with characters who are obsessed over collective public trauma.
That's interesting. Well, Card Counter, it's the Oscar Isaac's character, it's his personal trauma also. I liked Card Counter more than First Reformed even. But I'm a really big Schrader fan, so I kind of like it all.
My favorite Schrader film is Comfort of Strangers. You know that one?
Love that one. Oh my God, I think about that movie all the time. Particularly Christopher Walken's like weird performance in it. Have you seen his Patty Hearst one?
I haven't.
Also with Natasha Richardson from Comfort of Strangers. It's a weird one.
Scary of 61st was fantastic. Bravo.
Thank you.
Dasha, how did you meet Eugene Kogurenko? And Caveh, how do you know Eugene? Why don't you go first?
Eugene was flirting with me on Facebook when I was like in college, and then when I moved to LA, I like encountered him at like a Halloween party in 2013.
And I know Eugene because when you were recommended to me, I wanted to see you act in something, and I watched Wobble Palace. So that's
Yeah.
when I first encountered Eugene. And then I met him, I think, for the first time at that party a few months ago with you.
Oh wow, cool. How did you like him?
He seemed very nice.
He's
Um,
nice.
I had heard his Ion podcast interview, which I
Mhm.
really liked. Like I was like, oh, this guy's really got a good mind.
Hmm.
I didn't love Wobble Palace, but I really liked your performance in it.
You mentioned that to me, yeah.
I'm sorry?
You mentioned that to me after you
Yeah,
watched.
yeah.
You care for it.
I haven't seen Spree yet, but he's coming to my class also
Oh great.
to show Spree.
Oh.
And then Matthew Weiss asks, does Dasha know the films of the other Mark Rappaport?
No.
The other, is there a Mark Rappaport that you know?
My producer is named Mark Rappaport, and he's in them as well. No, I don't know.
I'm sorry? Just a few minutes left? Okay. Mark Rappaport makes experimental-ish films. He did a film called The Diaries of Gene Seberg, or The Diaries of Rock Hudson, both of those. But no, she doesn't know the answer.
No, I don't.
Any Mark Rappaport
I'm
films.
not really a cinephile, to be honest.
Have you seen Autofocus? I have. Good. It's Paul Schrader, right? Autofocus.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
I,
Okay. Which directors would you most like to work with as an actor?
me?
Yeah.
Caveh Zahedi.
Good answer.
I mean, I don't know. I'd love to work with like French directors, but I don't speak French, so
You could play the American girl.
I know, but they don't. There's
Any
not
French director? Any French director?
like Isaias or like Bertrand Bonello or like Claire Denis. You know,
Like Bertrand Bonello a lot.
I do.
I met him that night at that party with you.
Oh yeah,
And,
I met
yeah.
him. Yeah.
And then I went and I didn't know his work at all. I went and watched his Yves Saint Laurent film after that. Have you seen that one?
I have. Yeah.
And then which actors would you most like to work with as a director? I'm not sure if that's to you or to me, but why don't you answer it first and then I'll answer it.
I don't know. I'd like to work with some. I'd like to discover some new talent, I think.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'll answer it, Dasha. And then I was going to do a film with Crispin Glover. I was excited to work with him. And at one point I was going to do a thing with Vincent Gallo. That would have been fun.
Yeah, definitely.
Or crazy making. God, Sheila LaBeouf.
You'd like to work with him.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, it's sort of like Robert Pattinson, I think.
You would like to work with Robert Pattinson?
Yeah, Shia LaBeouf doesn't really appeal to me, though he's a good actor.
I really liked him in that Peanut Butter Falcon one. You see that?
No,
He was really good in that.
he's a good. Yeah, I was a fan of him when he was on like Even Stevens as a child.
Oh yeah. Has Caveh met Adam Friedland?
Mm.
I don't know who that is. Do you?
That's my former fiance.
Oh, the one that you were engaged to
Yes.
and we're sad about.
Yeah, I mean, I was sad about
Around 2019.
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Right.
Okay. So anything else you want to talk about before we go?
I don't think so. How's the
Okay.
telethon going? Well,
I guess it's hard to
Yeah.
judge. What's the measure of well, you know?
I guess your subjective experience of it.
Oh, yeah, it's going well. We're having some computer problems, but subjectively, I'm good.
Good, hanging in there.
But thank you for doing this. It's really nice to talk to you.
Nice to see you.
And yeah, I'll see you in my class, if not before.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Okay, take care.
Bye. Bye, everybody. See you in a while.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Yeah. What, should we just keep this set up? Is it working enough, or do you want me to try and get yours going?
It's fine, unless you think you can do that
All right,
easily.
yeah, all right.
She was obviously
Just like hungover, or just like, and it was so funny, like woke up in this lovely like dress gown.
Oh, this whole thing?
Yeah, I just put this through. Should
Yeah, we need a vision. We need a directorial vision.
well,
Is there a director in this department?
I direct.
Okay.
Besides,
What should we be filming?
I think capturing some of the technical.
I just can't listen to you call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again. Falling to the ground. Horses backs. My memories on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back. 'Cause it's fall again.
We don't have a ton of room.
Feel his high. We called up Howard, what a funny guy, to mow it down and give it one more try. 'Cause it's fall again. My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again. My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again. That it's fall again. That it's fall again. That it's fall again. It's fall again. I just can't listen to you call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again. Falling to the ground. Horses backs. My memories on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want Feel his high. We called up Howard, what a funny guy. To mow it down and give it one more try. 'Cause it's fall again. My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again.
Hello?
My memory.
Hey, Sam.
Hi, Caveh.
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm tired.
Yeah, me too.
Are we on? Are we on
Yeah.
air?
I think so.
Hi.
Where are you?
I'm I'm in New York City.
Where in New York City?
I'm in Inwood. I'm in this like one part of New York that looks like it could be anywhere.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're living in Inwood these days?
Yeah.
So you're near Eleanor.
Yes.
How close are you guys? I mean, spatially.
A few blocks.
Cool. And how close are you guys otherwise?
I don't know. How's Mandy?
Not good. Things are not good. We're not
Well, I hope.
close.
You know, Eleanor's Eleanor.
But you guys are on good terms, right?
Sure.
Last time I saw you.
I don't
you
know. Interview with Eleanor, man. I don't know.
Okay. She said no.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Yeah.
But the last time I saw you guys were great, but you were seeing somebody else, and you guys were broken up, kind of.
When was that?
That was
Oh,
like,
you
I
mean
don't
like
know,
a month ago or whatever.
yeah, like 2 months ago, 3 months ago.
I don't know, man.
Are you still
I can't
seeing the
talk.
person? Are you still seeing the person in LA?
I don't want to talk about other people's lives.
Okay. What do you want to talk about?
How are you? Congratulations on your campaign.
Thank you. I'm good. I'm really glad this Kickstarter is over.
Well, it's not over, right? We
Well,
moved the goalposts.
Yeah, we moved the goalpost. It'll be over in 6 hours.
Congratulations. I mean, how does that feel? What's that like?
To be 6 hours away from being done with the telethon?
To be loved.
Oh, it's nice, isn't it?
I wouldn't know.
I mean, we're all loved. We just have to let it in, right?
I don't know. I don't know about either of those things, but it must be nice. Have you gone through the names of the people who supported the campaign?
Oh, is that like a telethon thing you do? Like you read everyone's names?
Oh, no. I just mean like by yourself. Have you like read their names to yourself?
Yeah, I did.
Of course. All those people love you.
Yeah. There's
Beautiful.
815 people love me.
That's beautiful. Wow. 800. I won't do the math. But yeah, that's beautiful.
Did you see that movie, You Can't Take It With You?
George
Frank
Burns
Capra.
or something?
Frank Capra.
Frank Capra? Which
Yeah.
one is that?
The one called You Can't Take It With You.
Yeah, what happens in it? I watched them all together, much like I watch your films.
There's like a kooky family, and they're like really artistic, but they don't pay the rent, and the landlord is trying to evict them, and all he cares about is money, but they care about community and people and having fun, and
Oh,
but you can't take it with you, and it's like about how like when you die, the only thing that matters is how many people loved you, and the rich landlord guy, no one loves him, but these people, everyone loves them, and they're the rich ones.
did he prove it?
It's very
Frank?
persuasive. Yes. he
Very
did.
persuasive.
Yes.
Beautiful. I love him.
I love him too. He's so great. And
He's the
so-
best.
I know.
The best.
I know. Have you seen a hole in the head?
No.
That's
I got like some box set on the street of his early movies. I watched like oh God, one with I think Barbara Stanwyck about hostesses and gets picked up by I watched a bunch of them all together, but maybe not all of them. I thought it was a complete box set. He has a film called A Hole in the Head.
Yeah, it's so
What
good.
a title.
Frank Sinatra is in it, and it's a musical, and it's just mind-blowingly good.
Wow.
You would love this film, actually. You would really relate to it. I relate to it, but I think you would too.
Frank Capra is my guy. He made movies better, more contemporary than anyone today, and more beautiful and more moral and more human, and he's just the best. He's the best one.
He's my favorite American film director, besides Cassavetes.
Cassavetes loved Capra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. So 816 people love me. Is that what we said before?
Oh, you said 15 before.
Yeah. We got one more lover.
Well, I love you, but I'm broke, so.
817.
Oh my God.
No, that was you. I'm counting you.
Oh, I'm sure there's many, many more.
So I wanted to show some clips, and I organized some, but here we go. I'm gonna try to see if I can make this work.
Sure.
Telethon. Sam. Here you are. Should I do the advanced thing? Do it my way? Okay. You want to do it? Okay. Thank you. So, you called me, I don't know, 3 years ago, and you said something like you were really trying to wrap your head around Rambo, and you wanted to talk to me about Rambo.
Oh yeah.
And I was kind of excited to do that, but then it never happened.
These things often don't.
Well, I still would like to do that.
I was Rambo came up again recently, and then who's the other one? Baudelaire, and then he came up as well. My friend Andre sent Rambo to a girl to seduce her, and I said, you have to you don't send Rambo, you send Baudelaire. And then I started reading Baudelaire again, and it's really good. It's much more accessible, I think, than Rambo's symbolism. Or no, I don't know. I can't access Rambo.
Yeah, I mean, he is more accessible. Is that how you seduce a girl, Baudelaire?
Do I see Baudelaire as accessible?
No, as an effective seduction tool.
Oh, I wouldn't know, but from the outside, it looks like it'd be more effective. It's more about like love and sex and all that stuff, while Rambo is about being a young little fuck and enjoying it.
Oh, Rambo, you're describing?
I think so. That was my impression of Rambo.
Say it again. A young little fuck? Is that what you said?
In a good way, not in a bad way, but being a young genius, knowing you're a young genius, and expressing your youth and genius without any apology.
That's a good definition.
I get a lot of that from Rambo. I don't relate to any of it. I'm not young. I'm not a genius. So
Yeah, for me, it's about like the spiritual struggle
Hmm.
and how to reconcile that with the physical world.
that's a good question.
And he got it way wrong in the end.
He sure did. Wait, he died with one leg in Africa. Is that right? Or am I just remembering that from the movie?
No, he died in Marseille, but the gangrene started in Africa.
Hmm.
But do you ever read the Henry Miller book about him? Time of the
I didn't know
Assassin?
Henry Miller wrote a book about him. No.
Yeah, it's great. It's like I mean, there are a lot of good books around, but it's probably the best one.
I had no idea. I read a lot of Henry Miller like 8 years ago or something. I went through a phase. I didn't know he wrote a book about Rambo. I read Ale Retour, New York, right?
Mhm.
I read so much that I then read the Anais Nin, however you pronounce her name.
Right. Right.
Yeah, I read her whole diary. It was so fun. Another guy very excited about being a genius.
Henry Miller?
Yes.
You seem kind of Henry Miller-y.
No, he's much more. First of all, he's a writer. Second of all, he's good, really, really good at it, and also he likes fucking a lot. So those are three major differences.
Okay. I think how we met is all in the show. We met through Eleanor.
Mhm.
But I thought I would just show a clip from the show. The
God,
scene where I'm going to show a clip from the show right now.
look how young we were.
About how it was being portrayed in the show.
Is that working? It is?
And he insisted that I show him a cut of the new episode before agreeing.
That didn't happen.
Before he throws it in the toilet and flushes it.
It's a dead mythology, man. Drugs, no, I'm not gonna subscribe to drugs or something, but drugs are for stockholders, not artists. You want to do it? Yeah. That's the only way I could have looked more like an asshole. Like the only way I could have looked more like an asshole than doing coke in general is that. All right, go ahead.
I was a little scared of what he could do in that altered state. Anyway, Sam and Elena was using.
The scene of me shouting at him is him trying to get a frightening reaction shot and me shouting according. That might have been the third take of me shouting at you. I know you know, which is begging a larger conversation. I don't even know if I have to have with you.
And then he was spooked by his energy and a little scared of him.
And he was
spooked. Spooked out and angry at me. Anyway, so this is episode 4.
What character am I playing now? You have to do away with me in this episode one way or another, or I'm playing a Night Stalker for an unknown energy the rest of this 3 episodes about Brooklyn filmmaking. What I was thinking is if anyone kills you for any other reason, I'm on the hook for it. That thought occurred to me with novelty and then without novelty. I need a cigarette. Sure. Want to go out on the stoop or is that too?
Let's talk about the show.
Yeah.
You okay with it?
Am I okay with what?
What we're doing. So anyway, I agreed to double his salary.
All right. So, yeah.
Okay. I love that sequence.
Yeah. That was very kind of you to put that sequence in.
It was.
Very merciful.
There was that scene that we shot that I ended up not using, where you we're on the steps. Remember, outside.
Yeah.
And you were telling me about like religious experience you had.
Sure.
And how the show had made you kind of rethink things.
Absolutely.
It was a good scene. I missed
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
We shot that outside your school.
Yeah, it's at my office. Yeah.
Yeah, outside your office. Yeah. Yeah, no, that show was like a little public puberty for me. It was very nice. It was I mean, yeah, I mean, I said you know, very nice things about you. I said Caveh is a genius, and you can tell because he invented a form. And so being a part of that is wonderful. And then just personally, I was asked to depict myself in a really brutal lens, and it was wonderful.
Sometimes people say, some people ask me, or some people, mention you, and people say different things, but sometimes people say like that guy seems really fucked up, that guy seems like an asshole or something. I'm always like, no, he's really nice, and he's, and like, I know that some people like, yeah, they reduce it to its reduction.
Which is a testament to the filmmaking. I mean, people ask me like what's real and what's not. And you might take issue with this, but the only thing that's documentary in the whole show is what you just played. Everything else, someone had to clip a microphone on us. There were scripts. There were,
Yeah.
So it's a testament to the filmmaking that people forget that there were camera angles.
Yeah.
Yeah. As you should always forget when you're watching a movie. But yeah, I mean, anyone who knows about what goes into making a movie, I'm surprised I didn't get $1 million for my next role.
I know. I'm surprised too. I want to show a clip from Honeybee. Is that cool?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. This is the film that you're trying to make or are making during the making of the show about the show, and that you like are trying to get me to watch on that on one scene. One second. Yeah.
What's your hustle? Yeah, what's your hustle?
Shit, I believe love is gonna save the world. Might run out to sour those faces on right with it. You got it to give.
You ever been in love? Remember this, no matter what happens in life or death of the universe, you teach yourself. Everything's gonna be all right.
Yeah, again. Yeah. Love will save the world.
So you use a pseudonym there?
Yes, I did. That movie just kind of happened. I mean, that's a tough thing for me to watch right now. That movie was trying to prove the idea that like love is empowering. Like it's like the things that are good because they're good. Like they're better to do than the other things. Like generosity is better than greed. Like it's better for the person doing it.
Mm-hmm.
The reason we're talking where I am right now is I just drove this thing across America. America is a horrible place, man.
I've been there. Yeah.
It's a horrible, horrible place full of horrible people. It's a tough one, man. Like on the highways, these like little 2-lane roads at night in the desert, everyone's going to the same place or similar places, and they're all in these cars or these trucks or whatever, and they're all willing to fucking kill each other. for 15 feet of land moving under them. It's insane. And in general, I'm in a transitory period right now where I chose to like love people because it's better to love people than to wait to be loved by people.
Mm.
But it's a very selfish thing to do. And it's a lot easier if you don't really look that hard at people. And if you look hard at people, you see some pretty horrible things.
What's a selfish thing to do?
Love. It's selfish to love.
Because it feels good?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't have a problem with that. Everyone's like, oh, you gave $1 to that homeless guy because it just feels good. Yeah, I also ate a cheeseburger and watched whatever, the Super Bowl, because it feels good. No one has a problem with me doing that. It feels good to do good things. But that's what I was really obsessed with the last few years. But then I don't know, people are rough. People are they don't fuck around. I mean, like they killed Jesus and Kennedy and Martin Luther King, whatever. They killed them, like they murdered them. And that's evidence of something about what we are. That's easy to say, like, oh, love people, but it's really hard once, like, it's to do that selfishly is one thing, but to really do it, to really look at them and see how horrible they can be to each other and to themselves. And they don't want your love. They don't give a shit about your love. If you actually do love them, they'll kill you.
Where were you driving from and to? I mean, to New York, I guess, but from where?
From California.
From LA?
Mm-hmm.
And you were bringing a bunch of stuff in a U-Haul? Is that what that is?
Yeah, just whatever. That's just what that's other people's business. I was tasked with driving it across the country, so I did.
Uh-huh. And you just got back?
Yeah, I got back last night. But I'm in this fucking U-Haul with a big auto trailer on the back, and I can't park anywhere. So this is where I am, man. I'm in this crazy place, the only place that New York will let me be.
What is that? What is that building?
And they won't even let me be here, man. I was gonna park here and go over to my house and have a nice little conversation with you in my civilized little studio. But as soon as I walked away, I saw a tow truck. All these people were passing me, and I wanted to like wave them down to be like, "Is it okay if I park here? Like, I don't want to be in anyone's way." Because they have all this like, this is like the pancreas of New York. This is where all the buses and garbage trucks come to sleep. You even see like subway cars on the back of flatbeds that like come here for some reason. And I don't want to be in anyone's way. No one would stop. It's Sunday, but there were a bunch of cars coming in, and they're all just looking at me. And I look a little crazy, but not that crazy. And then I walk away, I see a tow truck and his like assistant car careening down Broadway. And I'm like, that doesn't feel right. So I come back, and within 5 minutes, the tow truck passes me and looks at me. And they were gonna tow this truck full of someone's life, someone's worldly possessions.
What is that? What's that building with the chimney stacks?
It's a beautiful little accident.
It is.
Yeah, I don't know what it once was, but now it's a nice place for this tree to grow. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a funny place.
Huh.
But also, this is what most of America looks like. Also, America is hood. Every city is ransacked with drug addiction and violence. Anyway, it's a whatever, man. It's hard to love.
What are you up to these days? What are you doing? What are you trying to do? What
am I doing? Well, I just took an involuntary vacation for 4 days, and there was a little involuntary vacation before that as well. But there are some beautiful people put up Honeybee deeper into movies. If anyone wants to go watch it, it's like 2 hours. I like it. And then there
Sorry, what's 2 hours? Honeybee.
Honeybee.
Yeah.
And then we made that short little Prince, and that got in somewhere pretty nice that I'm not allowed to say yet. So that's gonna play. And then there's we wrote a feature for this kid Aladdin, and then when COVID happened, we had to adapt it into a short. And now someone wants to make the feature, so we're going through that process, and maybe we'll start that. If not that, there's this other movie.
Little Prince is the short of the feature, right?
Yes.
But
that's just work.
Should we show a clip of Little Prince?
If you like, sure.
Okay. I'm going to do that. Just give me 1 sec. See if that works. Nope. And now, oh, it is working. Cool. So, and then there was the other film before Little Prince. What was that called again?
Let's Get Lost.
Let's Get Lost. Yeah. Okay. Here's Little Prince.
Oh, fuck, dude. How much is that? No.
You want to go to dinner? Go to fucking dinner.
Wesley, au volet!
What?
Il y a des voleurs dans la chambre!
I don't speak French!
The petits vénards, they were in the room!
What?
They killed them with their things!
Yo, what'd you take?
Yo, what, bro? I'm just trying to take a fucking piss, bro. Where's
Who is this kid? Rocco, is this your boy, bro? What'd you take?
Yo, don't fucking touch me, bro.
Ricky!
Qu'est-ce que tu fais, Wesley?
Man, money is
Wesley, qu'est-ce que tu fais? Wesley, arrête!
Yeah, hello? I want to report a robbery. Ongoing. At 56 Leonard.
Wes, what are you doing?
There's a doorman, they'll let you in.
Stop.
Yo, shut the fuck
Wes,
up!
I have fucking acid on me, bro.
Alright, can you hurry up? These fucking kids are acting up.
Here, man, you want the money? Here.
Yo, Ricky, grab the money!
Want it? Here. You want it? Go fucking get it.
Oh, I don't know. It's right here. Here it is. Okay, I'm back. So you're trying to make the feature that the short Little Prince was originally based on, and Andre, the guy with the Rambo seduction attempt, is the producer of that.
Yes, that is that Andre Bozanic is my producer. He's like a genius.
I think the Rambo thing is the right book.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right. Well, he you remember he wanted to meet you. You guys sat down at that cafe.
Yeah, we met. Yeah.
I'll tell him you told him Rambo. He'll take that very seriously.
Because you'll draw the right person.
That's true. That's true.
Higher echelon. But we're almost out of time. But I really would like. I'd like to have that. I'd like to hang out and do that Rambo conversation.
I'd love to.
Before we die.
Before we die. Yeah.
So you're gonna just stand there by that U-Haul all day? What are you gonna do?
I have no idea what my exit strategy for this U-Haul is. It has to go to New Jersey to get I don't know, man. God, dude, I don't know. I had to drive it uptown. I can't take the highways. I had to drive it up 6th Avenue. Anyway, we'll see what happens. Before we die might be sooner rather than later.
Okay. Hang in there.
Thank you.
Good talking to you, Sam. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Caveh. Hope to talk soon. Bye.
Hey, Justin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good to see you.
You
Looking
too.
sharp.
It's been so long.
I know.
How long's it been? 8 years.
I was going to say 8 years.
That's right. Because my daughter wasn't born yet, but she was in the womb.
Correct.
And she's 8 now.
That's a good way to tell time.
Yeah, it is a good way to tell time. It's easy. Are you in your house?
Yeah, I'm at my house. Sitting here on a Sunday morning. It's nice. It's a pretty day. Where are you?
I'm at my apartment.
Yeah.
You can't tell?
This is what I imagine your apartment looks like all the time. Void. It's the best place to get some thinking done, right? A void.
Are you still you're still happy living in outside of the city, right?
Yeah. So my wife and I moved here like, I don't know, almost 12 years ago at this point, and we weren't sure if we were going to like it at first, but we still like it. So 8 years ago when we were here, we liked it. We still like it. It's interesting because where we live is more and more people have started moving here, especially at the beginning of COVID. So we sort of liked it even when we got here, and it was a fairly quiet place, but beautiful. And now there's actually a lot more going on, a lot more interesting people. And so it's actually, in many ways, even turned out to be a luckier decision than we realized.
I see. I was just up there. I mean, not in Kingston, but right near Kingston, at High Falls last weekend.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's only like 10 miles away. It's very close.
Yeah. I was tempted to reach out, but I was just there for one night with my kids. They had a great time.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. We're invited to this really nice guest house with a pool, and it was just really nice up there. And then, yeah, you probably know all those places.
Probably, yeah. I mean, it's like this whole Hudson Valley area, it's all the towns are kind of like neighborhoods. So in a way, you can kind of like map New York City to different towns in the Hudson Valley. And there's not, they're spread apart geographically a bit, but when you live here, you kind of get to know them all. You end up all different kinds of places, knowing people that live different places in the area. So probably, yeah, I can probably picture almost everywhere that you went.
Yeah. Eggs Nest, you know that place?
Yep.
So I'm trying to think how we met. I must have met you after Mutual Appreciation came out, right?
A long time after, actually. I remember after? Yeah, so I remember the first time that I knew who you were. And then I remember what I think is the first time we met face to face. So the first time that I knew who you were was from Waking Life, but we didn't meet for maybe 7 years after that. So the holy moment scene in Waking Life. And after that, the time that we actually met was in New York City. I think you had come to New York for Tribeca Film Festival or something. And I was working on a Joe Swanberg movie called Alexander the Last, and a bunch of people from that movie went to your hotel room to ostensibly audition for something, but I didn't end up going up to the room because I don't know, I guess I got cold feet. They were all actors who had experience doing things like auditioning, and I was someone who just ended up in movies trying to be natural. And so they all went up to your room and did some sort of audition. And I just was like, I'm gonna get a drink at the bar, and never came up. But I think we ended up meeting that night after that process. Maybe we had dinner, maybe the whole group had dinner. And then that was like the first time that we met face to face, really. And then
2008.
2008, yeah. Because then you basically you emailed out of the blue and you said, hey, can you come to Rome on Wednesday? I need you to act in something.
Interesting. David Lowery was there.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. He was in the telethon earlier.
Yeah. I saw his.
Oh, you saw that? Oh, and so I showed that clip from Alexander the Last.
Yeah. Right. That was that time. That was that whole thing. Same time. Same moment.
Yeah. And it's funny because I now remember you, the only one who didn't audition for that film, and I ended up casting you, right?
Yes.
Why did I do that?
I have a question for you. Why did you do that?
I don't know. I guess I liked you, and maybe didn't seem right. I don't know why I did that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll say that. So just like what ended up happening in my memory then was that you said, and it was funny, you said, okay, you didn't audition. The role that you didn't audition for, I'd like for you to take it. By the way, it's not a role in a movie we're releasing. We're shooting basically like a demo in order to raise money to shoot a real movie. And so you're going to be in it, but you're not actually right for the role. It's for a more sophisticated, more adult actor. Peter Sarsgaard, right? I think is the person that you said. So what I want you to do is come shoot some scenes for the movie that then we can use to raise money to actually shoot the movie. And to me, that was funny. That idea was super appealing, and I liked just how weird it was to like go to Rome and sort of have that experience. Just go to Rome, hang out with you because obviously to me, you're an interesting person, and that seemed like a great opportunity. And then also to do something that was, it sort of fits into felt there's a futility to it or a artifice to it, right? Like we weren't there to make a movie. We were there to make a movie in order to allow a movie to be made. That sounded fun because it's so philosophically weird, right? But I don't know if you had made that pitch to someone who was like actually an actor who spent time going to auditions and was trying to like make a successful career out of acting. I don't know if they would have found that offer enticing the way that I did too.
Yeah, I think that all that was operative in my decision. But Mitsubishi had already come out at that point, right?
Yeah, it had been out for several years. That's why I was in Alexander the Last in the first place. Like Mutual Appreciation, Andrew Bajowski shot it. And he wrote the part for me because we were roommates and I was in it. And because of Mutual Appreciation, randomly people would say, hey, do you want to be in my movie? And generally I would say yes, because, it's such a weird thing to happen to you that you got to seize that opportunity when it comes. But then sometimes people would say, do you want to audition for, I don't know, for pilot season, And I did do that once. And I would go out there and I would get into an audition room where there were a bunch of aspiring or real actors, but people who were aspiring to get a role on, say, mainstream television. And I would not prepare for these auditions and I would do really bad, right? And it would be really embarrassing. And I'd just be in the room trying to read for a part. And I'd be thinking the entire time, how soon can I get out of here, right? And that's just because I hadn't prepared. I didn't care. I didn't know what I was getting into. And so, this is long story short, like I think I ended up in movies because of Mutual Appreciation and really liked doing it because generally the people who would cast me were making the kind of movies that were fun to be in and they were interesting people. But I never did the thing where I was like, now I will hone my craft and learn how to face a tremendous amount of rejection and also how to do this very weird thing called auditioning.
Let me show a clip of Mutual Appreciation.
Sure.
Trust me. But so you and Andrew were roommates in college or after college?
I was my senior year in college. He had just graduated.
But you were roommates. Oh, I see. But you were roommates in Boston.
Yeah, we were roommates in Cambridge. I lived off campus, right? Andrew had just graduated. He was 1 year ahead of me. So I was like writing my thesis. He was trying to put together Funny Haha at the time.
Okay. Oh, so I'm going to play this clip. You ready?
I guess so.
Okay.
We were having an interesting conversation when you appeared.
You've injected your male perspective into her. What?
I'm sorry.
He's injected what?
I've injected what?
Your male what? He's
injected
his male what?
About something we could really use his
what?
input on.
Do you want a drink?
Do I want a drink? Yes, I do.
You guys?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Please, whatever you can.
So can I ask you a personal question?
You can ask me a personal question.
Because we were just in the middle of this, discussion, and that I think we could really use male perspective if you're willing to weigh in.
Mm-hmm. It could be.
Yeah? Okay, so...
I don't know.
No?
No, I said I don't know.
You don't know.
Stop that chair. You're so charming in that. It's kind of preternatural.
Thanks. It's hard to watch. Hard to watch yourself, I think.
But
Maybe not.
I don't know if I discovered Bishop Allen before Mutual Appreciation, and then I was like, oh, that's the guy from Bishop Allen, or if I discovered it through Mutual Appreciation. But I remember you performing a concert in San Francisco that I went to. But I'm trying to think of the timeline. I don't know if I met you yet.
Yeah. Good. I don't. Do you have any memory of what the venue was? Like what the venue was called or what it looked like? Because so definitely since from basically 2001 or 2002 through probably 2012 or so, we played in San Francisco a lot of times. So the timeline, it could have been a lot of different places.
I think Darby was already playing with you guys.
Okay, so it must have been 2007 or 2008 or after. So either you saw us play shortly before I met you, or I met you and you saw us play probably shortly after.
Mm-hmm. But I loved Bishop Allen. I was really into you guys, and I loved that concert. I went with a friend, and we both were like, "Wow, what's happening? Does the band still exist?"
No, not really. I mean, we aren't working on anything currently, and we haven't for a while. And so I think with any band, will we ever? Does it? So I guess I'd say we don't exist. Could we exist again? Potentially, but like right now, it's just everyone's kind of off doing their own thing, doing something different.
But you and Darby are doing music?
We haven't even been working on music that much lately. Like we've also been doing other stuff. So I don't know. I think for me that I haven't spent much time working on music lately, in part because I spent so much time working on music that at some point it's like, are there other questions that I can ask and other problems that I can think about that would be more interesting right now than how to write a song or how to create a good musical thought, So anyways, short answer, we haven't been working on music much lately, which is fine. It's good. It's a good break.
I want to hear more about what you have been working on, but I'm going to show a clip from Thomas the Obscure from the Rome film.
Oh yeah, I've never seen these, so.
Have you never seen this?
No.
Oh, wow. Okay. Here.
Can you give me some feedback on my revisions when you get a chance?
Yeah, sure.
It's due tomorrow.
I'll get to it. Don't worry.
You promise?
I promise.
Have you thought any more about when we should start trying to have a baby?
Whenever you want.
How about right now?
Right now? Or are we going to wait until you're off your antidepressants?
I stopped taking them yesterday.
I thought they took a while to wear off. I'll get that. That's weird.
So that was one of the scenes that we shot.
So strange. What about the rest? Like whatever happened with all that footage? Like, did you edit it? I mean, I thought it would still be fairly raw, like, but it looks like you actually sat down and you started to work through it.
Yeah, no, we edited all the footage that we shot and we submitted it to the investor, and she was like, at the time I'd gotten Vincent Gallo and Crispin Glover to both agree to be in it.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, I was talking to my hairdresser, and she doesn't know who Crispin Glover is, so I think we need to get someone more famous than him. And I was like, well, a lot of people know who he is. I don't know, maybe she's not our audience. And she was like, well, no, we should get someone else. So I was like, okay, who do you want to get? And she's like, I don't know, let's have a meeting. So she flew me out to Minnesota to have a casting meeting, and in the stupid meeting, they were trying to think of people, and someone said Paul Rudd, and I was just kind of trying to play ball, and I was like, he doesn't seem right for this role, but maybe. So then they sent it to Paul Rudd, and he didn't like the script, and then she said, the script sucks or something, or just whatever he said about the script, she said about the script, you know?
Right.
And then I was like, you loved the script before. And she's like, no, you got to rewrite it. And so then she said, I'll tell you what, I'll have my assistant rewrite it with you. And her assistant was like, it just feels a little slow. And I'm like, well, what do you think we should do? And he said, well, sometimes you say like, he is standing or he is walking. If we just say he stands or he walks, it'll make it a little shorter. And so we went through the whole script and we changed all the gerunds or whatever.
Right. Good, yeah.
And so we cut it down by 1 page by doing that.
That does, I imagine that did solve the fundamental underlying problem.
It did.
Right?
But then she just changed her mind. And then she wouldn't return my calls. And it was a long story. Mandy was pregnant. We were having a baby. We had given up our apartment, given up our teaching jobs. It was like a complete financial and moral disaster. And then finally she just said, I've already spent enough money on this piece of shit. I'm not doing it. So that was the end of it.
I didn't realize that it had that sort of, I guess, sad ending, because I feel like the origin of it was that you were a fellow, you had a fellowship at the American Academy of Rome, right? That's a happy beginning, right? You're in a magical place, you have this fellowship, you have an idea that comes to you because of where you are, right? You're at the fellowship. I think you were supposed to be working on something. You were planning to work on something else, right?
I was doing an adaptation of Ulysses, yeah.
But sort of the magic of the place brought a new idea in front of you that felt alive, and you started to execute it, right? Like there wasn't years of well, I mean, at that moment, there wasn't like a lot of pre-production. It felt like it was an idea that came alive and had its own inherent momentum, and it felt like this is gonna happen, right? Yeah. And then you started to execute on it in a weird way. Like to me, to shoot scenes in order to get investment isn't something that isn't a tactic that I'm super familiar with. Maybe other people do it. Do they?
People do it, but I will never do that again. It's just like, it was so tragic. I mean, I was depressed about this for a long time. It's still like hurts to think about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it just fell apart. And then I tried to I'm still thinking of resurrecting it in some other form at some point, but let me show you this other clip. I have a bunch of these clips. We did several scenes and they were all pretty good.
Yeah.
Here's another one with you.
I remember you were frustrated because we weren't quite like mature enough to play the roles that you had.
Yeah, you were a little too young, both of you.
Yeah.
At the time.
So you're not taking these anymore?
No.
Do you think I should take them?
Why would you take them?
Maybe I'm depressed?
Well, if you really think you're depressed, you should go see a doctor and get a prescription. My antidepressants might not be right for you.
Right.
That was another scene.
Yeah, it's crazy to see it.
Yeah, it was sad story.
I'm sorry that story. And you know what else is unfortunate is that it sounds like, well, at that time when you were living through all that stuff, you weren't yet filming everything that was happening along those lines, because that would have been a good story, for the show, for instance.
Yeah.
But it sounds like all you can do is tell it. You didn't capture it on film, right?
Yeah, not the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I can tell it. And I have tons of stuff that besides that. We shot the making of and stuff. Like there's a lot of stuff.
That's true.
But also you wrote a song, Cue the Elephant.
Elephant.
And you said it was about that trip to Rome.
Yeah.
In part.
Yeah.
I wanted to play it, and I wanted to ask you some questions about the lyrics.
Sure.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. I'm gonna do share screen, basic, desktop, one. How do you do it? Share. I'm just gonna click this this thing. Can you hear it?
No.
Hear it?
There it is. It's coming in and out.
The morning belonged to the grapefruit, ripe in the golden Roman sun. I throw out the right, it's just bitter to me. Done, done, done. The skyline is made of the umbrella pine. I wish we could caught everyone, but all I would see in the shade of the streets. Done, done, done. Hear the elephants, the torches that light the woods. Can you and me sail the sea? I thought that we promised we would.
That was the main part I wanted to ask you about.
Yeah.
So the morning belonged to the grapefruit. I know what that's about.
Right. So
Get those
yeah, in the
grapefruits.
mornings there were those great trees with all this citrus, and we would sit there on the sort of veranda and eat grapefruits.
Those were so good, those grapefruits.
So good. Yeah.
And then one of the grapefruit, and then the thing about bitter to me, done, done, done.
Yeah.
What was that about?
Well, first of all, I think more than anything, the experience in Rome was sort of like the setting for the song, right?
Right.
And I feel like, but I also feel like the song is not a literal
right
story about my experience actually being there shooting that proto movie or demo to make a movie. But I think in part it was about the movie, right? Like the movie that we're making was about the dissolution of a relationship set in Rome. I think if anything, the song is sort of like a narration of the story of the movie, right?
Oh.
Here we are in Rome where we made some sort of promises, but it's falling apart and we can't save this relationship.
Oh, interesting. And the umbrella pines were those pine trees that were at the academy. They're called umbrella pines.
They like are pine trees, but instead of being like the sort of conifers that we're used to, they go straight up and then they have this like sort of umbrella top, right?
Yeah, yeah.
They're all over Rome, and they're like really, I don't know, like you look at the fauna, the flora in Rome, and it's so like different. You know, the citrus, the umbrella pines. It's very specific to that region, and to me, like, was so just striking. You know, and the sunshine was striking, right? The sunlight was striking, the water, and the wells, and the aqueducts, and like the hills. Just like being there, you know, you get swept up in what Rome looks like, the light in Rome. And I feel like being there and sort of working on something that was, I feel like the same thing that inspired you, I don't know for sure, but like the same thing that sort of inspired you to switch from working on something that was about Ulysses, right? And to start working on something that was set at the actual academy where you were doing your fellowship. It was the same thing. It was like, this place inspires a song, right? Because it's so magical. But there is also like this inherent, I feel like even to the location, there's like an inherent sadness, right? And I feel like that's also built, like the history of Rome is written everywhere. And there is this history of like creation and destruction. And I think that's kind of what Cue the Elephants, the concept or the chorus is about, right? Like there's this idea that Rome was built and then ransacked by barbarians and then rebuilt. And there's this constant like sort of building and ransacking. And even if you think you can stop the destruction, you can't, right? Even if you promise.
The elephants are Hannibal's elephants, right?
Yeah.
It's a great song. I was so thrilled that you wrote that and that it referenced the grapefruit.
It was awesome. It was a really fun experience. That I don't know how, maybe it was 9 days that we were there. A week that I was there. I mean, you were there for what? 6 months?
A year.
Yeah. So yeah, you had, I mean, it was what, like you got Greta and I to come in for like 9 days, and there was a crew, you know, I remember Elliot, the DP, and then who you also brought in, and like a local crew. And I feel like we were a part of your greater year. But for me, that like 9 days, it was, I've never done anything like that. I don't think I ever will, where you just sort of get pulled in I mean, it's like any film shoot, you get pulled in very temporarily to a world that's super consuming, and that's all you can see for 9 days. But in this case, we were doing it as an exercise, or we were doing it again, like with no clear outcome in mind. The goal wasn't to finish production and release a film. The exercise of just like being there and creating that encapsulated world was the point. It was really fun. It was really interesting. I wish I could do that again. I wish everyone could do that for 9 days at some point in their life, you know.
I have some photos from the shoot, actually, which I'm going to share with you. Basic. Okay, right? Share. I don't know if you can see this. But this was that aqueduct, or no, it wasn't an aqueduct. It was a
tomb.
Yeah, it was a catacomb, right? And there was the production. It was like a 10-person crew.
Yep.
And this is you and Greta in the scene when you guys arrive at the academy. And yeah, I'd never had a thing like that. I had like, they gave me a little chair to sit on. I had my own, you know, a little box.
An Apple box.
And they gave me a monitor. I could like watch it on a monitor. It was so great. I was thrilled. But yeah, it was a sad ending to this film.
Well, you know what? Maybe it's not over.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a sad middle part and there will be a better ending.
It was a sad, long, sad middle part. We have to stop, but just quickly, what have you been working on?
I actually have been working on something related not to the creation of any kind of, it's not that interesting. It's a tech related thing. Like I'm working for a company that does payments. Darby, I also help Darby, my wife, who has a vintage store here in town, and that's probably the more interesting thing. So the more interesting part of life has been scouring the world for vintage clothing, which is actually pretty fun.
Cool. I still want to visit you guys' store. So next time I'm there.
Yeah, just let me know next time you're here, and you know we'll have you over for dinner. I mean, oftentimes when people come up here, and I know we're out of time, it's the same thing that happened to you. It's like they're up here for a short amount of time, and don't ever feel like you have to squeeze this in. But if you are here and you have time, let me know.
Okay. Thanks, Justin. It was great talking to you.
Yeah, great to see you. And also congratulations, and I hope you hit that stretch goal.
Thank you.
Talk to you later.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
I just can't listen to you call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again, falling to the ground. Horses' backs, my memories on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back, 'cause it's fall again. It's calling. I just can't listen to you call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again. Fall to the ground. Horses back.
Hey, Don.
Hey,
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Can you hear me?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes. How's it going?
Good. Someone asked what the song was. It's Fall Again by Kath Bloom is the song. It's been played many times in the last 24 hours. So you're in Boston?
No, I'm in Brooklyn.
You're back in Brooklyn?
Yeah, back.
You moved back?
I moved back in August.
Cool.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Thank you. And you're in Brooklyn too, right?
I am. I could walk to your house right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. I'm sort of near where I used to live. I'm pretty close, so yeah, we're very close.
You don't in the same place?
No, we rented that, so we're somewhere else.
But you still have that place?
Yeah.
Cool. When did you get it back?
Maybe never. But that's a different topic. We're way off topic already. So.
What's the topic?
The topic is Caveh Zahedi needs to raise money or raise more money, right?
Yeah.
Because you made your goal.
Yeah. It'd be nice to raise more money.
Everyone should give more. If everyone could give like $2 more, that would be, a little extra. Whatever.
People have been giving money. It's amazing.
Yes.
But we haven't talked in since COVID, really.
Yeah.
I think last time I saw you was at the David Berman tribute concert, right?
Yes, it just hit me. That's right. That was fun.
That was fun. Did you have fun that night?
Yeah, it was. I think. Let me see. Oh yeah, you asked me to come, and then you gave somebody my wristband. So then we had to take it off their hand, give it to me, and I had to sneak in. Right.
That was fun, right? I was proud that I was able to get you in.
Yeah, that's good.
Or get them in. I got someone in.
Yeah, they didn't seem to care. It wasn't really hard to get in, I think.
It was a little hard.
Oh, really?
We were stealthy though. And then we met Ryan Walsh. Remember? He has a band, Hallelujah the Hills. Someone didn't get in. Hannah Finney didn't get in.
Okay.
We had a wristband. We could have gotten you in, Hannah. Sorry, we didn't know you were there.
She was from Colorado or something, or
who?
Who was somebody who was with you?
Oh, Bianca.
Yes. Am I right about Colorado or no?
I don't know. I don't think so.
You skied, and she was asking about skiing. She's a skier.
Hannah was standing next to me. Hi, Hannah. Did we talk? I'm just reading a chat here. No, it's too shy. Oh, don't be shy. Next time, say hi. You know that Cat Stevens song, "Don't Be Shy"?
Yes.
I love that song so much.
Yeah, it's good.
So let's talk about how we know each other.
Sure.
Do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
I knew about you way before you knew about me. So I think I first heard about you through Ray Carney, or actually somebody stopped me one day and said, I just saw the most amazing movie, which was a little stiff, and you were the main character. That's what they told me.
Oh.
It reminded them of me.
Uh-huh.
And then I saw it and I was totally blown away. And so I became a fan. And then I did a song called Song for Caveh Zahedi. And I just wanted to get your permission to use a sound clip in it. So I wrote you. And you said, sure. And I think that's how we started to know each other. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I got an email from some guy who wanted to use a clip from the movie, and I said sure. And then you send me the song, like I don't know, a year later or something, like a long time later. And I loved it so much. I was in tears. And I was like, wow, somebody wrote this song about me. I should play it. Andy, can we play the song? Well, here's the. Maybe we could have that image while the song plays. I guess I don't even need to open it, do I? I could just open it with QuickTime and play it like this. Will they hear it? Do you hear this?
Sounds crazy good.
It's a long song. It's 5 minutes long. Should I just play the whole thing? It's better than you playing it for us, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
This is a song for Caveh.
I can only hear the vocals, but that's okay.
You can't hear the vocals?
I can only hear the vocals.
You can't hear the music? Okay, so that's not the way to do it. You want to do it? Yeah. But I'll talk while we're setting that up. And so then I think I just was like, wow. And then I think the next time I was in New York, which was just in the airport.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I reached out and said, hey, do you want to meet at the airport? I'm going to be there for a layover.
Yeah.
And does it work for audio also?
Yeah, so I came to the airport to meet you. That's right.
Maybe basic is better. Yeah, and so then we had like lunch at the airport.
Mm-hmm.
And I liked you. And then I liked your song a lot. And then I think I listened to your whole album and your other songs, and I like them all a lot too. And so then we just became friends, right?
Oh yeah, and then yeah, and we did some other stuff too. But yeah.
Can you hear the music now?
And the movies that he's made.
Can you hear that? The music?
Song Caveh.
No? Okay, let me try one more thing. Oh, I know why. It's not working. Okay. I'm gonna do, we have to do the audio thing on the bottom. This share sound thing here. Okay. I think now it's gonna work. You hear the music?
And the movies that he's made, I remember lying on my back in the weeping willow shade, staring at the modern sculptures behind the school of law, talking with some friends about the movie I just saw. And I felt a little less stiff on that day, and that's why I wrote this song, and that's why I wrote this song for Caveh. He went to the Sundance Film Festival one year. A few wise men were waiting for the new star to appear, and they waited, and they waited, and they waited. That's kind of weird. 10 years have come and gone. It still has not appeared. It's an old story. It's almost a cliche. But that's why I wrote this song. That's why I wrote this song for Caveh.
Okay, stop a second. You said this is really silly. Yeah. Now I feel attacked by that. You're basically saying that
No, you can feel attacked if you like, but I mean, you can have your opinion, I'll listen to yours, and I can express mine. You can listen to me, and then I can give power to me.
this isn't a power thing. And if you see it as a power thing, that I'm trying to impose something on you, then you shouldn't be here. Because that's not how I'm seeing it. And I find that offensive.
I find you offensive the way you're responding to this.
Good. So, one thing is you could leave class, or we could resolve.
We can chill, yeah.
Well, I'm having emotions.
Chill down before you want to talk.
Wait a minute, what's this chill down shit? Why do I have to chill down?
You said you were upset, I'm saying, you know.
I am upset, I can be upset.
And I think you should calm down and then we can talk about it.
I'm having an emotion. It's a real emotion. This is the reality. I'm mad. So I could chill, but to me to chill is to be dishonest. Because I don't feel chill.
Caveh took his movie to the Harvard Film Archive. A Boston Globe lay on a bench on Memorial Drive. It was lying open to the write-up by J. Carr. When the wait was over, there was that one star. I'll spare J. Carr. I think he passed away. That's why I wrote this song. That's why I wrote this song. That's why I wrote this song for Caveh.
I'm gonna stop it there. It's a long song, and I think you shouldn't have included that audio from that film. Personally,
My favorite part.
not mine. I love the metaphor of the 1-star review and
Yeah, it's worked out.
the Jesus star, and I love the rhyme of car and star, and I
He
love
did-
the line.
Still alive, right? J. Carr?
He's still alive, yeah. I'll spare J. Carr. I think he passed away.
Yeah, somebody told me, but then I got he hadn't, so I had to change the lyric to I think he passed away.
But so then I remember when I came to New York once to be interviewed as an audition, I guess, for the Rome Prize to go to Rome. You came over and you helped me prepare, and you helped me figure out how to wear a tie, right?
Yeah.
And also, you know, that screening at the Harvard Film Archives.
Yeah.
Andrew Bujalski was there too.
Wow.
Were you guys friends at the time?
I don't even know him now.
Okay.
What was the one, the restaurant, the girls, for the girls? For the girls.
Support the girls.
Support the girls? What was it called?
Support the girls. Yeah.
Which is really good. But yeah, that's
Really good.
Briefly there with you, but I don't know him.
Oh yeah, we were at that party, the after party. I remember that now. That was a good movie. I think it was a pun. Support the girls.
Got it. Right. You're right.
And then you asked if I knew any female vocalists.
Yeah.
And I said, no, but Mandy has a good voice. And then you're like, okay. And then you came over and you recorded with Mandy at my apartment.
Your apartment, yeah.
For your record. And then I love that song too. And also because Mandy was singing on it and stuff. So then I was like, we should do a music video for this.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then we spent like 2 years doing this.
Making a video, yeah. I mean, but not like straight 2 years. Just
Yeah. But like every weekend or something for like 2 years, you would come over.
Maybe like a year where we didn't work on it, I think. Or like 6 months or something.
Yeah. But I was sure that the only thing standing between you and commercial success was you needed a good video. And that this would do it. This would be huge.
Yeah. I like the video a lot. I was kind of getting sick of it for a while, because the initial wears off and then you're kind of slogging away at it. But then after that all goes away, I watched it, I don't know, like a year ago or something. And I really like it. I forgot all of the work that went into it. But yeah, it was great. I think it was your idea to use, right?
Yeah, I liked it. And then I think when no one responded, I think it had like 100 views on YouTube or something. I think I sort of turned against it a little bit. And
popular?
What?
It wasn't popular?
Yeah, I thought maybe it wasn't that good. I don't know. But I haven't seen it in a while. I thought we'd play that too. You want to watch it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna play it if I can. Advanced video share. Telethon and Don Lennon. Here it is. Open. Unsupported format. I hate this system. You have to go basic? Okay. Okay. I have to try a different way, which I know how to do. And there it is. It's time to wake up. Okay. And so I gotta open this thing in QuickTime. And then I have to close this thing and reopen it. Hey, Haley, it's not letting me do it again. Should I just go to share? Can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Oh well.
Have a great apartment. It's in an coming neighborhood.
I might knock both these walls out and rip up the tile, exposing the
It's about 300 square. But you have to live somewhere. And the sunlight hits the chair. In the morning,
get used to the walk up, except when you're tired. It keeps me in shape.
I wish there were a roof deck, but you can smoke out on the fire escape. There's a cockroach on the stair.
Okay, now I like it. Yeah, that was frustrating that didn't get more traction, but I guess I can see why.
It's good though. I like it.
I like it too. Any new records in the works?
A lot of material recorded, but no like firm plans to release anything at the moment. But
Is it
will
because
happen.
you need like a record company or label, or just because
Anybody can put anything out?
right?
The question is, what's the best thing to do with what you have? I think that's like a new question, right?
Uh-huh.
You can make a show, but the question
Right.
is, what do I do with the show? Or
Right. Do you need a label though? I met a guy who has a label. No, you don't care.
I mean, you just need people. Everyone's different, and everyone's in a different situation. So I can't make a statement like, "Do you need a label?" Do I need?
But I
a
mean,
label?
would it be helpful for me to like ask my friend with the label if he?
Yeah, sure. I mean,
Yeah.
any contacts are good.
Okay. I'll ask. This guy's really nice, and he actually did a record with. He just put out a record by Noah Britton.
Okay. Yeah, I know him. Mhm.
It's his last record, and he's a really big fan of yours, actually.
Who is he, or what's the label?
It's called Gentle Reminder.
Okay.
But he's a really big fan of your early stuff in your band days, pre Don Lennon.
Remind me of something. Yep. Yeah.
And he like showed me some YouTube clips of you doing some of the same songs you did later, but in a more kind of rough form. And he was just like really like a big fan of that particular incarnation.
That's the thing. Yeah.
But I bet he would put out something if you wanted him to.
Well, just don't make any promises.
Yeah, okay. But I'll introduce you.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
That'd be great.
He's a really, really nice guy. Like I really like this guy a lot.
Good enough, yeah.
And I like this Noah Britton album a lot too, this new one.
Yeah. Can you send me the like a link or something to that?
Yeah, send you a link. So you were in Boston for a year because of COVID?
Yeah, for schooling reasons. Just because the New York schools were kind of like I don't know, a mess, or just.
Oh yeah, you're in Clinton Hill or something, or Fort Greene?
Borum Hill.
Borum Hill.
But your kids didn't have in person. Were they in person? Were they in school like last year?
Yeah.
All totally?
No, they were in and out and partial and kept changing.
So we just wanted like total in person. So we found a place that.
Oh, I see.
So that's why. Yeah. Also, it was just a good change, and yeah.
Oh, good. I didn't know you were back in New York. I'm so excited.
Yeah, back.
We can see you again.
You still run?
I'm sorry. I do still run. Do you want to go jogging?
Yeah, I mean, we always talk about that, but never happens.
Well, I jog at the pier. I go to the pier every day.
Every day?
Yeah, every morning. I jog to the pier. Like I can meet you at the pier.
You like run around the park and all the.
Well, I just run from my place to Pier 6 or 5, and then back usually. But,
yeah.
Cool. Let's do that. How about tomorrow morning?
The bridge, like go to the Brooklyn Bridge.
I don't jog over the bridge. Do you?
I've done it.
It's fun?
Yeah, great.
Okay, we could do that. Tomorrow I have to go get a COVID test from my school. But how about Tuesday morning?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
How about like 10 a.m.?
I think so.
Okay. I'll see you at 10 a.m. on Tuesday.
Sure.
And I'll send you the No Britain thing and the gentle reminder thing. I'll send you a gentle reminder about about it. Okay.
That's
okay.
great.
Alex Ross Perry is here.
Just like that? Am I right on time?
Just popped in. I think you're a little early.
Yeah, I know. I was told. I thought I was told to be five early.
Yeah. No.
All right. I thought I was said be very specific. Be early. Be on time. 11:25.
It's totally fine.
I can leave and come back.
I think we're wrapping up. This is Don Lennon. This is
Hi.
Alex Ross Perry.
Don.
Um,
Why don't I go and then you guys can.
Well, I don't want to take away from it. I'm so confused. I also don't know what time it is. I left my phone downstairs.
It's 11:29. You're only 1 minute early.
Oh, okay.
Do you have to play that song each time, Caveh, or how does it work?
What?
Play the song each person, or no?
Say it again.
The Kath Bloom song, doesn't that come in like? Isn't that like an interlude each time?
Yeah, that's the interlude. But we could skip that this time.
Okay, so why don't
I'll see you on Tuesday.
Thanks for having me. It was great, and everyone should give lots of money to Caveh, and this is your chance to do it. So thank you.
Thank you, Don.
All right. How's it going?
Good. How old is your kid?
9 months today.
Wow.
Yeah. Today's the today's the turning point of being out as long as she was in.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's going all right. Where are you? Are you broadcasting from a black hole? I've never seen such a dark background.
Yeah, it's my apartment. The
Okay.
walls are black. The walls are black. So I can shoot anywhere and it will match.
Yeah. Well, how's it going? How's everything? How's the telethon?
I don't know. It's you haven't seen any of it, have you?
I have not. I have not been able to get to a computer in the last, what is it, 20 hours, 15 hours? I don't know when you started. No, I have not. It's weekends are not easy at the moment, but
I don't know. It's weird. I'm just basically talking to people that I know.
are you frazzled? Are you fried? You seem a little wired, but
I guess I'm a little wired and frazzled and fried all at the same time.
did you stay up all night?
No, I slept between 4:30 and 7:30.
Okay, so you put on some shorts and then took a little nap.
Yeah.
Cool.
I took off my tux and took a nap.
Yeah. What are some of your favorite telethon moments? Like, are you a Jerry Lewis telethon guy, or are you more of like a PBS telethon guy?
I mean, I never really was a telethon guy at all. I just remember sometimes I wanted to watch a program on PBS and I couldn't watch it because they were having that stupid telethon. And then I'd like go back the next day or a week later and it was still happening. And I was just like, fuck this. I never really watched them except out of annoyance and only as briefly a time as possible. How about you? Do you watch telethons for fun?
Such a charming
I don't know if you can hear me.
Notion.
Oh, good. There you are.
All right. Hopefully, the Wi-Fi only doesn't work when I'm doing something.
Okay.
It works fine all day, and then I get on a Zoom and it stops working.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, so yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm charmed by the idea of the telethon, and I'm flattered to be included.
Oh, thank you. It is an interesting idea. It was going to be like a 24-hour lecture about all my films. I was going to like go through each one and show outtakes and stuff, and just make it like this very deep dive. But I don't think anybody really wanted that. So.
What has been working for some of the participants? Like, what sort of excites you and excites people watching, and what sort of falls flat, so I know what to do for the next 25 minutes?
I think fame is good. The more famous you are, the better.
Okay, well, you'll get to that later. You've got Swanberg coming in soon, so I can't satisfy that.
And I show clips. I think that's a good thing sometimes.
Sure.
But it's really just whatever the a good conversation or not a good conversation, you know.
Yeah.
But I brought just 2 clips to show. But I was talking about like how I know people, and just started telling the story of yeah, how we got here, and I'm having them also tell it. So
Correct.
you know, do you want to go first?
Geez, I mean, I don't even know the answer to that at this point. I'm at the point now where like there's so many people that I met over 10 years ago, like at a like you could tell me that we met at like the Maryland Film Festival, or you could tell me that we like met at some apartment after a BAM Cinema Fest screening in Brooklyn in 2011, and I would believe both of those things. Do you know the answer?
We met at a brothel.
Is that right?
No.
Oh. Look, I've been to a lot of foreign film festivals. I don't really remember, you know, you end up at a foreign festival and they say we're going to the after party, and you end up in this underground bar that there, and some those things happen.
Yeah. No, I think we met on Sophia Takal's film. Didn't
Okay.
We had a scene together.
That makes sense. Yeah. And you're saying that we didn't previously know each other.
I don't think so. I mean, I'd heard about you. I'd heard good things about you, and I was excited to meet you. And then we did that scene together. I heard and it was fun. I enjoyed doing that scene.
Okay. Yeah, I vaguely remember that. Do you feel like you, at that time, like 2011 or 2012, do you feel like you loomed large in the New York world of like making small things? I feel like your name sort of hovered above many others at that time. And I'm not saying it doesn't now. Obviously, you're doing this. You're getting people to come on for a telethon. But I feel like at that time, your name was sort of like a mysterious thing, like that lived above the current moment because you had been making pieces for longer than me and most of my friends.
I wasn't aware of the way my name hovered over anything.
Like you had movies that like played at festivals and in movie theaters already, which meant that you were like the thing to be aware of.
Yeah, I mean, my experience of my own self and name is always just one of frustration and insufficiency. You know, like I never felt particularly successful in any way.
Well, it's a name. I feel like it's a name that you being me, one in the world, one in New York. It's a name that one was familiar with.
Yeah. That's nice. And then I was actually, I've asked Sophia a few times if I could get that footage from her that she never, because she cut out that scene.
Okay.
And she's always like, it's in some hard drive. So I wasn't able to, I wish I could have gotten it for now, because that's how we met, I think, is on that.
Yeah, okay, that would have been fun.
Yeah, it would have been fun, but I don't have it. So then I think after that, I think I invited you to show the color wheel to my class. Isn't that the next?
As we were emailing about recently, I've popped in on a few of your classes. That might have been the first one because you've been teaching for quite some time.
Yeah.
And I'm always happy to come do it. I feel like we've had some nice discussions with students. I've probably shown 3 or 4 movies even.
Yeah, I think we did Color Wheel. We did Queen of the Night. Is that what it's called?
Queen of Earth.
Queen of Earth. And we did, there's another one we did.
I feel like we did Listen Up, Philip, but we might
not
Listen Up,
have. Philip. Oh, and also the other one. What was the other one called?
Yeah. So maybe we also show Golden Exit. So maybe we've shown all. Maybe we've shown everything. Maybe.
Yeah, we showed everything except
maybe we haven't missed a semester, and we have one coming up. So.
Oh, cool! You have a new film coming.
No, I'm saying we have a class on the book.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Her Smell is the only one I haven't shown yet.
Yeah, so we'll get to that in a couple of weeks.
I think in a couple of months.
It's all relative.
Yeah. Okay.
Months are made of weeks.
Yes, they are. And days also.
Yes.
So I'm going to try to show this clip from the color wheel.
Okay.
This thing is a little wonky sometimes.
All right. Well, I've already proven that wonkiness is on the table here. So.
Okay. I'm going to go to color wheel clip, open, please work. It works. You can see that, right?
Yeah, I can see.
Cool. So I'm going to play it.
How am I being unpleasant?
Well, you're not being unpleasant, but you are making this an unpleasant situation instead of making it an erotic one like I am.
Yeah, really erotic, Colin.
I mean, again, you don't seem to grasp that we could be talking about 48, maybe even 72 hours without me here. So you might want to think about some passion occurring like immediately.
Why are you even helping your sister? I thought you and your parents hated JR.
We do, but she asked for a favor and I said yes. You don't have any siblings, so you have no frame of reference for what it's like when one of them asks for a favor. Like I said, 2, maybe even 3 days, so this is definitely a great opportunity for us to share something wonderful. Come on, can we please stop arguing and start enjoying one another's company in a very real way? Can't even negotiate for a hand job or something? What do you suggest I do with this massive black man-sized erection I made special just for you?
That's racist. What did we talk about with you saying racist jokes?
That you love it? By the way, that was a compliment to any black man with a large penis, which is all of them, so...
Colin, you should change your pants. Those are dirty and ugly.
Colin!
Is your sister here already?
What? No. Oh, you didn't just hear her yell my name, which is actually what I would like you to be doing during the passion we'll be sharing momentarily.
I'll walk you out.
I haven't seen like a minute of this movie in 7 years. And I didn't know that I would be watching the clips. Last time I saw even a minute of it was maybe 2015, so coming up on 6 years ago at a festival. Sean Williams, the DP, and I watched half an hour of it in the back of a theater in Mexico. Yeah, it's pretty wild that people watch that.
I think it holds up really well.
People say that, people like it, and certainly people like yourself and our friend who's in the movie, our mutual friend Bob Byington, will say like, oh, I threw it on, or I was showing clips of it to somebody, but I don't really like when someone says to you about like a thing you made, it holds up in your mind. You're all you like. To me, I'm just like, to what? Like, it's crumbled in my memory over a decade. It can't hold up to anything. Like, but obviously you have a different relationship to your own work than other people do.
I mean, holds up means I still like it. I liked it, and I still.
No, I mean, I'm saying I know what that means. Like when I say about it something, but I'm saying as an author of a piece, so like things can't hold up when you've made them necessarily.
Right.
In my opinion.
I mean,
like in my mind, like we shot that movie in 2010, and it was at festivals in 2011, and it was released in 2012. By then, it didn't hold up. Like by then, I was watching it at Q&As and thinking like, I would do everything differently. This is a disaster. Like there's so many mistakes in here. This doesn't hold up at all. And it's still contemporary, and it already has not held up. But then people still like it a decade hence.
Yeah. When I don't watch my films very often, but when I have, usually because there's a screening and I'm sort of have to, like, I almost never have any complaints about any choice. I think in my first feature, there was like one shot that I thought was like maybe a second too long,
Yeah.
But otherwise,
whereas, I mean, this movie, I mean, this would be a total do-over, but I don't have that. I don't have that actual impetus.
What would you do? What would you do differently?
I think make it better. Not be in it. Cast it differently.
You're great. You're great in it.
People say, maybe that's the thing that I would stand by. But it's just I feel like this movie for me is the only time I've done something that I feel like is closer to a lot of your work, where it's like this sort of rawness of putting myself in front of it that way, and the nature of the movie and the subject matter makes that particular movie alone among all my others like a very raw watch for me, because it does the thing that you have basically made your stock in trade, which is like, this is just me up there. And for me, like I don't have the courage to have ever done that again.
Was it painful or unpleasant?
Not at the time. It was just naive at the time. Like at the time, I was just like going on blind faith and ambition. But like as I'm saying, like within a year or two, it was already like, this is like very like, how can I sit through this and look at myself and hear my voice and like know that this is the sort of voice of the piece? Whereas somebody like yourself, like that is the work. And for me, like that wasn't ever going to be the work for the next 4 or 5 movies. That was just sort of the spirit of that one. So I'm always in awe of people, and you'll have Joe on, I think next or coming up soon. I saw like some people that's the engine of what drives them, and some people it's not the same thing for me. But I did it on that one, and it worked. People liked it, and it still exists a decade later.
And then you came to my class, and then I see you like at screenings and stuff, and then I'm trying to think, and then I think you agreed to be in the Getting Stoned episode. Not Getting Stoned.
That's right.
Episode.
And infamous. I don't know if there's a clip of that coming up, but
there is.
Okay, all right. I never subjected myself to it, but that is an infamous encounter. I feel like people mention this to me all the time.
You've never seen it?
No. Well, you have to remember, like, I don't know if this is true. My memory, it took like 2 years between when we shot it and when you I just assumed like this went so catastrophically bad. Obviously, he looked at what he got and said, "There's nothing here." It must have been a year and a half or 2 years that passed, and then suddenly you just wrote to me and said, "It's finished. It's going up next week." And I thought, Jesus, I thought I dodged a bullet on that. And then within a couple of weeks, I had people writing to me and going like, "I've watched this twice. This is like a masterclass in just painful awkwardness and just like quiet humiliation." And then, even still, someone will come up to me and be like, "Oh, I just watched that. Like that thing is wild." I assume at this point in your program, people watching have a sense of what the Getting Stoned or Not Getting Stoned series is.
I don't know. People are just, I don't know who's logging on or when.
Well, how would you describe it?
Oh, this episode, this thing.
Yeah, what was this? Because my recollection might differ.
What you mean the premise of the Getting Stoned series?
Yeah, you wrote to me and you said, "Do you want to come over and get stoned and film it?" And I said, I don't do that. And you said, "That's fine. We have people like Bujowski who come and don't. You just kind of sit there while I get stoned and we'll film it." And I said, "That doesn't sound like anything." And you said, "No, it'll be great." So then I came over.
Yeah, I mean, I just like the idea of having a show where I get stoned with people whose work I admire.
And that has not continued. That is a completed project.
No. I've got like I never thought it wasn't good. I just am very slow. Yours actually got done very quickly. There are some I shot 10 years ago that I still haven't edited.
Okay.
I did one with Joe Swanberg, with Jay Duplass, Azazel Jacobs, Todd Rahal. None of those are done, and they're all good. It's not why.
It might be time to throw an assistant on that, because some of those might be worth checking in on, not because what you captured was gold, but because I'm interested. This is something that I love the idea of, is like you interview somebody at a certain point and then then you don't do anything with it. And then the piece gets seen and you get to look at it retroactively and say, "Here's what you were thinking when I interviewed you in 2012. Do you remember this person? Do you remember feeling these things?" I think that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I do too. I think over time they become more interesting. But I did one with Bob Byington also, which I finished like 2 years ago, but I haven't released it yet.
I was going to say I must have missed that, because I would watch that. But
it's good. It's really good.
So why no release? Or is that part of the, once you raise a certain amount of money, you'll release it?
Well, no, I wasn't tying to anything. I should, but I think I tried to submit it to someone. I think it was on Amazon Prime or something. And they said they wouldn't do it because there was like a closed caption error. And then I just it was too annoying to deal with. So I just didn't deal with it. That kind of thing. Okay. But if I can send it to you, it's done. It's been done for a while.
Please do. Yes.
Okay, I will. But here's the one with you.
All
and,
right.
Alex Karpovsky was on earlier today. And, I did one with him and did one with Bujowski was on. And we were talking about, I was saying Karpovsky's is my favorite, I think, or most people's favorite. but my other favorite is Alex Ross Perry. This one.
Okay.
So I love this film.
High praise. Yeah, I'm excited to see a clip of this.
But you know, I just want to say, I sent it to you, and I was like, "Are you okay with this?" And then you were like, "Sure." And I thought that meant you had seen it and approved.
I couldn't then or now. Like, it's like 30 minutes long, right?
Yeah.
Like I love submerging myself in the mental process of plumbing my depths in order to do work, but I'm not going to sit and watch a 30-minute video interview with myself in order to give approval for it. The answer is yes.
Okay.
Not because I love it, but because I can't control it and I don't care to.
Okay. Well, I was impressed that you said yes.
Well, and I guess it was the right move because people seem to like it.
People do like it. I like it a lot. Here we go. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to spend my entire life content with the choices that I make and happy that I feel confident that those are the right choices for me.
You look like a character in Dostoevsky novel.
Yeah. It's funny to say you look like a character in a novel because obviously that's an entirely subjective image that anyone who reads it would have differently. So I can't quite picture what you're describing, only having read a few. But when I read them, I never pictured anyone sitting comfortably in a cardigan and corduroy pants. But maybe that's the way you read the Dostoevsky novels.
No, I just mean your face.
Okay. Well, maybe it's just a Russian Jew thing.
That's a very short clip.
Yeah, I mean, this looks great. This looks excruciating.
It is.
Yeah, and like there was even a minute there was
excruciating moment in there.
People. That's the least.
Yeah.
There's a moment there where certainly people would have thought like my screen must be frozen because there's been like close to 10 seconds of dead silence. Yeah, I guess I would watch that. If it only goes up from there. Yeah, I mean, I don't have like any. I sit in no position of judgment, but like you were excruciatingly out of your mind, stoned, and just watching you try to put these thoughts together and like speak to me in this way. I have no protocol for interacting with people quite in that manner, certainly one-on-one. And yeah, I mean, it was just like baffling to try to understand what was going on in my recollection of that. As you can see, it looks like it's Christmas time. It was like a cold December night. I show up. I think I had just come from a movie. It was like 10 o'clock. I came over like late because this had to do with like putting, your kids to put to sleep, and it was late. And yeah, it was just like, what am I doing here? Like, I don't know. It was so confusing. That clip encourages me. I would certainly, is there another one or is that it?
That's the only clip that I grabbed, and
right,
I didn't even grab it. I just asked somebody to grab a clip, and they grabbed that one.
That jumps out. All right. Well, maybe I'll try to. When I'm feeling, I don't know if I'll need to wait until I'm feeling very good or very bad about myself to watch that, and then I wonder if it will move me up or down.
I would say wait till you're feeling good.
Okay. It might be a little while, but yeah, that looks fun. Our friend Stephen Gerwitz. I feel like once a year will tell me that he has rewatched that piece and just like is just continue, like he'll be talking to someone who says they've never seen it and he'll throw it on, someone who knows me or maybe knows both you and I, and then he'll be like, oh, you've never seen it, let's just watch it again. Like it's like his favorite episode of TV or something that he just wants to share with people.
Yeah, it's quite something, I think. But I'll send you the Bob Byington. I'll send you that one again too if you want to watch it.
Please, I would like to watch it. Does he partake with you, or does he sit there quiet without any substances like myself?
No, he partakes, but he gets really mad at me because I'm so stoned, and he kind of like you know how Bob can be. So he gets into his angry attacky mode quite a bit, which is
I gotta watch those. Yeah. I would be very interested in seeing more of these. Do you have other like unfinished or half finished sort of projects or interview series that are like sitting on a shelf or on a hard drive that you kind of need like to maybe you put it out into the public a little bit right now, and then people say, I heard him mention that I'd like him to finish that, or is that kind of the only thing?
No, I have tons of stuff that is unfinished. I think I have more stuff to finish than I have years of life left in me. But a couple times I've tried to hand them over to someone to edit just to get them done, and I always hate what people do with them.
Right.
And I just like it makes me feel like this is a terrible film, but then I do it and it's quite good actually. So I just don't trust anyone to do it anymore.
And you never like deputize students or anybody to sort of be like an assistant who then tees it up, but then they do the heavy lifting and then you get to come in and make it just so.
I did that once with the Tripping with Caveh film. Do you ever see that one with Oldham?
No, that sounds like a continuation of Getting Stoned.
Well, it was the precursor. It started out as a Tripping, and then I thought maybe if I did Getting Stoned, it'd be more television friendly. But that one I actually gave to somebody to do a first pass, and that worked out fine. So it's possible. I just have had bad experiences.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they're all just sitting there waiting for me to.
I would love to see like a well curated, little series list of the Getting Stoned, not Getting Stoned ones. I'm sure I feel like I watched the Bujalski one because that was the other one that you said like he does not, or is that one's available, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I must have seen that because you sold that to me. It's like no, you don't have to do anything. Andrew doesn't.
Also, Rick Alverson didn't get stoned.
Okay, don't know if I watched that one.
Yeah, that one's pretty good. And also the one with John Jost. Do you know John Jost's films?
Yeah, the filmmaker.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, they should be released.
They are released.
Well, I'm saying the ones that have not been.
Oh yeah, they should be released.
You should clear the deck of these.
I should, but I also have to finish season 3 and season 4 of the show.
Yes, which is what this is about.
Yeah, and now that people have given me money to do it, I feel an obligation to prioritize.
Yes.
That. Yeah.
Are you you're doing 2 at a time, or is it just one and then the other?
No, I'm doing 2 at a time.
Yeah. Starting when?
Tomorrow.
You start filming tomorrow?
I mean, I've been filming, but yeah, I'm going to start without having to also raise money tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. Now I should mention that it's worth mentioning that a couple times you asked me to be in this.
Oh yeah.
And I've always said no.
Yeah.
I think like 2 or maybe even 3 times. And then not only do I then see what you were talking about, I always think, well, this is way better without me. Like this is like, this worked out just right. And my the hesitance I felt to agree to be performing in this pays off because the people that end up in it are perfect and better. And I just don't have that kind of stamina in me to sort of do the performances that you create in these pieces.
Do you remember what roles I asked you to play?
I remember one, and to mention it would be to take away from the person who did it. But when I saw it, I thought I'll email you. I remember one, but I just remember seeing it and going like, this is great. This guy's way better. Like this is what you want. You don't want me in here.
Why would it take away from the person? Because I asked you first.
Oh yeah, because then they'll, yeah, of course. You don't want anybody to think you asked them second. Although I probably wasn't first either. But yeah, I was so I was and still am so down on, and we've seen the color wheel clip, just so not interested in, the performance side of things, and so tedious and difficult and as much. But the only appeal is that I'd be very curious to see how you kind of work and run the set. That's the thing I would be most excited about.
Look who's here.
Does that mean my time is up? Is that how these things go? That's how mine started.
Wait, I'm in the watching zone, right?
No, you're.
Oh, I'm in the real thing now?
Yeah, it's okay. It's been happening. I don't know why, but people just jump in.
Oh, I went to the link of how to watch it. Sorry. Hey, Alex.
Okay, you guys know each
what's
other.
up, man?
You guys can say hi.
Nice to see you, buddy.
Yeah, how are you doing?
Hey, do you guys mind if I just go use the restroom for a second? You guys can talk, right?
Yeah, we'll give you a few minutes. Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know when else you would do it.
Thank you.
Joe, what time is it? Because I didn't bring a clock up here.
I'm 5 minutes early.
Okay, so that means I've got a few minutes. Well, we can just say, hey, how's it going? I've been meaning to text you for quite a while.
It's going well. I'm coming off of a 24-hour 9/11 VHS event that I just had, so I'm fucking exhausted.
What kind of an event?
I was showing like Alex Jones conspiracy tapes, official explanations, like Emmy Awards consideration recaps from the networks, just like 24 straight hours of 9/11 VHS
Yeah.
material.
What is with you people like thinking that 24 hours of something is fun? It's like blows
so
my mind
weird.
that this is like
When
a
Caveh
thing,
told me
a thing
about
people buy in on.
I know, I couldn't believe it. We were really laughing that we were both doing 24-hour things on the same day.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's like total stamina and endurance, but
It's
it's
just
like
ripping off Jerry Lewis, right? I mean, didn't he? Who
I
invented
know
the
that's when
telephone?
we started my half hour talking about the Jerry telethons, but
That's the only one I knew of, but maybe it's
well, how did your 9/11 VHS marathon go?
good, better than I thought.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
what did you think? What did you think was going to happen?
Well, I just thought maybe I would be there by myself most of the time. You know?
Yeah, we need to talk, and we will soon, hopefully, about your wholehearted embrace of VHS now.
You want to see? I'm in the video store right now. You want to see?
Yeah, let's check it out.
All right, let me hold on. How do I get my own camera up?
Well, we can see you.
Well, but I can't see
you can't move your camera.
So I don't know what I'm showing you guys. Anyway, it's behind me.
We can see behind you.
Is it?
Yeah.
You have a VHS store?
Yeah, I'm like
It's all VHS?
Yeah, it's all VHS.
Wow.
Yeah.
Does anyone ever come in?
Yeah, I have I think I have like 85 members now or something like that.
Wow.
And you just sit there.
No, I have employees that work here.
But like when you're like, this is your spot, you are free.
Oh
to go in
yeah.
there.
This is also my office when the video store is closed.
Yeah. I'm deeply impressed by this. My office room is a mess, but I don't know if I want to move the camera over to my VHS area here, but there's a whole corner in the room that's just the tapes.
VHS also?
Yeah.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah, I started out with my own collection of like 250-ish, and now I have like almost 700 for rent or something.
Yeah, one of my big pandemic projects last year was organizing my tapes and getting shelves and finally alphabetizing and genre organizing them. It was great. Well, so let me know when it's my turn to jump, and then we can say thank you, and then I'll let Joe know that we'll talk soon about tapes, and I'll thank you, Caveh, but I don't know if it's.
I'm happy to have you stay on as long as you want.
Well, I don't want to take away from Joe's half hour.
That's true. Hey, Joe, have you seen the Not Getting Stoned with Alex Ross Perry episode?
I don't think so. I've watched Alex Karpovsky. What were the early ones you released?
Bujalski, Karpovsky, Sophia.
Cool. I don't think I've seen Alex's.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna watch it now that I've been shown a clip from it. It looks as
I've never seen mine.
Wait,
did you? Okay, that's what I thought.
All right, it looks like it's Joe's time, so I'm gonna say thank you as that previous fellow did to me. Enjoy your time here, Joe, and we'll talk soon. Caveh, thank you for having me.
Thank you, Alex.
Best of luck. Yeah, talk soon.
I'll see you soon.
Yeah, have fun, guys.
Yeah, great to see you, Alex.
Yeah, see ya.
Bye. That was a fun one.
How's it been going?
Good.
Cool.
I think I'm giddy with sleep deprivation. How about you?
Yeah, I know. I'm so tired. I went to sleep for a few hours, which might have been a mistake.
Yeah, I did too. And it is a mistake, I guess.
I just like dragged my ass out of bed and told my kids, like, all right, guys, I got to go do this thing for half an hour. And I'm going to come back to sleep.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you.
Of course.
So I was just going to tell the story of how we met and how we know each other, how we got here, basically.
Cool.
And I just sort of been like, I'll tell it, and then the person will tell their version of it. Do you want to go first?
Sure. Well, my version of meeting you starts before I met you because I was in film school and IFC was running in the bathtub of the world. And so I got home from classes one day just was like flipping through the channels and landed on your movie and just like sat there and watched the rest of it and was pretty blown away. I was just like, wow, this is so cool. You know, it was like at this era also where IFC was like not running independent films anymore. You know, it was like transitioning into being a more mainstream TV channel, or their idea of indie was getting more and more commercial all the time. So it was like so refreshing to just watch something that was like clearly homemade and just super interesting. And also I was kind of like, wow, I didn't know you could do this. Like, so cool to see it validated by being like available in my living room. And so I kind of looked up your stuff a little bit. This was like 2003,
Let me
maybe.
interrupt you just for 1 second and say, IFC told me that they got the most hate mail of any film they'd ever done from that movie. And they got the most people saying, I am canceling my subscription to IFC because of that movie. That was
Wow.
like yeah. So, yeah.
You're polarizing, Caveh. And also, people who loved your movie like me don't write letters to IFC, so they don't hear from the other side. And then I finished film school, moved to Chicago, spent the next 2 years working on my first movie, and then I did an interview with
Alejandro.
Alejandro, yeah. Alejandro Adams.
Yeah, Adams.
And who had seen some of my shorts online. Like, he was kind of one of my early film correspondents. He interviewed me when my first film, Kissing on the Mouth, got invited to South by Southwest. And I just remember your name popping up in my inbox saying that you had read the interview and asking if I was interested in just trading DVDs. So I sent you a DVD of Kissing on the Mouth. You sent me a DVD of Tripping with Caveh with Will Oldham.
Oh.
And but yeah, I remember writing you back and being like, I know exactly who you are. Like, I know your films and have seen your stuff. And yeah, I was so excited that you had reached out to me. And then when I was in San Francisco the following January, that would have been in the spring of 2005. So I think I met you in January 2006. We came out and showed Kissing on the Mouth at the SF Indie Fest. And we were able to actually meet up in person.
I think I was mixing, right? I was in a mix session, right?
In San Francisco?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we met up at a diner or something like that, like in the late at night. Like maybe you were able to take a break or something. I think you were working and snuck off to like get food, maybe.
We filmed a scene. We filmed a scene.
In the diner? Or in the restaurant?
Yeah, in the food place, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think first you came to the mixing place, and we met briefly there. And then I think you came over. I don't know what the chronology is, but then I remember we were shooting this film called Couples Therapy, which I never finished or released. And we decided to shoot a scene for that movie, which I have somewhere, but I don't know where. God, I forgot all about that. Okay, and then what happens? Well, should we do Kissing on the Mouth while we're talking about it?
Sure. That was the movie I was touring with at the time and sort of trying to get people to watch. I mean, similarly, a movie that got rejected from a ton of festivals, had a very complicated response to it, but some people really liked it.
Yeah, so Alejandro had interviewed me, or he asked to interview me, and I think I was like, I sort of looked him up like to see what he had done, and I think I read your interview, and I was impressed by what you said. I was like, this guy sounds like he's, got something going. And then I think there was a short film you made with skateboards in it.
Yeah, called Mikey. It was just a like verite doc about my little brother and his friends like skating around the neighborhood.
Oh, and I think he had a link to that, and I really liked it a lot. Mm-hmm. And maybe there were even 2 links, but I remember I liked what I saw, and then I reached out to you, and I think I asked Alejandro, I want to see more, and he gave me your number. And then I saw Kissing on the Mouth. I'm going to show a clip from it if that's okay.
Of course.
This is the shower scene. I don't know if how comfortable you are about it.
I mean, it's probably freely available. I'm sure you found it online. I'm not hiding from it or anything.
I did. Okay. but it's very sexually explicit for those who are squeamish about the human body. Okay,
Your viewer just drops off, like everyone here just immediately vanishes.
Here it is. But I remember being impressed by this.
This feels so good. I hope it never ends.
So I thought that was fairly bold. And then what happened? Then I think I went to Rome for a year, and I was in Tribeca for the festival for a weekend. And I think, I talked to David Lowery earlier, and I showed him that clip from Alexander the Last that we were both in, and also Justin Rice. I realized,
yeah,
I think I met him there too. And that's why he came. And I think I probably met Greta through you when Hannah Takes the Stairs was playing. There was like a retrospective of your films, actually, right?
Yeah.
And I think we met, and I think I met Greta that time. And then
probably in San Francisco two years later, because LOL played the SF Indie Fest, and I think Hannah must have as well. So. But Greta came with LOL because I remember her parents came to the screening from Sacramento or something. So that would have been, so I met you in like early 2005. You would have met Greta in early 2006 when LOL was out there.
You know how I met her? I was in New York for the premiere of I Am a Sex Addict. And you told me that she was wanting to interview me. She was writing a master's thesis about my films, and I remember I had a really bad back. I couldn't sit up or stand, so I was like in my hotel room on my back, and she came and like just interviewed me for like an hour.
Cool.
And then when Hannah came out, because she was in LOL, you're right, and then she was in Hannah. I think I was in New York, and I came to a screening. I think she was there, and then she came to Rome. And we shot that footage, which I showed some of to Justin. I don't know if you've ever seen it.
No, I haven't.
And then you guys both came for nights and weekends to my class.
Oh, yeah, I bet so.
And I think also you both came to my 50th birthday movie event, right?
Where was it?
It was in my apartment. And it was in 2010.
You were living in Brooklyn at that point?
Yeah, and I was shooting that film all day long.
Yeah, that's right. I remember seeing her that afternoon at your place.
and you were reading David Foster Wallace's Oblivion, I think, that day.
Yeah.
And then I think Justin Rice was there too.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember we were all clustered by your window in the front of the apartment, just kind of lounging around. I think you were very stoned, and
I was very stoned, yeah. And Ira Sachs was there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that was. I never finished that film, of course, but I have all that footage somewhere.
You've got mountains and mountains, man.
I do. And then we did the Getting Stoned episode, which I haven't edited.
Which I had just started smoking weed. Like I like didn't smoke weed till I was 30. So I remember being very excited when I was like, I smoke weed now.
I remember Matt Grady telling me Joe discovered marijuana and he's really into it. And I was like, oh, that's so exciting. So yeah, that was exciting.
I'm so curious to see that episode someday.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to edit it.
I just remember really trying to be honest, like
you were very honest. I
was like, this will be pointless if I don't just fucking say everything for real.
You were so honest that I was kind of worried about releasing it. Actually, I was just like, "Are you gonna get in trouble?" I was worried about you. I was worried about you getting in trouble, or just that maybe we should wait a few years.
Now, yeah, thanks. You waited a few years until the environment where I'm really going to get in trouble. Now you can't say anything anymore, Caveh. Back then, you could just say some things.
I know. No, I wasn't worried about you for that. I was just, there were some people that you talked about that thought maybe they would.
Yeah. I just said everything as I. But I only said it because I believe in general your theory that honesty is, it's like it's better to deal with the drama that honesty creates than the artificial drama.
Yeah.
Sorry. And then you're the one who fucking tries to protect me. What the hell, man?
Well, yeah.
Maybe you didn't want the drama of how people would feel about you based on things I said. If you were the messenger.
Oh yeah, maybe. No, but that's not it. There were some things that I said that I was embarrassed about too. But yeah, there was a lot of stuff in there. Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna finish it.
Therapy session.
And then you invited me to Chicago to show season 1 of the show.
Well, first I saw the show and just loved the show. Like my relationship with you over the years, I guess we've known each other 16 years now or something. Like I feel like we go through periods where we're seeing and talking a lot. And then, there's sometimes 2 or 3 year gaps in there where we don't see or talk to each other at all. For no reason, just like life. But I think it was like coming off of one of those. Like I was really busy. 13, 14, 15 were really busy for me. I didn't see you very much. And then the show about the show came out and I was just blown away. I just loved it so much. I couldn't believe it. I was like, you finally found the perfect format. Like that show allows you to do everything I love about your films. Plus your editing was just like, had gotten so commercial. Like, I just watched the show. I was like, this is a hit show. Like this show moves so fast. Like I dare anyone not to like it. It's so funny. And yeah, so I was just in love with it. And I sort of had a sense that my gang of friends and people here in Chicago probably hadn't seen it, and that it would be fun to bring you here in person. And it would be cool to show the show and also just allow people to have access to you afterwards. And then you were workshopping some season 2 stuff at the time, right? So we watched season 1 and then we watched rough cut of season 2.
Right, and I wanted a shot of you that I had.
Oh yeah, that's you.
I mostly came because I wanted a shot of you.
Yeah. You could get me in the show.
Yeah. And then you were like, well, I'm not going to be in New York. I was like, when are you going to be in New York? When are you going to be in New York? And you're like, but if you want, I can bring you out to Chicago and we can shoot it here. I was like, okay. So I came to Chicago just for this one shot of you, I think. Maybe 2 shots.
Yeah.
But why don't I play that clip of you in the show since we're talking about it? Share. Open. Unsupported file format. try that again in a different way. Open with QuickTime. Share screen. Basic. Okay. This is it.
Also, my friend Joe Swanberg has a show on Netflix called Easy. And he had written a piece for Talkhouse Films about how the show was his favorite thing of 2016.
So if you want it to go up on Netflix, I will do everything in my power to help that happen.
But they also rejected it.
Nobody's going to pick up your show because then you're going to make fun of them in the show, and they don't want that. You're right. I'm fucked.
So my only...
So I think the one conversation we were having was actually during the Getting Stoned footage. And then there was one at your house in Chicago, and there was one in
I
your
recognize the
office.
bar in the background. Yeah.
Yeah. And then there was maybe one. We also shot something at IFC, didn't we?
The IFC.
I thought we did, maybe. Oh no, it was a reenactment of a conversation.
Oh, from Metrograph.
Yeah. Metrograph, right. So that was that. Let me close this. There's all the clips I got. So tell me about the I mean, I don't totally understand this VHS thing. It's like vinyl for filmmakers, right?
Well, I think people can make a quality argument for vinyl that has superior fidelity or something. Like, true. I'm not making that argument for VHS. It's well, I'm like having gone full force for social media technology and the internet and everything for a long time. I would say like around 2010, 2012, I really started getting freaked out by Facebook and Amazon and these companies. I just could sort of see like they won't stop until they have complete world domination. It's the only, these guys suffer from an extreme form of greed. Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg can't find an equilibrium or a place to exist in the world. They just can only exist at the top and can only exist there by destroying all competition. And so I canceled my Facebook account. I canceled my Amazon account. I sort of vowed just like not to support these companies. This was like 2012. And have not knowingly purchased anything from Amazon in the last 10 years.
Wow.
Like contractually, I won't work for Amazon or Apple. Like when I sign up to do TV projects and movies, like I won't be an employee of either of those companies. Like if something I'm working on sells to them, I can just quit. And I'm just sort of, moving backwards away from all these tech companies. I have a 10-year-old and a 5-year-old, and it's so easy for me to see what their 20s might look like, just completely mediated by social media and dominated by a commercial landscape that is just Amazon and no one else or something. And so, really thinking about like my options are either to be like Alex Jones or something and just like ranting and raving constantly about the evils of big tech. But I think it's like only persuasive. Being against something isn't that interesting or persuasive. Being for something else could be interesting or persuasive. And so when I thought about the video store, video store culture, like my first job in high school was working at Hollywood Video in the suburbs of Chicago. I worked there my junior and senior year of high school. I was so happy to have a job at a video store. I just thought it was the coolest thing I could be doing. I loved movies. I was just devouring VHS tapes. And so, I was like, what if the last 20 years was a mistake? Like, we didn't know. We couldn't know what the internet would look like, how it would affect culture, how it would change us. You just kind of have to do these things. But I started to feel like, wow, it's getting like very close to being impossible to modify that decision. You know, we're like handing the keys to the rest of the future to these companies without any escape path, you know. They dominate our lives so much now that you almost can't exist without a smartphone. And these things are only 10 years old, 15 years old. So, you know, again, like rather than just like complain about it or be like a maniac, you know, holding sandwich boards at street corners or something, I was like, let me just open a space that's entirely analog, you know, that's just not. So I don't have any social media. There's no website for my video store. It's entirely word of mouth. Like everything I do is just with like old paper flyers. Like I communicate with my video store members via snail mail. Like I send bi-monthly updates of like screenings we're having, new arrivals at the video store, like, and I'm just on the slow path of like, could I run like my where's my member catalog? Oh, like there's no computer system here at the video store. Like all my members are just in this card catalog. So when someone rents a movie, like this is member number 45, like, you know, all my titles have a little number on the spine. When they rent the movie, we write down the movie they rented. When they return it, we purple highlight it. Like our whole filing system is no more complicated than this little box. I'm just like, let me see if I can do it. Like, I just want to see if I can do this thing with no computers, no phones, no
You say do
internet.
it, you don't mean be profitable.
Create a thriving community much more than be profitable. Sustainable would be more the goal than profit. Like if it could pay for itself, it could run forever, you know?
Yeah. So it's a political act, basically.
Everything I do now has some underpinnings of, yeah, just really trying to show. And also I think a lot of younger people, like I just turned 40 last week. A lot of my video store members are in their 20s and, you know, they didn't know VHS. Like they're rediscovering it now. And also they didn't really know browsing in a video store. You know, it's kind of like they were coming up as video stores were disappearing. So even just walking in and being amongst, you know, rather than thumbnails on a Netflix thing, like cardboard boxes you can pick up and look at, the interesting design of the artwork from the 80s and 90s, the gap between like underselling a movie or sort of like the exploitation marketing where the box has like almost nothing to do with the content inside, like removed from the present. Like it's so easy to recognize this stuff now. You know, you look at a like hard sell video box from the 1980s and it's crystal clear, you know, that some schlocky producer was trying to put some girl in a bikini, and then you take the movie home and watch it, you're like, that's not even in the movie. And so it's in some ways also just like an education in propaganda and media technique, you know, which you can just always spot. Like, wait, you know, it's like when we watch old World War II propaganda or something, it's like not persuasive at all anymore. It so clearly is what it is. But at the time it works because it's like hitting you with new techniques.
Thank you for explaining that to me. That's very interesting to me. But I'm being told I have to stop this. But I have one more question I want to ask you really quick. Years ago, you came over to my house, my apartment, and Beckett was like 1 or 2. I think he was 2 years old, maybe. You didn't have any kids yet. I guess he was 1.5, and he wanted a ball. And he had like 20 balls already. And I was like, you want a new one? So I was like, okay, I'll get you a new one. And we walked like half a mile to get him a new ball. And you were like, Caveh, what are you doing? Like, and I was like, he wants it. And you were like, Caveh, you got to set some limits. And I remember that and thinking, oh, I guess he's right. But now that you have kids, I was curious what your thoughts on that are. I think it's changed.
Oh my God, if my daughter is like, I want a new ball, I'm like, no. I'm sorry, Abby. You already have one functional ball. That's as many balls as a child needs. When that ball breaks, we can talk about getting a new ball. But
okay, got it. Well, thank you so much for doing this, John. I'm so sorry you had to get out of bed for this.
No problem, man. I wouldn't have missed it. Yeah, absolutely. I'm really I just love your show so much. I hope the campaign is successful.
It is. It is.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, man, I can't wait for new seasons. I'm a huge fan. You know, I'm here purely out of love. I really am happy to be part of it. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Talk to you soon.
See you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
I just can't listen to your call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again. Falling to the ground. Horses' backs. My memory is on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back. 'Cause it's fall again. Feel is high. We called up Howard, what a funny guy. To mow it down and give it one more try. 'Cause it's fall again. My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again. My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again. That it's fall again. That it's fall again. That it's fall again. It's fall again. I just can't listen to your call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again. Falling to the ground. Horses' backs. My memory is on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back. 'Cause it's fall again. Feel is high. We called up Howard.
Hey, Jay.
Hi.
Are you in London?
I am in Wales.
Wales.
I'm in the belly.
Did you go to Larne?
No. Is that the Dylan Thomas graveyard?
Yeah.
Nope. I have not. I don't have a vehicle.
Oh.
I did bring my bicycle here, and I've been riding my bicycle around. That's been nice, but
Oh, cool.
I have not traveled too much. We went to a national park here called Brecken's Beacons. Brecken's Beacons. It's cute, really sweet name. But I haven't seen much other than scripts and interiors of sets.
This is a feature or a TV show?
I'm actually not supposed to talk about it.
Oh, okay. You don't have to.
But I'm in Wales doing something.
Okay.
How are you? Are you obliterated? What's going on with your body, mind, and your spirit?
I'm doing okay. The spirit is strong.
Yeah.
Body's holding it together.
And how are you feeling about this whole procedure to ask friends to contribute money and support you? And because I know you had second thoughts about it, or you were resistant for a long time.
I feel pretty good about it. I mean, I've tried to make a point of not asking friends to give me money.
Yeah.
But just like allowing it to happen if it happens. I'm kind of, it's kind of amazing to see how many people, well, donate money, but also just, and volunteer to help out on stuff, but just showed up for this. Like, it was like, wow, people really showed up. It's like
people love you.
I guess, like you, I mean, I'm sure you would have the same thing, but it's like, until it happens, you kind of, you're not sure, like, when people show up. Yeah.
Right.
I remember you did that thing when Lynn Shelton died, that, like, that online event.
Yeah. We did. Yeah.
Kind of like that, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Who's going to show up? I mean, that was a huge success and super helpful for everyone to just sort of come together, and when it was sort of an early pandemic, impossible to come together. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, I guess I sensed the love, but you always doubt it,
Of course.
You're like, I think they love me, but pretending.
Yeah. Well, I feel like in a weird way, it's so good that you're having to come to this, because I think artists love you the most, and we want to support what you're doing. And I've said to you a lot of times, whenever you're like, try to toe into something more mainstream, I've been pretty bullish with you, just like, I don't want you to. So now I have to like put my money and my time where my mouth is, and I like doing it, because I want you to keep making your stuff. And not that it can't live in mainstream, but I don't know, I have my doubts.
Yeah, the mainstream also has its doubts.
Yeah, I mean, what I like about you is very far from the mainstream,
Yeah, the mainstream will come.
It will come. Great.
I don't know. But a lot of people are coming. So I don't know.
Nice.
So when do you get back from Wales?
Probably not till December.
Oh, right.
It's a big project.
And the whole family's there?
No, we were going to take the family, but the UK will not wear masks indoors. And their Delta COVID has been the biggest, longest wave that they've had. It is now volume wise, much more massive than their second wave. And it is fucking infuriating. So I have an immune compromised son who, in order for him to come here, he would have to be vaccinated, which he's not old enough, or Delta variant would have to calm down. So unfortunately, I am on a Welsh island over here by myself. And there's not a lot of hanging out going on, you know, because there's so much COVID, and Wales is not necessarily like an outdoor hangout place, you know?
Right. It's a bar hangout
It's a
place.
bar culture, and it's wet and chilly, you know?
Yeah.
So it's been an interesting fall, but I think, you know, I've gotten a lot of alone time, which being a dad of like a 9 and a 13-year-old, I don't get alone time. So that's been really nice.
9 and 13, you said?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine are 8 and 12. I always forget the chronology.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, you're first. So you're all alone there. Wow, what have you been doing?
Yeah. Puttering around quite a bit. You know, learning lines and acting, but also I brought my bike up here and I've just been riding my bike around, and I've been cooking for myself because the food here isn't very good.
Yeah.
It's true. It's just true. And what else? Yeah, just kind of like figuring out what I'm going to do next in my life and trying to think. I've been thinking a lot about getting back to writing and directing and just trying to figure out what that looks like. And, you know, I'm going to be doing it without Mark now. So that's interesting too, just to figure out. I think part of it is just me figuring out who I am as a filmmaker without Mark, you know, not that he won't be helping and he won't be involved, but we won't be like writing and directing in lockstep together, you know?
What can you tell me more about that? Is that like your idea more, his idea, joint idea? Like,
I think it's been like a long time coming. I think it's more my idea just because I would say that Mark is primarily an actor producer, you know, and I am primarily a writer director, and Mark is the busiest person that I know by far. And, you know, just even 10, 12 years ago, there were a lot of times where I was like, oh, I'd like to do this, but Mark would be like on a television show for 5 months, you know, as an actor. So I think that's been coming a long time, but I think also just like we are grown ass middle-aged men who have our own opinions now, and we're also like seasoned filmmakers, I guess, you know, who I just don't like. I'm more interested in like making something and having it live or die, and having that individual conversation with the audience myself, and just exploring like the depths of like what I'm interested in, you know. And so, but you know, Mark actually is the only one who's really, well, I've started to direct some TV without him. Like I directed Search Party, and I directed quite a bit of this Bridget Everett television show we're doing for HBO. But he actually wanted to direct some Room 104 episodes, and so he was kind of the first one to actually direct on his own. So yeah, I mean, it's weird and also totally normal, and you know, makes sense. I mean, I think I just saw that Joel Cohen is going to direct a movie without Ethan Cohen overtly.
I saw that too.
It's like, and my heart was just like, oh God, it's so scary. You know, because like we're all like secretly worried that the other one is like the one with the magic juice, you know. So it's like, if I'm Joel Cohen, I'm thinking to myself, like, I really want this movie to be good. It can't be bad, but also I don't want it to be the best thing I've ever made, because then it like excludes my brother. You know, it is fraught with peril, you know, it's fraught with emotional turmoil and peril. Yeah.
Huh. I've been talking mostly, well, just a structuring device. I've been talking to people about how I know them, and them talk about how they know me, and so how we got to this point. Just gonna tell the story of our friendship.
Yeah.
you want to go first?
Sure. We met at the Chicago International Film Festival in 2005. Proms. Yeah,
that's right.
You had I Am a Sex Addict. You sent me it, maybe. You saw Puffy Chair. You saw Puffy Chair first.
I think I saw Puffy Chair at a screening.
Yeah.
I think there.
Yes.
And I loved it. And I think you couldn't go to my screening for some reason.
Yeah,
so I said, so I just gave it to you. I was like, here's a copy.
Yeah.
And I think you just watched it like in your hotel room.
I watched it in my laptop that night and I flipped for it. I had heard of you, but I hadn't seen your films, and I flipped for it. It was like the most exciting film that I'm a Sex Addict was the most exciting film that I had seen that year. And you had said that the Puffy Chair was pitch perfect, and I like that. And then we became buddies and always would try to find each other when we were in each other's cities, or if we were on some kind of, if we were at some film festival together. Yeah.
I'm just gonna play a clip from Puffy Chair.
Oh, great.
I was going through looking for clips, yesterday, and every time I see it, I think the same thing. It doesn't work. You want to try it? And it's always, I always think Jay Duplass is such a good DP.
Oh God, thanks.
Like every camera move in that is so right.
Oh God, that's amazing. Because I'm like horrified by it, but I understand what you're saying. Because it's so home movie. I mean, so freaking deeply home movie with digital zoom and shit,
Yeah, I know. Can you see this?
Yeah.
You gotta play it.
Okay.
Talk to me that way. Don't even talk to me. Where is my fucking chair? What happened?
I haven't gone to it yet.
That's totally unacceptable. Shut up. Do not talk to me. Shut up.
Okay. I'm gonna sit in that van right there, and I'm gonna watch you while you do the best fucking reupholstering job that you have ever done in your entire life. And if you don't do this, I'm gonna drive my van through your front fucking door, okay? Thank you.
That's devastating. God.
I mean, Mark is so good in this movie, obviously, but that guy's expression when he does the thing, like it says so much, and then he like backs off, and he's like, "Okay."
Yeah.
It was really
like he acknowledged that he was not doing what he was supposed to do. That guy's not an actor. That guy's not an actor. He's just like a family friend of Katie's and me, who did a fucking great job.
Yeah, he didn't seem like an actor.
Mm-mm. He just does. He does work like that.
So we did the Puffy Chair, and I remember like I think the Florida Film Festival was trying to get Sex Addict, and I think the guy said to me, I think it was Matthew, he was like, my two favorite films this year are Sex Addict and the Puffy Chair, and I think that I just like put it on my radar. I was like, what is this other film that's also good? Is it better? And so I was excited to see it, and then. And I remember Joe Swanberg was there. It was Chicago. He lived there.
Yeah.
And I guess Joe was just on a minute ago, right? Yeah.
And
I like how you don't know.
I can't remember.
Oh yeah, no way. No way.
And then I remember we all had dinner. You guys were talking about film. I was talking about film too, but you guys were talking about film in this way that I don't talk about film, where you're talking about films that I don't usually talk about or think about. And I remember you guys were just going on and on about these films that you loved. And I remember one of them was Bad News Bears, and you're both just raving about it. And I was just thinking, really? Bad News Bears? Shit, I should watch that again. And then I went home and I watched it again. I was like, oh, they're right. So good.
Yeah, it was like early mumblecore is Bad News Bears. It's just like some real fucked up people just hanging out, trying to work something out on a baseball field, but with uniforms on, and Walter Matthau.
Yeah. So then I was like, okay, he like I was impressed by your depth and breadth of film knowledge, and also narrative knowledge. Like you seemed like more narratively sophisticated than I was, I thought.
Yeah, I was like plotty obsessed. I mean, I think that was like a weird edge that we had as like co-godfathers of the mumblecore movement, you know, is we got a lot of like mainstream crossover that a lot of other filmmakers didn't get, just because, and I think it's just honestly because we're just plot obsessed. Even though our plot is tiny, like Puffy Chair is pretty rigorously plotted, you know, like always like protagonist, always the obstacles keep mounting and he has to step up his intensity and try and prove that he's not a feeble, you know, kid, basically. It was weird to see him. It's so wild when you see a clip like that, because I'm not transported to the film. I'm transported to what it felt like that day when we shot that scene and what it was like to be with that non-actor. And it's also interesting too, because Mark always insisted that I shot all of our movies until we started shooting Togetherness, the TV show. So like studio movies and stuff like that, I was the main operator on them. And Mark always insisted, because of what you said, he was just like, you just know what you want to see and you always shoot it and you always get it. And if somebody's having a moment, you always get it. And I was like, yeah, but it's just fucking clunky and shit. And I'm just like walking up and I'm a small person and these cameras weigh 45 pounds. And he was like, I don't give a shit. You're shooting it. And there is something about, because my shooting style is just like, I just shoot what I want to see, no matter where I am. And if I'm not getting what I want, I just go to it. It's basically just documentary filmmaking, you know? There's no setups. It's just, you just light the whole area and then you just kind of go to it, which, you know, there is something incredibly primal about what is happening right now. Oh, fuck, you know, and then going and seeing it, because it's like, it is happening for real at this moment. And so I'm like a weird, more immediate proxy for the audience. I think that's my retrospective thinking on it, you know. It's just like very imminently what the audience wants to see, because I'm experiencing it just as they do.
Yeah, there was a clip that I didn't use where he burns the puffy chair in the parking lot, and Mark comes running out, and you have this great like tracking shot on Mark, but it's right over the shoulder of the guy. And then she comes running out, and it was so beautifully choreographed. I should have shown that one, but I didn't.
That's nice.
But then after you made Puffy Show, you did Baghead, right? That was the second one?
Yeah.
I loved. And then the third one was...
Well, the third one we shot was the movie Dodecapentathlon.
Which came out later, right?
Which came out later, because we had finally gotten greenlit for our studio films. And so we shot it, and then we just sat on the shelf for several years until we could finish the studio films.
But then the first studio one was
Cyrus.
And I remember you telling me like stories about that, like just like with the studio executive conflicts. And I remember really being like struck by it. It was like, my memory or reading of it was like, they hire you guys because they like what you do. And then as soon as they hire you, they try to get you to not do the thing that you do.
Totally.
And it was so frustrating to hear it. It was just like, what the hell?
What the hell, yeah.
But the film came out well anyway.
Yeah, because we almost died. That's why. I mean, it was just like, I'm fully happy with the way the movie came out, but like we had to make 3 movies to make that one movie exist the way that we wanted it to exist, you know?
Like 3 versions of it or 3 different?
No, like the work of 3 movies.
Oh, I
But
see.
almost 3 versions because this is public now. But you know, we wrote that script. They developed us heavily, and we wrote that script for a couple of years. And when they greenlit it, it was much broader. It was a much broader movie and may have been more successful. And they have argued that, and I don't disagree with that. But it was definitely more in the vein of movies that they develop, i.e. 500 Days of Summer, which to me is indie light and just kind of like studio light. I mean, studio light, you know, it's not real like independent filmmaking.
Yeah.
And Mark and I, we kind of like read the script, and our editor, Jay Doobie, who's a big part of our process. We all kind of finally took a step back and we're like, oh, we're not writing drafts suddenly and, you know, just trying to have this battle. And we just read the script and we were like, this is broad and it's not what makes us special. You know, it just got real big. Like it was a real battle royale with like John and Jonah. And so we went back to the studio and we said, we want to rewrite it one more time. And we just want to make it more subtle and, you know, more like us. And they let us do it, which is pretty amazing. I mean, and in retrospect, you know, we had John C. Reilly and Jonah Hill and Marissa Tomei and Catherine Keener on board with us. They probably would have made a tiny movie with us, and that's probably what we would do now if we were making Cyrus, you know, and then take it to Sundance and sell it. But I think they probably had to on some level, but you know, they're really nice people. But they, you know, they let us rewrite it and we made it much more subtle, you know, and like the big reveal is like John found a pair of his own dirty sneakers. You know what I mean? It was just like a real small thing that meant the world, you know? So yeah, studios are hard.
Yeah, I can imagine. We don't have much time left, but I wanted to show also this clip that I shot at your house the last time I saw you, I think. We were trying to work on a script, which we got like an hour into talking about, I think. But this was just from that session.
Great.
Let me see if I can make this open properly. Advanced video, share. Open. Nope.
Nope.
Yeah, could you do it? Thank you. So Haley is finding it for us.
Good job.
And I still want to do something together.
I do too.
But we have to find the right moment. Here it is. It's short.
Less gray hair.
Yeah.
Although this is dyed, but less gray hair for sure. My only concern about making a film about making the film is I don't do a lot of conflict.
Oh, right, you're not very conflictual?
No.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. I mean, I know you are. And I mean, I can be conflictual. Yeah, I remember the crux of that was like, I don't do drama when I make shit. Yeah. I like go out of my way to carve out drama. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, but that was fun. We were gonna get stoned, I thought. And you
did.
You had some pot?
Yeah, but it wasn't enough for you. Like,
yeah, it was very weak.
You were like more drops, because mine was just like subtle chill out stuff, and you were just It's gonna take a lot. I was like, 1 drop, 2 drops, and you were like, good, 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 good. And I don't know if you even ever got stoned. I was feeling it, but I don't know if you ever felt anything.
Didn't feel enough. Okay, well, I guess we have time.
That was so quick. Oh my God. I feel like I just got on with you. Well, you when we hang out, we usually hang out for like 4 or 5 hours. So this is quick, but I just want to say I love you and I think you're just the best. And I'm so glad you're doing this and I love this show so much. And I just I want it to keep going forever. And I want you to keep going forever.
Thank you, Jay. I feel the same way about you. You're like one of the rare people say this about you all the time. I don't know if you know this. Everyone always says like that guy is so kind and so good and so special. Like everyone who knows you says that. Like everyone is like everyone can
My
feel
wife
it.
recently told me she because I'm in the show The Chair and I really got to like show that side of me in a bigger way. And she's like, well, you did it. The whole world's in love with you now. Are you fucking happy? And I was like, yeah, I am. I want everybody to love me so much. But I love everybody so much. So I just want it to like go around. But I feel like you're one of the special ones, Caveh.
Thank you. Good luck with the thing. I guess see you after December.
Yeah, see you after December. Mwah.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
I just can't listen to you call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again. Falling to the ground. Horses' backs. My memories on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back. 'Cause it's fall again. Field is high. We called up Howard, what a funny guy, to mow it down and give it one more try. 'Cause it's fall again. My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again. My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again. That it's fall again. That it's fall again. That it's fall again. It's fall again. I just can't listen to you call again. I think I'm going.
Hello.
Hey, Lindsay, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
You look so different.
What do you mean? Why?
Your hair is blonder.
This is how I looked the last time I saw you.
Okay, it's longer.
I mean, yeah, it grew a little. It grew out.
You're in a different room than I saw you last time.
I know. You've never been to my house, or wherever I may be.
Where are you?
I'm at my
You're in
house.
LA?
I'm in New
LA?
York.
Oh, you're in New York?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I'm back. I just got back like 2 days ago.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Well, now that we have money, we can shoot some scenes.
Wonderful. How are you doing? I've been watching.
Yeah. What have you seen?
I've seen a bunch of stuff. I guess I came in yesterday on Dustin's, which is really nice. And then I saw a couple of your conversations with some friends of yours who I didn't know. A guy named Tom and a guy named Jay, I think.
Thomas Logaretzi and Jay Rosenblatt?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Those were really nice conversations. I was like, wow, Caveh's friends are so nice. They were also like open and honest. I enjoyed it a lot. And then last night, I'm supposed to be like doing work, and so instead I'm just watching your telethon. Last night I stayed up until like 2. I saw, God, who even was it? It was I ended on Kevin Corrigan after that beautiful poetry reading. I was like, this is a nice way to ease into dreamland. And then I just caught Joe and the very end of Alex Perry and the very beginning of Jay. Yeah. It's been nice.
I really enjoyed the Alex Ross Perry one today.
I know, I'm sad I missed it. What would you guys talk about?
He's just so funny, that guy.
Yeah, he's very funny.
Yeah.
I know.
Cracking me up a lot.
That's good. How are you doing? Everyone's asking you, but you seem fine.
I'm fine.
This is what you live for.
Yeah, this is what I live for. It's gonna be so nice when it's over though. I'm gonna like take a walk in the sun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it sunny out? Yeah.
It's actually really sunny.
Haley doesn't know either because she's been in the same dark.
I know. I'm like, who's with you in there? Is it just Haley?
Right now, it's just Haley. Everyone else left.
They gave up.
Yep. It was fun, but we have
really
our lives.
It's gonna be like 85 degrees today.
Cool. I'm so excited.
Yeah.
I feel like Dracula.
You look a little like Dracula too.
I know. Nice. Dang. So let's talk about how we know each other.
Okay, I don't actually remember. I mean, I remember coming to class. You don't remember either?
Well, I think I remember you were going out with Alex Karpovsky.
Uh-huh.
And I remember, you know what? It was a Richard Linklater had
I remember that
premiere of Before Midnight, right?
Yes, I remember that distinctly because I think that's one of the main times I spent time with Mandy. Was that night we all saw Before Midnight, and it was like a premiere, and it was devastating. The movie ends and I'm just like sobbing, and then I look and there's like Julie Delpy, looking gorgeous in her gown. I'm like, pull it together. And then we went to that party, and I remember that night. We shared a taxi, and it was pretty fun.
It was really fun.
Yeah, and then I came to your class, I think.
For a teacher?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And I think that's when you started talking to me about how things were getting complicated in your marriage, maybe. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was a long time coming, so it's quite possible.
Yeah.
And then I was trying to cast someone to play Mandy because she was quitting, right?
Well, first I think I saw the first season of the show about the show. Like, you had asked me if I was free to do some little things in season 1, but it didn't line up. And then one night I was in LA and I just watched the whole first season, and I was like completely obsessed with it. And I wrote you immediately, and I was like, okay, whatever, next time, whatever it is, like, let's make it happen. And then yeah, I didn't expect, of course, that it was going to be replacing Mandy, but yeah, then you got in touch and we had dinner. I was very hesitant, understandably, I think. And then I talked to Mandy, but you told me at that dinner that Mandy had said it was okay, that she would prefer Leonore, but it was okay if it was me.
Oh, I don't remember that. I remember I was thinking of casting Leonore to play Mandy.
Yeah,
And also you were living in LA at the time, right?
I was, yeah. So it was
I was
complicated.
kind of like, and then I was saying, is it too weird to have Leonore play Mandy? And a lot of people were like, yeah, Caveh, that's too weird. And I was like, well, okay, I guess it is. But yeah, that was the two options with you or Leonore. At one point I thought of maybe casting Ashley to play Mandy, but that was just insane. Like,
Yeah, that would not have worked out very well.
But I have the casting session here. I was going to play our casting session, which is going to be in season 3, but hasn't come out yet, obviously. Let me see if this file is
Are
going to
we
work.
playing it right now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll drink
here
my
we-
tea.
Okay. Here's the casting session. I hope it works. It does. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Bigger.
Yeah.
Mandy, you gotta wake up the kids.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about anything anymore.
Okay. Good. That was good. You scared me.
I broke.
You broke my broom.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I broke the broom.
Good job.
I almost broke my hands.
You okay?
Too. Yeah.
Yeah. So we should just cast Lindsay, right?
That's the end of that sequence.
Funny.
And
That was
then
fun.
and then we cast you, and we're trying to figure out how to introduce you. And we shot a few different like portrait shots.
Yeah, but you didn't
Uh,
like.
Yeah, I didn't like some of them. We did stuff with the glasses. Those were expensive glasses that you got that we lost.
Yeah. Did you?
Um,
You still have the new ones? I hope.
Oh, you know what? Oh, that's what those are. I found some glasses. And I was like, what the hell are these? That's what they are. I asked Scarlett, are these your glasses? She's like, no. What are you talking about?
That's amazing.
So that didn't work. Okay,
Gotta
I'm gonna
keep
try. Oh, shit. Just trying to. I'm trying to do this other thing. I'll let you handle it. Oh, I can move this, right? I'm just trying to. It doesn't work with the advanced setting thing.
Yeah.
Trying to do
This
the.
part of things has gotten a little muddier since last night.
Well.
Now you're
okay.
just like.
Oh, good. That's great. Thank you. Haley figured it out. That one. Do you see that?
So, Mandy quit the show, and I've had to replace her with an actress named Lindsay Burge, who's going to be playing her. What's going to be confusing is that we've already shot half of the scenes for the next few episodes with Mandy. So it's going to switch back and forth between Mandy and Lindsay. So I'm sorry about that, but that's what's happening.
And that's that.
And that's that.
Okay, we're back to full screen now. So let's talk about the shoot. And I mean, so here's one thing. Like I remember, this is my memory of it or how I would describe it, but feel free to correct me. But you were kind of like, you went to talk to Mandy, you hung out with her, you were kind of trying to get into her character, I think.
Well, I think first and foremost, I just wanted to make sure that she was actually okay with this because I liked Mandy and she was, like many people, I think she was one of my favorite parts of the first season. And I knew that, I felt for her. So I wanted to just sort of make sure that we were on the same page. And I saw her and she was very much just like, no, please do this. I I need to not be doing this anymore for my life. Like, you're actually really helping me out. But then I kind of got really swayed over to Mandy's side. And so when we first started shooting, it was difficult because she and I were like texting and meeting up after the shoots, and she wanted to know what we'd shot. And I started to like feel it started to become difficult between you and I, because you of course want Mandy to be the way that Mandy is in your mind, which is not actually Mandy. And that was something that she had trouble with. But part of what was going to be easier about working with somebody else was, even though it's obviously less good, is just that at least I'm going to do what you say, I think, without a battle. And so pretty early on, I realized that, and I think Mandy also realized that she didn't want to be like in touch anymore, really. But at that point, I think I realized I just had to kind of move over and do what you wanted me to do as best as I could.
Yeah, that's kind of how I remember it too. I remember we had a couple fights.
Yeah.
On the set early on. I lost my temper a couple times, and then it became really sweet. And
yeah.
I remember you said this one thing to me in the car one day that really touched me a lot. I think I was complaining about feeling really old or something, or like I think I was like lonely or sad or something. And you said something like, I think the person that you are now is a much more attractive person, you know, as a romantic partner, even, than the person you were like, whatever, 20 years ago or and I was really?
You were having all this like anguish about being single suddenly and feeling old, I recall. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know if you're just saying that, but it made me feel really a lot better.
No, I mean, I think you're a very lovable person, so that otherwise I wouldn't still be working on the show. I enjoy spending time with you, and obviously other people do too. So yeah, I meant that. I wasn't just making that up. I mean, and at the time you were really, that was, I think, part of what happened was at first I came in and I had not absorbed, but I understood a lot of the anger towards you. And so I was angry. And then you sort of started being like, look, this is hard for me too. I'm having a really hard time. And then, yeah, I instantly saw that and softened to you. And I mean, now I always have a good time when we shoot the show. I've been watching the telethon because I enjoy watching, I like hanging out with you. I enjoy watching you hang out with other people. Like, so to me now, the experience of the show is weird. It's not like anything else, but it's totally very enjoyable, totally pleasant.
At first I thought you were a little frustrated by the it's got to be this way kind of aspect of it, like.
I mean, you just got to give in. I realized I had to give in. I was like, this isn't like a normal acting job. It's not a normal acting job in any way. It's like, you can't prepare because there's no, and it's not like you can build a character or make choices or advocate for your character. It's your story that you're telling very specifically, and you have these images in your mind of what happened, and you just want that executed. Something that's really funny is that you do give line readings just so much. And I think, because I think you're a really good actor, like when you're doing your coverage, you're always just really good. And even in all the clips you've been showing that you've been acting, and you're always a great actor. But as soon as you're playing Mandy, you're like a really bad actor. Like you're just suddenly so bad at acting. You're like, that is how we're gonna do the children, the kids. And I'm just like, I don't know what you're seeing in your mind's eye when this is what's coming out of your mouth, but it's not translating. But it just actually works better sometimes if I just do what you tell, if I just copy exactly what you're, because otherwise we just don't. Otherwise we quarrel.
Yeah.
And it's fine. It's like, I think a thing about season 2 is like, obviously in season 2, you miss Mandy. And that's the point. Like Mandy, that's part of it, is that Mandy's she's not gone, but she's gone from the project now. And so I kind of had to accept that in a way, that's just how it's going to be, you know, like I know that it's like, that's part of the conflict of the show, is that you can't replace a person with an actor, and life is infinitely more interesting than art sometimes. So I don't know. I've enjoyed that part of it as well.
Yeah, you're right. She's like a ghostly presence there. She's like an absence in the show.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it becomes a total absence, and it's sad to me.
Sad to me too.
Yeah. Did you try to get her on the telethon? I was wondering.
I didn't, you know, she threatened to sue Kickstarter for the Kickstarter episode. You saw that episode, right?
Yeah, I think you showed it to me. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then I was just like, is she gonna try to sue I don't know, Zoom? I don't know. You know, I just didn't want to deal with it.
Huh. Well, that's too bad.
I mean, at this point, I'm just afraid to tell her anything I'm doing, because she's just gonna come after me with legal threats, you know.
It seems like she just doesn't want anything to do with it.
I mean, yeah, she just wants me to never ever. Well, she wants me not to finish season 3, and she wants me to never ever talk about her again. But you know, I have this podcast where I talk about stuff that sometimes involves her, and I wrote this book that talks about stuff that involves her. You know, like it's like I can't do that. Like she's in my life, you know, and you know, I'd like to. I mean, if there was peace, she would exit. Like you know, I see an exit strategy possible in season 4. You know, where you know she's just not part of it, but you know she keeps trying to block the show, and it's just like that's just how you stay in the show. It's just like, and she feels like I'm blackmailing her, but I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm just describing how the show works, and you can not do it. You know, it's just a catch-22.
Complicated.
Yeah. When around the time I met you, I think you were making a feature.
Yeah.
And you know, over the years, I've always asked you like, hey, how's the feature coming? And you know, obviously you put it aside for a long period, but sometimes you say, what?
It's going great.
Yeah.
That's what I always say. I actually just finished coloring it, which is pretty exciting.
So it's basically done.
Well, it is done it's done for me, but I don't own the rights to any of the music in the movie, and there's a lot of music in the movie. So I have to figure something out on that. But I mean, the thing, and I've paid for the whole movie out of pocket, and it's, you know, not a lot of money. If I were to pay for one of those songs, would be the budget of the whole movie.
I know a guy who's like a music rights guy.
Yeah.
Really, really, really nice. And he's gotten me like incredible music that's expensive for next to nothing.
Really?
Yeah, he's great.
Great, hook me up.
I will. I'll hook you up.
Thank you. But also it's like, there's something about the movie, because it's kind of like, to me, it is kind of like a time capsule. And so I don't mind it. It's like, I get more comfortable with it the more time away from it. So at this point, it's like the final pieces of poster coming together, and I finally feel more ready to actually like let anybody see it, because for a long time it just felt so personal. You know, you obviously make personal everything and you just put everything out there, but I'm not really like that. I'm somewhat to rather private, and so it's like the thing of actually showing it to people really freaks me out. But I'm finally getting so that it's like, now that was like me 7 years ago, so I can sort of say, oh, I'm not responsible for that.
Yeah. You want to show it to my class?
Yeah, but not yet.
Okay.
Your class is a tough audience.
Yeah, they are.
Because they've never made any movies. No, just kidding. It's easy to be harsh on people when you've never made a movie yet. But I love your class. I love the people who came from your classes and worked. I mean, my sister was in your class, I think, when I showed my movie there. teacher.
I saw Alex recently.
In real life?
Yeah, in LA.
Oh, cool. When were you in LA?
I was there like a month ago.
Should have told me I was there.
I did tell you, you were not there. You were not there.
Sorry.
That's okay. But Alex is acting in the next episode.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Doing what?
playing Alex Karpovsky.
Oh, what's happening in the episode?
Well, Anne, you met Anne.
Yes.
She had this idea that we could to raise money for Kickstarter, that we could auction off a date with Alex.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I thought so, and I thought, and he said no, and I was like, yeah. And I was like, maybe I said, maybe he has a girlfriend or something, and he was like, he does, but he said that's not the main reason. He said the main reason is basically, I think the main reason was he was worried that he wouldn't fetch a high price. He was worried about the amount. And he didn't want to look bad. If he was like, what if I only get $300 or something? And I was like, that's pretty good.
You're like, that sounds great. He's like, no, it's got to be several thousand. That's funny. Wait, so that's in the show?
Well, so then he said no. And I said, well, could you just say no on the show? And he said, no. And then I said, well, okay, you want to just hang out then? And he said, okay, I'll hang out. I said, why don't you hang out at this day and time, which is when we were shooting, and we had a crew. So he came and we had the crew. And then after like an hour of just chatting,
this is what got you in trouble with Dustin. You're doing it again? You can't ambush people.
But it worked. And he said, okay, fine. So we did it. But then we wanted to reenact stuff that we didn't shoot that day. And he was like, I can't, I'm just really busy and just going through some stuff. And he wasn't in LA. And then we did the telethon conversation yesterday. You didn't see that, I guess.
I didn't. I missed it. I was in the park.
And I asked him on the air, would you reenact that stuff that you said no to before, like, and I think just because of the peer pressure of the telethon, he said
he agreed.
Yeah, he agreed.
Wow. Victorious.
Victory lap.
That's great. Congratulations on manipulating him properly. So yeah, what's that stuff going to be? Is it from, I can't remember. I'm now mixing like all these different things together because at the beginning of the show, he was on the beginning of the show, obviously. Is that unrelated to the daisy chains thing that you guys were talking about at some point? Am I combining things?
No, the daisy chain was the thing he was in, yeah.
Okay.
And then we reenacted then we did the making of the daisy chain thing.
Right.
So he was only in those first 2 episodes, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I think he'd moved to LA soon after that also. But yeah, so he's back. But he's in LA. So that was nice. Anyway. It was
That's
nice
good.
to see him. Yeah. Well, it'd be nice to see you here for a while.
I'm leaving today for a shoot upstate, and then I'll be back, I think, around the 22nd. And then we should shoot more stuff, right?
Okay. Yeah, but you're here for a little stretch after the 22nd?
Yeah, a little stretch.
Okay. We'll try to. Okay, so we'll try to fly you in for soon after the 22nd.
Yeah.
Like a week, 2 weeks? What do you got?
What'd you say?
What's the window?
I think probably 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay, cool. Haley's writing it down.
Okay, great.
Okay, so we're out of time.
Yeah.
It was great
Thanks for having
talking to
me
you.
on
Thank you
here.
so much for doing this. Oh, thank you.
It's weird
honor.
because it's just talking to you, but also there's these secret other people. All right. Have a good rest of the telethon. I hope you make $1 million.
Thank you so much.
See you
Take
soon.
care. Bye.
Bye.
listen to you call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again, falling to the ground. Horses' backs, my memories on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back, 'cause it's fall again. Feel this high. We called up Howard, what a funny guy, to mow it down and give it one more try, 'cause it's fall again. My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again. My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again. That it's fall again. That it's fall again. That it's fall again. It's fall again. I just can't listen to you call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again, falling to the ground. Horses' backs, my memories on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back, 'cause it's fall again. Feel this high. We called up Howard, what a funny guy, to mow it down and give it one more try, 'cause it's fall again.
Hello,
Hello?
Keiko.
Caveh.
How you doing?
Good. Hi.
It's been so long.
Oh my God, I can't remember the last time I actually saw you in person. This is amazing.
It was before 1993. Is that possible? Yeah. Because in 1993,
Absolutely.
I was getting married, and I think you came to my wedding party, but you couldn't find it. And you like left me a message. You said, I was there, I couldn't find the thing, I couldn't get in, I left. And I was like, oh, I didn't see Cake. I hadn't seen you in a long time at that point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that possible?
Yeah, it is. I
And
don't
90
know how, yeah. But like things were kind of complex in my life at that time. I think I was moving and I had a child in 93.
Oh, you did?
So
You
I
had a
was,
child already?
yeah, I had a child in 93 and another
Wow.
one in, yeah, 96. So I was in this like totally different.
You had a child so young.
I was 29, but it was young and it was kind of soon, but it was great.
You 29 and 93?
Yeah.
Didn't you just graduate from UCLA, like right around 90?
88.
Oh, okay.
88.
Still. Okay, 5 years. Okay.
I know.
Fine.
It was
Where-
impulsive, actually. It was very impulsive, but it's okay.
Where are you living now?
I am in Illinois. I
Where
live
in
in
Illi-
this place that's kind of out in the middle of nowhere.
Uh-huh.
Right between Milwaukee and Chicago, there's this vast like farmland area, and in kind of between the border of Illinois and Wisconsin.
So I've basically been like
It's very different.
I've basically been like talking to people about how we know each other and how we met and stuff. And I was going to show clips, people involved in the different film projects. These were, very early film projects, but I got all these clips I was going to show. But you want to tell the story from your
I'd love that.
perspective? How we met and stuff? Do you remember?
Actually, well, I just remember that we were at UCLA and you were a grad student there in the film department, and I was in the World Arts and Cultures department doing a theater arts focus. And I had just come back from a year abroad in Japan. And I just remember that you and Greg Watkins, who I saw last night for the first time in maybe 35 years, right?
Yeah. You watched that?
37 years.
You watched
Yeah,
that?
I watched that, and I was trying to like say hi, but then when I got the email that one should ignore the chat, you guys didn't.
I didn't see it. Yeah.
Really, it was really neat to see you guys together, and he was also in the film department with you, fresh from Stanford, and I see he's back there now, has been. You must have been doing a film, and I remember lots of little film projects, and I remember a little stiff.
You were in Endgame, right? The Beckett play that we did?
Yes, and I just found some stills from that
You did?
I kept. Yes, I fully intended to do an oil painting of you because I thought this was so pretty, but where is it? This one.
Oh, I was in it. It was me and you in it? We were both acting in it.
And well, I think we did a puppet thing. Greg
I
helped me with the
directed.
puppet
It was
thing, and we used-
it was a Ubu Roi.
Yes, exactly. And I'd made
I
these
directed that.
Ubu puppets.
Yeah, a
Right.
puppet play.
Yeah, and we were using Greg's body as sort of the landscape. And then this was Beat.
Oh, he was so cute.
Yeah.
You guys were involved for a while, right?
Yes, we were. And I lost complete touch with him. So I don't know.
Yeah, me too.
He went back to Switzerland. I don't
Yeah.
know. Yeah. And, oh, and here's a picture of, I have this file of pictures if I ever want to do a painting, and this is Greg and you. So you
Wow.
were directing and acting in it. Mm-hmm.
I think I directed the puppet play and Greg maybe directed the Beckett play.
Oh yeah, maybe it was Greg who directed the Beckett.
I don't think I would have thought to direct and act in it, especially with bandages on my eyes.
I don't know.
But I remember.
It's not
here's what I-
impossible.
But yeah, so I guess you were a theater student, and somehow we met. I don't remember how, and then we got you to be in these projects we were doing,
Yes.
right? And
Yes.
and I think Dog Story was the first one, right? That we filmed. No, probably those were first, and then Dog Story.
It must have been because I must have confided in you that I was really struggling with the fact that the only reliable relative I had in the world was dying of cancer. And it was really like, I just couldn't concentrate. I couldn't read anything. I just felt like I was
You're talking about your dog or your mom right now?
my mom.
Wasn't the dog dying?
Both.
Yeah.
Yeah, both. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and so you were telling us about it, like when we were
Yeah.
shooting the other stuff, and I think I said, "Oh, we should make a film of this. This is really interesting," because you guys were trying to decide whether to put the dog to sleep or not, and you guys were on opposite ends, right? Of the argument, and so we started going to your house every weekend for like 2 months, and we just reenacted the whole drama that was going on.
Yeah, and we tried to create more conflict because my mom and I really did cooperate, and it was more like we were trying to personify that I was taking one stand and she was taking another. But I think at the time we were like, we probably should do this. It's humane for her, the dog, and we were like, and we were both weary of how difficult it was to care for this slightly larger dog when both of us are kind of smaller people.
And the dog was incontinent at this point.
Yes, yeah, and had hip dysplasia, and so we would go down the block, and my 4'9" mother, who had just like been through like big surgeries for colon cancer, would literally pick the dog up and carry it a city block back to the house.
I'm going to show
And
a clip.
we caught some of that, yeah.
I'm going to show a clip from Dog Story. And see if I can get this to work. Haley, it's not showing up right. Oh, no. I tried that. It didn't seem to work. Okay, I'll keep talking. See, it's like it's grayed out for some reason. And so I remember there was like, I think there were like a few people vying for your romantic attentions at the time, right? I think there was Beat and there was Greg, right?
I don't remember it that way, to be absolutely honest. And I don't even know if Greg is ever going to see this, but I had the biggest crush on Greg at the time. And I was such a basket case of emotions and couldn't think straight, and that I thought, oh, he probably hates me because I'm so dull-witted.
No, I think
I don't know if I ever told him.
I think he was interested. That we even shot a bedroom scene with you and Greg that we ended up cutting out of the movie, where you talk about your mom to him after post-coital moment. You don't remember this?
Yeah, and it wasn't I remember the scene, but I don't think it was a very good one. That's probably why you took it out. Like
it was better without it. But here's a clip.
Mhm.
Sorry, Kudo.
You were really crying because you were really sad.
Wow. I got to me.
Oh, good.
Whew.
And then in the movie, you guys decide not to put Kudo to sleep. And this is the end, the last scene of the movie is this one.
Oh. Step up. Step up. Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Put your butt in. Oh, there you go. Okay. You just came perfect time here. Let me help you.
Yeah, what do you want me to do?
Just entertain Kudo or something.
Okay, okay. Kudo.
Oh, wow, honey.
Oh, boy, you bad. Oh, Kudo.
This is Japanese tub here.
Oh.
Ah.
There you go.
But you know, I don't know if you ever saw A Little Stiff. Did you ever see A Little Stiff?
I did. I was around when you were shooting it because I think you had a thing for a girl in the art department. There was a painter
Yeah.
there.
Erin, yeah.
Yes,
but-
yes.
But this film was really the film that led to that film, because this was the first time we tried to just reenact like real events, and you know, pretty close to the actual occurrence of the events. And it was just like and then we were like, okay, let's do this again, but with an event involving me. But yeah, I actually included this film on the box set DVD extras for A Little Stiff, because it really was the thing that led to that. And at the same time, we were also making these short, like 1 minute epiphanies, I was calling them. Do you remember this?
Yes, I do. Jump was one of them.
Yeah, Jump
Wasn't
was one
it?
of them. And then there was
Yes.
two,
Yeah.
and there was two with you and one with Beat also.
Oh, I'd
Here's
love
the
to see
one.
those. Yeah.
Here's the one that me and you did together. Let me share screen. To me, these were like ways of testing out just like very simple mise en scène issues.
Yes.
It's like a Mizoguchi film right now.
I felt like Jump was very much that kind of.
Yeah, it was all the same aesthetic universe.
Yeah, we were talking about Japanese film.
Yeah, too. We're talking about too. That was the whole of it. And I don't know, those they were very slight, but I was very excited by these films. They were just these little kind of like sketches for moments. I remember like this one was like about that moment when you make eye contact with a stranger, and it's that little moment of like, is this person dangerous or not dangerous? And you can't tell, but you
Right.
sort of like, and I just wanted to capture that feeling, I remember. And then the other one was
You know,
the
it's
case.
interesting.
Red.
Yeah.
No,
but also
please.
your reaction too. For the first time, I really considered like what was going through you. Like if you're just this dude sitting there and thinking, and some woman walks by you and smiles, you have to decide whether you're going to walk after her or not. Or what did that mean? A smile.
Right. I mean, I saw it as a friendly and a little fearful, that smile. You know, like
Yeah.
and you know, as a guy in those situations, I think as a guy, I think I'm always like you don't want to scare the person, you know, like you want to reassure them that you're not, you know, going to attack them. So I mean,
Because you're there with this menacing stick. Like, what are you gonna do?
yeah. This one is a little sweeter, maybe. Can you see that? No, you can't, right? Share screen. I really like that one. And then I had a crush on you. Do you remember this part?
I kind of felt like we kind of had a little baby smooch, I think, once.
Yeah, we did. And we went on a date, kind of. Do you remember this?
Tell me about the date.
I'll tell you about the date in a second. But first, I'm going to show you this footage. It's like home movie footage of that time. Here. Oh, you can't see this, can you? Screen share. There it is. Oh, I'm sorry. I hit the wrong thing. Share. Do you see that? This is me and you.
This is her. Behind me over there, that's me and her. So you're gonna see her face. She has these beautiful eyes. She has a gaze that makes me want to die. It's the only gaze in the world I can't stand for very long.
Oh my God.
I found that recently. Well, looking
Was that
through
what
stuff.
you were really feeling back then?
Yeah, I was really into you.
Wow. Yeah, it's so crazy.
And then, oh yeah, and then we went on a date. I think we went to a movie or something, maybe a Japanese film. And then
I know we
I
were
remember-
always talking about Kurosawa back then.
Oh yeah, and then
The Tokyo Story.
I remember the new Morrissey single had just come out, "Girlfriend in a Coma." I remember hearing it that night when I was with you, and being excited. I was like, "That sounds like Morrissey. There's a new Morrissey song," and I was like, "Oh, it's so good, Girlfriend in a Coma." And then we went to my place, and I think we started making out.
Yes, I think that's when that happened.
And then I think I said, I interrupted it, and I said, I think I should just let you know that I have like a kind of a prostitute fetish addiction thing. And then you said, oh, okay, maybe I should go. And then you got up and left. And I remember thinking like, shit, wrong thing to say. But that was the end of our courtship, I think. Do you remember? You don't remember that?
You know what? Wow, that's so funny. I didn't remember that at all. I thought that we just thought, well, I don't know. It's maybe we just shouldn't. I don't know. Maybe that's what went through my mind because it wasn't really the end of our friendship. Like I didn't just
no.
like freak out or anything. It just, I guess I must have taken that as you telling me, you know what, I can only go this deep. I just got to warn you now. Maybe it was something like that. And I just thought, well, then, I don't know.
That's not what I was saying. I was just trying to be honest. Like I didn't want to.
But that's probably what I read under it, though.
Yeah. Well, it's good to know.
That's the message you might be sending.
Yeah, exactly.
I know you're bearing your soul, and I'm taking it as like, no, you're telling me you won't bare your soul ever.
Yeah. But so then, yeah, we stay friends, and then I don't know. You got married. You got
I
kids.
know. I don't know.
I just saw you like maybe once or twice after that. Then I came to your house once.
I think when we were living in Evanston, like that.
No. In LA. I think I met your husband.
Toluca Lake?
Yeah, I don't remember where it was. And then we just stayed in touch, sort of remotely, but I don't think I ever saw you again after that. I think that was the last time I saw you.
Yeah. I kind of feel like, I sort of went through this. I think because I was in a relationship with the husband that was he was just so mean and awful, and it like sucked the air out of me a lot. So I guess I just went with both of my kids who are adults now. Oh, do you want to see a picture of yourself from the filming of Dog Story?
Sure.
Lonnie, can you come here? Do you have the picture? Share your screen. Go share screen. Can I share my screen? But I'm not the host. I don't know if I can.
Yeah, you can.
Can
It'll
I?
go,
Okay.
It'll go. Hi.
This
Hello.
is Lonnie.
Hi, Lonnie.
Caveh. I'm actually watching you guys right now.
Oh, you are?
I was outside.
Oh, cool.
I'm gonna try and help her share her screen really fast. I know we don't have a lot of time.
Cool.
Let's see. Oh, desktop 1, share. See that?
You see it, Caveh?
I can see Keiko Martin has started screen sharing. Double click to enter full screen mode.
Oh.
Now I see my Kickstarter.
Oh God, where'd you get that picture, Lonnie? Oh, where'd you get that picture? Well, the Kickstarter. Do you see the picture
Wow.
now?
Weird haircut. I think I shaved my head for that
And then-
movie that Greg was doing, Endgame.
Oh, maybe you did.
Oh, Endgame?
That's what this was.
That
Yeah.
was Endgame. I saw that. I was like, that's so Endgame.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Wow.
Endgame.
Is that Endgame?
Yeah.
No. That's great. I never saw those till today either.
Oh.
Wow. This was at your house, Keiko?
Yes, this was in my bedroom, and you're holding an old family album.
Well, there's a scene in the film where you're looking through a family album of old photos of Kudo and stuff, and Max.
Right, that's the album right there.
Yeah, and there's this crazy picture of you and your sister too. I don't know if I can zoom.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. But
All right, so let's relinquish back.
we're gonna relinquish control of the screen.
Okay, cool. Well, it's nice to meet you, Lonnie.
Yeah, very nice to meet you, Caveh. I'm like on fire about film.
Lonnie's a fan.
Cool.
Same here. Yeah. It's been really great watching you do this. I hope you feel okay right now. I hope you got some
I do.
sleep.
I did.
And congratulations.
How's your neck?
On
Thank you. It's better. It's
making-
better. I raised it, and I'm good.
I know. Now you're just finishing the world record.
World record of
Longest.
artist lecture. Yeah. Okay. Well, it was great to see you, Keiko. Thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. It was a total pleasure.
Cool.
Let's stay in touch.
Yes, please.
Please say hi to Greg for me. I lost touch of him too.
I will.
Yeah. All
Okay.
right. Okay.
Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
I just can't listen to you call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again. Falling to the ground. Horses' backs. My memories on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back. 'Cause it's fall again. Feel this high. We called up Howard, what a funny guy. To mow it down and give it one more try. 'Cause it's fall again. My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again. My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again. That it's fall again. That it's fall again. That it's fall again. It's fall again. I just can't listen to you call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again. Falling to the ground. Horses' backs. My memories on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back. 'Cause it's fall again. Feel this high. We called up Howard, what a funny guy. To mow it down and give it one more try. 'Cause it's fall again. call again. I just can't listen to you call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again, falling to the ground. Horses' backs, my memory's on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back.
So whoever's out there, hello. Rick Alverson is our next guest, but he is not showing up. And I think it's, hi Dylan, hi Lonnie. He hasn't showed up, and he's, I think, in the mountains, and he was having some internet problems. Hey Jim. So I don't know if I don't know what happened. Maybe he's trying to get on, but he can't. Maybe he forgot. I don't know. But he's not here. So I could do two things. I could just talk about how I know Rick and show some clips from his films and just do it without him. And hopefully he'll come on at some point. Or I could just answer questions. Or yeah, those are the two options as I see them. I'm a little tired, so it's going to be hard for me to come up with any like incredible new ideas to entertain you. But I'm happy to answer questions, and I'm happy to talk about Rick. So maybe put in the chat, like what you prefer. And I will try to act accordingly. I know you prefer Rick. Oh, talk about Rick, you mean? Okay, I'll talk about Rick. Vincent says Rick, exclamation mark. Yes, says Vincent. Keiko says Rick. Okay. She does? Lonnie says Keiko says Rick. That's funny, I think. Anyway, I'm going to try to bring up the Rick stuff and talk about Rick. And hopefully yours will come.
You're talking about it.
Yeah, you can do it. So, so I first became aware of the comedy, I think. I don't know, I think I read about it. And then I had this student who saw it at Sundance and was raving about it. It was the best film at Sundance by far. And I had to see it. And also, I think I knew the producer or one of the producers, Mike Ryan. And I knew some of the people involved a little bit. But so I saw it. I think, I don't know how I saw it, but I saw it. And I was very, 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 very impressed and taken by it. And I don't think I met Rick until, I think I just reached out to him and just invited him to do a Getting Stoned episode. And he said he doesn't smoke pot. I was like, okay, you don't have to smoke pot. And then he said, okay, can we do it remotely? And I said, no, do it when you're in town. So he came to town and he did it. So he came over and he didn't get stoned, but I got stoned. The student not getting stoned with Rick. So let's see if that works. It does. Great, thank you. So I was going to show a clip from Not Getting Stoned with Rick Alverson.
Am I good?
Yeah. Yeah,
And
that's good.
this is going to be in the piece, of course. Problem. Okay. So I'm going to start. Okay. But you should explain why I have to go outside.
Because I refuse to partake, like a stubborn Puritan.
But the secondhand smoke thing.
Yeah. Maybe it's probably psychological, but I can't do that.
Okay.
So you have to.
Okay, I'm gonna smoke it and I'm gonna go outside.
Okay, so you do your thing. You need to run outside. It's still going to be like coming off your
like third hand smoke.
It's going to be coming. There we go.
So that was, I think, our first time we met, was that day. And afterwards, Rick was going to a concert by Neil Hamburger, who was performing with his whatever moniker, the Zip Code Rapists, right? Is that the name, David? Zip Code Rapists? I think so. and we went, and it was quite extraordinary, actually. He was a fascinating performer, and he was throwing things at the audience and yelling at them. And and Rick warned me to stay away from the front of the stage. I wouldn't get hurt, which was good advice. I was in the back. And I remember I ran into, I remember Kevin Kline was there, and also Matt Sweeney was there. And it was just like a nice thing. And it was nice to hang out with Rick and his girlfriend. And then, Rick went back to Virginia, where he lives. And I don't know if I even saw him again for a long time. And then I think I was invited to teach a class at the European Graduate School in Switzerland. Oh no, so then Entertainment came out. Maybe this was after Entertainment. Oh yeah, Entertainment came out. And I went to the screening, and is this true? I don't remember, I could be wrong. But I think I went to the screening of Entertainment, and there was a after party that I went to, and we talked a little more, and I loved that movie so much. And then I was asked to have, sorry, just reading a chat note, which I don't understand. Oh yeah, Rick, here you are. You can't hear me. Okay, so I'm trying to remember the chronology here, but I was asked by the European Graduate School to teach a class. I taught there before, but they said they wanted me to, hey, can you hear me, Rick?
Hey, is this the right time?
Yeah, it's a little late, but yeah. It's the right day also. Yeah, it's okay.
I'm looking for a tux.
I was just sort of telling the story of how we met, but I might have gotten it wrong. Do you want to give it a try?
I don't remember how we met.
Okay. Could you venture a guess?
Gosh, I don't know. I bailed you out of jail.
No, that wasn't me.
Oh.
Did we meet when
I don't
we
know.
did the Getting Stoned episode? Was that the first time we met?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think maybe I saw you around at some functions up in your neck of the woods. And
Was it
you
before
were,
Entertainment or after that we did that?
that was just at the rollout of Entertainment.
Okay, so maybe I met you at a post Entertainment thing. I think that was the first time we met. I don't know. Anyway, we met. We did that thing.
I think I did. I think I met you at a place in Fort Greene at some function, and you seemed unhinged.
Really? Are you kidding?
No, I'm serious.
How did I
in a very interesting way.
Like how? Could you say more?
Well, like volatilely stoic. That's all I got.
Okay. Okay. I was trying to think how to describe you. But you seem more stoic than me.
I don't think so.
Okay. Okay. And so then so the European Graduate School said, we want you to teach a class, but we need a woman. So could you co-teach it with a woman? And I was like, I'll try, I'll ask around. So I asked all these women directors I knew, and either they were too big and they were too busy, or they were too big so they wouldn't answer. I remember I was trying to get I almost got what's her name? The British woman.
Lynn Ramsey.
No, the other British woman. There's three of them.
Oh.
There's Andrea Arnold, Lynn Ramsey, and no, Jane Campion's Australian. The one Scorsese produced your film.
Oh,
Joanna Hogg. Joanna Hogg was going to do it.
Yeah.
But then she couldn't do it. And so then I was like going down the ladder of fame, and everybody who sort of I could actually maybe get, they just couldn't do it for some reason. I remember Josephine Decker, I asked, but
That's my epitaph, down the ladder of fame.
and I think she was pregnant, so she couldn't travel right then, and as Chloe Zhao, she was like just about to do a Marvel movie or something. Anyway, and so then I was like, look, I really want Rick Alverson. He's my favorite contemporary filmmaker. Can we just get Rick Alverson? I know he's not a woman, but he's really, really good. And I remember actually the programmer. Do you remember the guy's name?
In Switzerland?
Yeah, the Swiss guy. The guy who played tennis.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I thought he was your buddy.
I can't remember his name, but he said, I really love Alex Ross Perry. Can we get Alex Ross Perry? And I was like, I don't know. Alex is like just done this like Disney script. So I think he's like rolling in cash. But I know Rick Alverson is low on funds, and I think Rick might do it. so I asked you. They said, okay, fine. And so I asked you, and you said yes. And I was excited that we were going to fly together there and back, so I wouldn't be on a plane alone, which is dull. And then there was a storm. You were in the Midwest, and you missed our flight.
Oh yeah, snow.
Yeah, and so I had to fly alone and teach this class without you for the first day. And
on the mountain.
On the mountain, yeah. Haley, could you grab a clip? And so I had a day without you, so I just had to start teaching. So I started teaching the film, and we started going through it like shot by shot. And I remember we spent a lot of time. I had a lot of theories about what you were doing, and then you got there, and basically you said everything I said was wrong. I totally didn't understand it at all. And then you tried to explain to us what you were trying to do, which was so weird and confusing and counterintuitive. Yeah, let's open it.
And what was I trying to do?
I can't remember what you said. Do you want to know what I said?
Trying to get it.
This opening clip. I love this first shot of the movie.
Oh yeah, that's me.
Mom, Dad won't let me visit. He says you don't want to see me right now. I don't believe him. I miss you.
Yeah, it's the big red herring. It makes it seem like it's a accessible, emotional, cathartic venue for your soul.
Yes.
It's not desert.
But we talked a lot about like circles and infinity and this kind of immobility and motion. I think my voice is finally starting to go after talking for a day.
Yeah, you were on sort of a Jungian kick, I think, right?
I know. And then you came, and then we taught it together, and it was so interesting to hear your take on it. You want to talk about that first shot?
Well, I mean, you saw it. What we wanted. Well, it's the only place in the film that there's voiceover.
Oh, it is.
Which I like because it makes us believe that we have emotional and psychic accessibility to a protagonist, and that we're in the driver's seat and we're important as an audience, and we're invested. And you know me, like I think it's problematic we get everything that we want in films. It makes us the spoiled Americans that we're so good at being. So I love the idea that you give access to an individual, and then you're sort of caught in this unknowable space without further access. So it's the only voiceover. We never hear his thoughts again in the film. But it sort of ushers us in with this. It's like a warm welcome to a cold house.
Yeah, very cold house. Somebody just wrote in the chat, Jane Campion is from New Zealand. That's true. Thank you, Tom. She's from New Zealand, not Australia. I said she was from Australia earlier.
Have you been having a lot of fact checkers?
I guess. I haven't been reading them. I just glanced at this. It's in my purview right now. But I guess, whenever you talk about your films, like, I'm like, really? That's what you're doing? Like, it's so foreign to what I'm doing. And yet I love them so much. And it's weird in a way, like, that I love them so much and I have such a other reading of them than you do.
Yeah, what's my reading again?
I don't understand it. But like you're always trying to
yeah. Are our approaches really that different?
I don't know. We talk about them very differently.
Okay.
But so anyway, we went to the mountain, to the Sasve thing. We went through every single shot by shot. And then we took the plane back together, which I was glad to do because I was looking forward to just spending some time, just the two of us on a plane. And then we're trying to think of how we could. I was saying you should really release that film that you shot that you never finished, that you showed some fragments of, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I was saying, yeah, and it was so good, and I was just like, you really should do something with that. And then we started talking about. I loved it.
Oh.
We talked about this for 8 hours.
I was tired.
Yeah. But then we came up, you remember what we came up with?
Yeah, it was a brilliant idea of a massive art fraud.
Yeah.
That seemed to be a conceptual exercise for us to keep talking to each other.
Yeah. But like we worked out this whole like complicated project, conceptual, year-long performance, art fraud, film component thing. And then we were like, great, let's do this. And then we left.
We need like 5 years to seed individuals and communities to act as affidavits to the veracity of this idea.
Yeah.
So that there would be a chain of credence to something that was a lie.
But then we just said goodbye at the airport, and we never ever even talked about it again. We just like
we haven't spoken since.
But that was fun. I enjoyed coming up with that whole.
Yeah, what I remember from that is your enthusiasm about internal organ removal.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, you were into this whole psychic surgery thing.
Oh yeah.
We got into a long debate on the plane about psychic surgery. Because you had just had some, and you were going back in to have some your heart removed or something, right?
I'd had some many years ago, but I believed in it, and you didn't, I think. And we were discussing the physics and the possibility of extra physical phenomena.
Yeah. And essentially, you sort of it was like the unbeatable match because you were employing that's kind of a religious logic, should I say?
That is my logic.
Yeah,
it's
been spreading around the country. Sorry.
So we didn't do that, but then we did something else. Oh, and then you sent me your script to read.
Which one? The new one?
The nun script. I've only read one of your scripts, right?
Yeah, I just finished it.
Yeah, you told me.
Last week. Yeah.
Congratulations. And I loved it. And then I gave you some feedback. We talked about it, and I was a little And I guess I was just encouraging you, like people were trying to get you to make it more, commercial or something, I guess. And I guess I was just urging you not to do that. But I didn't have
Well,
to
I
urge you.
found a way to do both things.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, you have to. It's the only way to raise money. Or you
It
can
is
do
the way.
telethon. That sort of.
Don't knock it. I've raised $3,000 since yesterday.
I'm not knocking it. I just said it's an alternative. I don't. Yeah.
I know it's a difficult alternative. But so that brings us up, I think, to date, sort of. I was going to show more stuff, but we're almost out of time.
Oh, 25. You can't show anything. What did I sent you something that nobody had ever seen, didn't I?
Okay, I'm gonna show you that. Haley, could you show this thing? Is
Wait, which one?
The entertainment thing? We're gonna show the
Oh
entertainment?
yeah, the proof of concept.
Yeah, let's do that.
These were all done on an iPhone. Me, Tim, and Greg took a trip out to Bakersfield and shot this. It looks a lot like the actual film.
It really does. For a while, I was surprised. I was like, "Is this from the movie or not?" Do you have to make it full
No,
screen?
from-
Okay.
He was a good boy, friendly like me. He liked to enjoy music and to make happy everybody. He sang, played guitar all over the country. In small towns, a big cities. And now, he doesn't play guitar, but play machine gun in Vietnam. He plays machine gun in Vietnam. Ta-pum, ta-pum, ta-ta-ra-ta-ta-ta-pum. He plays machine gun in Vietnam. He plays machine gun in Vietnam. From the mountains to the valley, near the lakes, by the rivers, folk music. With his friends, he played the dance. And now, he doesn't play guitar, but play machine gun in Vietnam. He plays machine gun in Vietnam. Ta-pum, ta-pum, ta-ta-ra-ta-ta-ta-pum. He plays machine gun in Vietnam. He plays machine gun in Vietnam. He plays machine gun in Vietnam.
There you go.
So that got you the money.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Well, so I got to go, right?
Yeah. Well, Will Oldham is coming on.
Oh, yeah. Tell him I said hi.
Okay. Do you want to say hi yourself, or should I just?
You can tell him.
Will.
Hey, there he is. Hey,
Hey,
Will.
I can't hear us yet. Hey, Will.
You didn't tell me it was
Hi,
black
Will.
tie. Hi.
Hey.
Didn't tell you what?
It was black tie.
Oh yeah, it's black tie. Sorry.
Bye. Bye. Good seeing you.
Bye, Rick. Thank you. Hey, Will.
Hi, Caveh. How are you?
Good. Where are you? Are you in Louisville?
Yeah, in Louisville.
Cool. And you
In the
have a
back.
child, right?
Yeah, I just left her in a swimming pool.
How old?
Swimming pool's been there for about, I don't know, 15 years. My aunt's swimming pool. She's 2 3/4.
Uh-huh. And you just have one, right?
Just one.
Are you planning on more?
I think that's up to the devil.
Okay. How you been?
Good. How about you?
I'm good right now. You know, I've been up and down.
I bet.
Yeah.
We all have, I think.
Yeah.
I put headphones in, but I forgot to. Can you hear me fine? Should I put headphones in?
I can hear you fine.
I don't need them then. Okay.
I don't think you need them. I don't need them. I don't know if you need them.
No.
Are you in your?
How was your conversation with Rick? I was at the pool.
It was good. He came late. He was the only one who was late. And you know, Rick. Yeah. And you know, Rick, he can be dry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he was dry. But you know, he's fun. I like him a lot. And I never saw New Jerusalem still. I really want to. He kind of like says he doesn't like that one, so he's always like saying, "Yeah." Do you like that movie?
Do I like it? I like it. I really enjoyed working on it a lot. There was a strange thing, you know, his scripts are just kind of like little paragraph descriptions of what the scenes could be or should be possibly. But there was kind of an arc to it, and he'd approached me about playing the character, and I worked for a long time on this character. I like this character. For a long time meaning 6 months or 9 months or something like that.
Oh, it is a long time. Yeah.
But it took a lot of work because his films, or that film, was all improvised dialogue, right? So he had to kind of know what was going on. And there was I think maybe he had something that he was interested in saying about the Christian right potentially through the character that I played. And at the end, there was an ending that he had written and that we'd shot, and when he showed me the final cut, the ending was significantly changed, because there's a moment where the other main male character, as written and as shot, succumbs to the seduction of Christianity as presented by my character. And then in his final cut, he decides that he leaves it open, which is kind of significant. It's significantly different. And I've always wondered about that. And I don't, because I played the character knowing the whole arc, and then the arc completely changes. So that was a little strange. Part of me feels like I played the character too sympathetically because I kind of like Christians, and I don't think Rick does. Maybe at the end of the day, he's like, well, it will make sense if this other character succumbs to Christianity as portrayed by Will's characterization of this character. And he didn't want it to make sense. I think he wanted people to be angry about, angry or questioning about the religious right, I guess, and Christianity in general.
Mm-hmm.
So I like, there's certain things about, I like everything except maybe really the last 20-30 seconds. That's all that got changed. It's just he leaves it open and the other character is kind of jogging and doesn't know what to do and doesn't make a decision. So it's kind of like, it felt kind of like an after school special where it's like, is he gonna smoke the joint or is he not gonna smoke the joint? Let's discuss.
Yeah.
So it's like the movie ends in the like discussion point moment, I guess, instead of a statement. Yeah. But it was a hell of a lot of fun, and he asked me to do a performance of a hymn, "Precious Lord, Take My Hand," for the end credits, with the other main actor's brother, who's a traditional Irish musician, and he came to Louisville and we recorded it, and we've since become friends and traveled together and played music together. So that was a pretty spectacular takeaway.
Cool. You know, I don't know if you know this, but we taught a class together, me and Rick.
Wow.
We taught a class together in Switzerland, on
Ah.
The Mountain, the movie The Mountain. Did you ever
Uh-huh.
see that?
No, I didn't see it.
And we didn't. I love it, but it's like we did a shot by shot analysis of the movie, like over a 3-day period.
Yeah.
And while we were there, he showed some clips, just some, of an unfinished film that you were also in, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So I love what I saw. It was just like, fragments of a movie that never got finished.
Yeah, I think the idea he wanted to shoot a feature in 4 days, I think, and
yeah.
maybe because right after, within a week after that, he stopped talking to me, and we ran into each other in Utah once, and we spoke politely, but otherwise he stopped talking to me. So I don't know exactly what happened with that movie.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for him, but I think in his story it sounded like he stopped talking to him or something.
No, I think his last lines were me, "I'm going to disengage. I don't want to talk about this. I'm going to disengage." And he hung up the phone, and that was that was the end of our what had been a pretty interesting and great and fruitful friendship and relationship. But when someone says disengage and then refuses to continue the conversation, then there's not a lot of options for the other person.
I mean, I love you both a lot, and I'd happy to mediate if I can. But I think he wants to. I don't think he wants to sing. I think maybe that was a misunderstanding. I think he would love to be friends and on good terms.
Huh.
And work with you
Yeah,
again.
I mean, there's no. I mean, I literally, I don't know what to say. I mean, if somebody ends the communication, it's up to them to begin the communication, I think.
Unless they think that the other person ended it, then they might.
If he thinks that, he's insane. He's literally insane. But he's a unique individual who does have his personality quirks, as we all do. But there's no world in which I was desperate to talk to him about what was going on. Really? And that experience was also it was a wonderful and scary and weird filmmaking experience. But he cast me opposite a non-actor woman to play. We played spouses, and that woman ended up introducing me to the woman that became my wife in real life. So that was kind of neat.
Cool.
Yeah.
I just had Lindsay Burge on a couple hours ago.
Sweet.
Yeah. And I remember her telling me that she went to your wedding.
Yeah, and we were just at a wedding together a couple weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Uh-huh.
I love Lindsay. She's so much fun to talk to. I wish I'd seen that part, but
what?
Parents.
She says hi in the chat. Lindsay.
Hey, Lindsay.
And then also I talked to David Lowery yesterday.
Oh, right on. Cool.
And I showed a clip from Pioneer.
Oh, right on. That's my favorite. That's my favorite filmmaking experience.
Oh yeah? He said that's his favorite film of all the films he's made. Not only is it his favorite film, but he's sure he will never make a film that he will love that much again.
I just saw someone sent me, I don't think I'd ever seen it before, a Key and Peele spoof of it. Did you know that they had done a spoof of it in their comedy show?
Of Pioneer?
Of Pioneer. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Someone just sent it to me a couple weeks ago, and I couldn't, it was like a kind of a dream thing, because it's like, why would they do that? And it was kind of funny, but it was great. I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hard to believe.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like watching it, and I sent it to Toby, who's David's writing partner and producing partner in a lot of the things that they do. And he's like, "Oh yeah, they're just cinema buffs." That's all he had to say about it.
Huh.
He'd seen it years ago, obviously.
Cool. But are you okay with me trying to, you and Rick?
Sure. Yeah.
Cool.
If he's down with it, yeah.
I think he is.
Yeah, at one point I heard that he was working with another filmmaker, and they were going to edit the two unfinished films together to make kind of an experimental parallel narrative.
I remember that. Yeah, that was one idea.
But yeah.
But he sent me a script for a new film he just wrote, is trying to make, that I thought was fantastic. I mean, I love Rick's films. I think they're all, I mean, I haven't seen New Jerusalem, but comedy, entertainment, and amount. I love all those two films, like
And The Builder. Have you seen The Builder?
No.
That's from before New Jerusalem. I love that one. Yeah.
Wow. He seems to aim very high. You know, that's what I like about his work. It's so ambitious, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, cool. I will do that.
Where are you telethoning from?
My room, my apartment.
In New York or in California? Or
Yeah, in New York. And we haven't talked in so long. The last time I saw you, I think was like at a book reading of your book.
Ah.
That was a good book.
Book reading performance thing.
Yeah.
Somebody's asked me if I want to write a book proper, and I don't have any ideas. So what should I write a book about, or just let it go?
Well, you should only do it if you think it would be fun.
I like collaboration. That's the only thing. That's the thing that doesn't appeal to me about writing a book.
Oh, you like to collaborate on a book?
I like to collaborate on everything.
Right. Yeah, that is. I wrote a book last year.
Yeah. What is?
It's just a journal. I wrote a journal for a year. I kept a journal, but you know, you have to like edit it and stuff. Like it's you know, it's.
Yeah, and feedback is hard to come by in general in life these days. So that seems like it would really require some solid feedback.
Yeah, but I had it. I did. I went through it with this one person who was helping me, and you know, every single line I'd be like, "You like this line? Is it too long? Too short? What do you think? What if I add this?" And I just like it was a collaboration, really.
And was that somebody that was like, yeah? How did that person come into the process?
It's just someone who reached out as like a fan and said, you know, a lot of people like just reach out to help out on different projects, and he was actually from North Carolina or something, and he was smart, and you know, and we just started working on it together. We worked on it for like over a year, but I couldn't have done it without him. Is what I'm trying to say. Like I couldn't have done it alone.
Yeah.
I would have, yeah.
I
But
need that. Yeah.
yeah. So I recommend just getting someone to do it with you.
I don't know how to do that. I can't. It's so hard to figure out. Yeah, how to. I don't even know what I would be at. I mean, I've also thought about similar to that idea about the parallel film things, about maybe finding somebody else. Oh, because what's her name? Jenny Slate. You know who Jenny Slate is?
Yep, I do.
So she and her dad wrote a book together, and they alternated chapters, sort of describing life in general, but specifically their life growing up by painting a portrait of the house that they lived in when she was growing up. And it's so cool. And I thought that would be a neat thing where you choose a writing partner and then have an overarching subject and then trade off and you read each other's chapters and write it sort of together in that way. That would be a cool endeavor, maybe.
You do it with Matt Sweeney.
I could. I wonder what his writing's like. Yeah, we could. We just have to come up with a subject then. The withdrawal from Afghanistan, something like that. Something that people want to hear us talk about.
I mean, as a person who likes your work, I would just want to know more about you.
Right? Yeah, that would be funny. Yeah.
But your book, it's like a long interview basically, right?
The one with Alan Licht. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's basically, one learns a lot about you, but mostly about your musical trajectory and influences and stuff. And for me, as someone who likes your work but doesn't know that much about music or music history, it was like almost everything you said, I was like, I don't know what that is. And I would listen to it and be like, oh, interesting. And then like it was just so dense. Like there were so many things I've discovered from that book.
I like dense things. I'm glad it functions as a dense thing.
But somebody offered you a book thing and you have to think of an idea. Yeah.
Or just let it go. Like there was the Zoetrope Literary magazine.
I do.
So I've maybe written a couple of short pieces for that, and then also did the graphic, design for an issue, and am in regular communication with the editor of that, and he was talking about asking Bjork if she would do it, and she declined, and she said, I don't want to do it because it's not something that I do, which I thought was, I keep thinking about that all the time. Like this, a guy said, you want to write a book? And where it does seem like a potentially interesting adventure, it's not what I do. It's not like I have all this time to not do what I already do what I already do. There's an opportunity. Like, would you like to be the mayor of New York City for a year? And you think like, no, but I would want to if there weren't consequences. Like if people wouldn't probably die because I would be a terrible mayor, then I would want to be the mayor of New York City. I would love it. It would be so much fun.
Yeah. I remember for a while you had like a blog, a travel log blog. Do you remember this?
Yeah. There was. It might have even been on like when I was on the tour opening for Bjork. I think I did that as like because it was a thing that I was doing, and I knew the tickets were going to be expensive, and anybody who wanted to see me might think, oh, I don't want to pay $75 or however much it was to go see Will. And I thought, well, I'll include people on the trip so that they don't have to spend the money in case they're not interested in seeing Bjork, whose shows were incredible every night. But so yeah, I did that travel blog during that time. That was kind of cool.
Yeah, I really liked it. I mean, it was fascinating for me to read. And then you took it off the internet, I think. Like you had it for a while, then it was gone.
Maybe. I don't, yeah.
Why not just do that? Like do a journal?
I think that you and I share maybe a very permeable boundary around ourselves, but I'm frightened of that and you embrace it. So there's so much that I would probably put there, I'm speaking more openly to you in this little time we've had so far today than I normally do almost with anyone, just because I never know if I'm going to go too far. And I'm frightened of that.
Yeah. The book that I wrote, that I was commissioned to write, I got in advance. The publisher was like, when he saw it, he was like, this is really interesting, but I'm worried about being sued and I'm worried about being canceled. So it's kind of on hold at the moment.
Oh, wow. What did they do with when Klaus Kinski put his book out at first and it was then withdrawn? And then I think it was edited when it was re-released 15, 20 years ago or so.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I think there were certain people who maybe threatened lawsuits or actually filed lawsuits about use of their name. And so I think he took a bunch of names, or the editor took a bunch of names out, perhaps. And I think it probably made it a better book because it felt less tawdry and more grand and artistic.
Yeah.
Are you going to get sued, you think? If it came out as is?
Yeah.
How many times have you been sued?
Well, I'm always sued by the same person.
You're always sued by the same person?
Yeah.
Ah. So that person would just sue you again?
Yeah.
And do you owe that person penalties at this point?
No.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, it's Mandy. Mandy always sues me.
Oh. And what else is Mandy up to?
She's working for the city. She's like, if someone complains about police brutality, her job is to like interview the person making the complaint, interview the policeman being accused of brutality, and writing up a report about what happened.
That's an amazing position to be in.
Yeah. But yeah, she keeps suing me. Well, she's threatening to sue my employers. So she's effectively preventing me from expressing my perspective on things.
Yeah.
But because of the lawsuit worry, it was floated. I have a podcast. You know about this?
You have a podcast? No.
I have a podcast.
Yeah.
It's called 365 Stories I Want to Tell You Before We Both Die. It's a daily podcast, started January 1st, goes to the end of the year. And I just tell different autobiographical story each day, every day.
Yeah.
And
let's say revenue. Is that why people do podcasts?
Is there revenue?
Yeah. Why? I don't understand why so many people do podcasts.
There's no revenue.
Oh.
I mean, I think some podcasts have had revenue. Like sometimes they get turned into a TV show or a movie.
Yeah.
And sometimes some people pay a lot of money for that, but they pay money for the ones that seem like they could lead to a commercial thing.
Yeah. Do you have a
Like
sponsor? Have a sponsor in yours?
No. I have a producer who puts it out, but there's no corporate or anything. It's just completely indie.
Yeah. And so the drive is like, I understand traditionally making movies, you understand somewhat something about the interface with the audience, but with a podcast, is the drive like, are you expecting to be a part of their workout routine at the gym?
Yeah.
That's what people are going for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
I listen to podcasts because I exercise and I'm bored, and I used to listen to music, but I'm just maybe not musical enough. But I find the intellectual thought thing more distracting than music. So I just get engrossed in ideas or conversations, and then my jog is over and I've exercised.
Yeah.
So I really like it, but also there's something very intimate about it. Like, I mean, the main one I listen to is Mark Maron. You know who that is?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I have experience about him, but like, I know him so well now. Like, I know all of his tics. I know his shtick. I know I know about his brother. I know about his father. It's just like, it's a weird intimacy that you get to know somebody through this kind of very intimate, through the ear, brain kind of way. And I think my podcast is a little bit like that too. I think people who listen to it, like, they know so much about me, almost more than I know about myself.
Yeah, I'm sure on some levels they probably do. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's something really nice about that. I like the medium quite a bit.
I like the idea sometimes about, like I try to clue people in our immediate circle or concentric circles right outside of that into things that my daughter is up to, because I want her to have people who can support her to support her in case, because I'm an older dad, in case I weren't around or something like that. I want her to have, and I can understand like people knowing certain intimate things about a human being in order to I mean, if you want them to know specifics, right, that's ideally that's going to lead to something like if they saw you, in a pile of vomit in the gutter, that they would pick you up because they knew you and they would understand what led you to be in that position. Whereas if you didn't have a podcast, they might just leave you there because you just look like a crazy, filthy human being.
Yeah.
But otherwise, yeah, I don't know. I've often wished that someone would create an app for the WTF podcast that would just leave silences where his voice was and let you just hear the other person talking.
That's a good app idea. But just to finish this tangent, so it was floated to maybe turn the podcast into a book.
Cool. The book
so
is.
So that's the thing that's currently while the other lawsuit issue sort of tries to get resolved.
And so the book going to be called 365 Stories?
I wanted to tell you before we both die, probably.
Yeah. And is the content related to the content of the podcast? Is it identical, or is there shared content?
It's almost identical, but we tried 3 of them, and we quickly realized that while there's something interesting about just transcription in terms of tone, like the spoken word, it needed some editing and some writing. So it's like a written translation of the verbal thing.
Cool.
Yeah. So something like that. But I've really enjoyed it, and I find writing very daunting.
Yeah.
So like it was hard for me to wrap my head around it. And someone had also offered me to write a book of essays about movies, but like kind of autobiographical essays about movies and what they meant to me, and sort of. And I wrote an essay about Avengers Endgame that this
Uh-huh.
person had liked. So the person had a literary agent, and they were like, "We really liked your essay on Avengers Endgame. Could you write a whole book of these?" And it was kind of like cultural criticism, I guess.
Yeah.
But I was very daunted by this because that's like a lot of work, and you got to really think hard and like really write well. And I was just kind of like, but like the journal felt much more, native, like there was less of a stretch.
Yeah.
So that felt better.
I have a big flower vase that's full of hundreds and hundreds of movie tickets and concert tickets, from my life
Oh.
that I've seen, that I went to, that I've seen.
Wow.
So I've saved every movie ticket and every concert ticket for the past 40 some odd years that I've gone to things.
Wow.
So I was thinking like I could start pulling those out and trying to write a memory or something about.
Great idea. I would love that.
Yeah.
You could do one book on concert tickets and one book on movie tickets.
Yeah, I've never like pulled them out and looked at them. I just keep stuffing one in every time there's a new movie or a new show. I just stuff it in.
Yeah, just take it out and just write whatever comes to mind. Just like a note. Like don't be precious about it. Just like
right. There you go.
And that'd be a great book.
And you get 10% of my advance.
Speaking of money,
yeah.
when we did, but when we did Tripping with Caveh,
yeah,
I think I said something like, we should share any profits, and so there were very, very, very many profits. But for a while, I was sharing them with you. It was measly. But at a certain point, it got so measly that I stopped sharing it. And I figured, yeah. But so there's been no income at all until last week. Somebody bought Tripping with Caveh for $500. So technically, I think I owe you half of that.
Okay, however much you feel comfortable.
Okay.
That's what I get royalty checks in the mail anywhere from 12 cents to $3,000. And I never know when they're going to come, what they're going to be for, where the money's coming from, and I usually take them straight to the bank and cash them, and that's how I buy everything. Is whatever cash in my pocket, I live royalty check to royalty check.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, whatever you sent, I would just take it immediately to the bank. I would cash it and put it in my pocket and go buy hamburgers.
Okay. I'll send you an email because I don't know if you're the same address that I had from many years ago.
Probably.
Really?
Probably. I mean, at least the same. If it's a PO box, I kept the PO box. But what about like now? With Michael Pollan's books and everything, it seems like now is actually a viable time to relaunch the Tripping with Caveh series idea.
Someone was trying to get me to do it. I met like an agent or a Hollywood junior agent, maybe an agent's assistant, was trying to get me to relaunch it, but they were trying to make it like more commercial. So they wanted like this whole like rigmarole around it, different countries every time, like a backdrop, maybe some jokes. Like it was just like, what are you guys talking about? That has been. But Michael Pollan, I know him a little bit, and we had like a little email exchange just yesterday.
Oh, nice. I just got a word from the library that, because I checked out his audiobook, the new one, about 10 days ago, and it's about to expire, and I forgot that I had checked it out because I've never successfully listened to an audiobook.
Maybe.
But I'm gonna get the book. Now I'm gonna get the book. I like the last one so much.
Which was the last one?
How to Change Your Mind, and then
there's a new one.
There's a new one that extends from that. It's called "This Is Your Brain on Plants." It's I think it's sort of a
I didn't know.
like more along the same path.
Cool. I've been doing that like a performance of called Psychedelics Made Me What I Am, and it's basically all this footage I have, tripping footage from over the years, and I sort of tell this story of how they've sort of changed my perception of reality, or ultimate reality. And I'm trying to turn that into a film as well, but I'm still working on that.
Yeah. When your podcast is done 365 days, you're gonna that'll be it. It's done.
Yeah, then it's done. Yeah.
That's nice.
But then I'll do another one, I think.
but it'll be. I think one problem that I have with a lot of podcasts that I've tried to listen to is they seem ultimately to just be kind of about themselves. How to like, what are we going to do to perpetuate this podcast idea that we have?
No, this will be done.
Keep going. We have to do more of this podcast, and it's just yeah.
It'll be done. But I'm being waved to that. I have to end this.
Oh, good.
It was so great talking to you, Will.
It's wonderful to see you. Wonderful to talk to you.
Okay,
We're trying to figure out a New York show, so I don't know.
Will you let me know? Because I'm not really tuned into what's happening.
Hey, look, that's so nice. All right, thanks for having me in.
Thanks for joining, Will.
Good luck raising the cash.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Hey. Hello, Ion Pack. Can you hear me? Are they connected to audio? Hello?
Hey, Caveh.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. Can you hear me?
I can.
All right, perfect.
Yo.
Oh, here's Ion 2 somewhere.
So it's Ion 1 and Ion 2?
Yeah,
Yep.
can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
can
we
hear
can't
Ion
see
2,
you though.
But we can't see you. This is the
I'm
last.
starting the video.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
You guys are the last guests today.
Nice to see you, Caveh.
Nice to see you. You look like you're in LA.
Yep.
Yeah, we are.
I recognize the smog.
Does my voice sound all fucked up?
Yeah, it's appropriately fucked up.
All right, great.
Yeah, this is last. I was imagining when I started this that we were going to be like trying to get the money to the last second, and that we would be saying like only $3,000 more to go. We only have an hour. Please send money now. But we don't need to do that because we have raised pretty much what we needed. Oh my
Yeah, we
God.
should say congratulations. I was very happy to see that.
Yeah, that's huge news.
54,000. We've gone past our goal, and we almost have made enough to actually, once we pay Kickstarter the 10%, to have the goal that we were trying to raise. So I guess if we could get another $600, right? That would do it. But we're not going to lose all the money if we don't get it. So it's not,
we'll give you the 600.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we'll throw an event that'll make at least that.
Okay. Cool.
So if
So
someone else can make it, that would be great too, though. So everybody keep sending it.
Did Sean Glass contribute yet?
he contributed early on.
Oh, okay, good.
Big shouts.
Big shouts.
So we have so basically it's supposed to end at 4. I think the actual time that it ends is 3:54 p.m. And then the Kickstarter is over.
Right.
So we can go a little over is all I'm saying.
Okay, cool.
But we can also just go and then I'll just do some closing remarks, I guess. But so I'm gonna let you guys. I've been doing this for quite a few hours. I'm gonna let you guys sort of like steer the boat.
Okay.
The ship. Okay.
Mhm.
That's what we do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you showing a clip from the podcast, or are we just going into it?
Yeah. Should I? I got a clip. Haley,
Yeah.
show a clip for us. Do you want to start with the clip?
Yeah, let's start with the
I
clip.
think it's nice.
Okay. Let's start with the clip. While we're waiting for the clip to mount on board the ship that you guys are are steering, do you want to give any instructions? Okay, we got it. Here it is. We're just killing time. Okay. I'm gonna play it.
All right, let's
kind of
go.
hipsterism, and yet the podcast felt kind of hipstery to me. So there's like a weird double-edged sword.
We're definitely hipsters. I mean, I am a born and bred hipster since I was a young kid.
Yeah.
You look like a hipster.
Yeah.
but
so are you.
I don't think of myself as a hipster.
Well, when you were younger, you definitely were.
I was never a hipster because I was never.
The guy in a little stiff is a hipster.
No, he's not. He's a maladjusted outsider.
Well, that's a hipster sometimes.
But like I always think of hipsters as people who like other people think are cool.
Right.
I was never that.
Well, that's interesting. Maybe it has the veneer of that. I do think of ourselves as people who feel outside of the industries of cool people that we wish we were a part of, but we're not. Like,
yeah, I 'cause it's interesting to hear you say that because I've never thought of myself as cool in any way. Really,
it's a great reflection though.
Yeah,
it's like Caveh thought we were hipsters, but like we've always felt like outsiders to the stuff that we love, and I think that connects us to your work because like in the show about the show, like for example, when you are talking to Jake Perlin at Metrograph about doing a retrospective of your work, like even though like I have no retrospective of work to ask Jake Perlin to show, I relate to the dynamic of you talking to someone who is in some gatekeeping position of power and having them more or less not take you that seriously. Like a hipster, I think, would say, we'll show your film. Like they would show the hipster's film. I
Right.
think.
Yes, exactly.
Well, because I remember like they just done a Josh Safdie retrospective.
Yeah.
Right. When I asked him that, and I think I'd been introduced to him by Josh, so I was like, maybe by association, I have some cred, but I didn't.
Right.
But Josh did.
Right.
And I don't think of Josh really as a hipster either. He's just like a talented.
Yeah, he's a hustler.
Yeah, that's right.
He's definitely a hustler.
So that was the clip.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to show that clip because I wanted to see how you felt. You've reached a Kickstarter goal. You're having a telethon with a bunch of great film people, us. How do you feel right now? Do you feel like you might be a hipster now?
I mean, I guess I feel like I've been increasingly embraced by the youth of today.
Yeah.
So in that sense, yeah, I mean, I'm not a hipster, but I think that hipsters like me. And I think any association with me adds hipster cred to their hipsterness for some reason.
All the cool kids are fucking with Caveh now.
Yeah. So yeah, but that just it's like a symbol or a accessory. I'm an accessory.
Well, I'm really glad about it because I've known you for a long time now, and I've seen varying degrees of your embrace in the culture. And I feel like we're reaching an apex of that, which feels not that we have anything to do with that, but like it feels very personally satisfying to see an artist whose work we like actually the culture reflect, how important we think it is.
Yeah, a filmmaker that I don't love is Henry Jaglom. But I find him interesting. And I remember thinking, like, how does this guy, like, his films aren't, but also like, if you just hang in there long enough, eventually, like, you just become like a part of the furniture or something, it's like you become accepted or something. And it's like, it's kind of like friends even, like, so people you don't even like them, but if they just hang out long enough, they kind of, okay, they're your friends now. It's like, there's something about longevity that kind of creates a certain patina, a temporal patina that breeds nostalgia, which is pleasant and comforting. And
well,
yes,
I also think there's also a huge level of respect with young kids who are like, oh, Caveh's been dedicated to this for decades. Like,
you think
this is
temporality is part of the draw.
I think that how long you've been at it is very inspiring to young kids because they're at a position when they're like, oh, I could give up on this in 2 years, even though they've only been trying for 5, and then they see
there's a
you've just been
depth of
added.
work there. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
people can become obsessed and like dig into the work because there's so much of it, and it's been happening for such a long time, and the language has been developed, and it's there, and you've been hitting that tennis ball line all along.
Oh, thank you for that metaphor.
Yeah.
But I was talking to Azazel Jacobs earlier, whose father is Ken Jacobs, who I looked up to him as an experimental filmmaker when I was in my early 20s, and he was always very marginal. No one knew who he was really, and I've watched him become increasingly embraced and increasingly demarginalized, and that's been really satisfying to me. And I remember also Jonas Mekas, like when he was he died now, but towards the end there, he was really getting a lot of acclaim, which had really eluded him. So it's nice. I mean, the goal has always been, I hope I'm not dead when people start to appreciate the work, and they're starting to, and I'm not dead yet. So I've beat the angel of death in the race towards free posthumous glory.
Yeah, no, and we're happy to see it.
Yeah.
How has the telethon been? Like, how was Richard Linklater?
Yeah, how do you feel?
This is crazy.
I feel pretty great. I mean, I'm kind of touched that people, took the time. They have really busy schedules. Joe Swanberg, he did this 24-hour 24-hour marathon screening of 9/11 VHS conspiracy tapes. So he was like up all night also, and he only had like 3 hours of sleep, and he had to like wake up from his 3 hours of sleep deprivation to come on for half an hour to do this. And that's a big ask.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Would you do it
Are
for
you
Joe?
like?
I'm sorry?
Would you do it for Joe?
I would do it for Joe. Yeah.
Are you in your house right now, or are you like set up somewhere? Okay, so you could just go crash very quickly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there like a team behind you?
Must make it easier.
What's the team? Has there been like the show about the telethon moment?
Yeah. Right now there's just 2 people. There's David. You want to say hi?
Sure. How's it going?
Big shout,
man.
David.
Big shout.
And there's also Haley, who I think is camera shy. So she says hello without appearing on camera. So we're down to 2 people. We had like 7 people last night, right? Really? It was crowded last night, but we realized we didn't need that many people to keep it going. So we're just shooting a little bit and doing technical stuff. But it's been yeah.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that, like, I thought that I was curious to hear about, your goal was $50,000. It's an interesting amount of money to me. I was curious how you landed on that amount of money. And like, I think it's the right amount of money, especially for you in this project. And you're someone who I see as, you work well with low budgets. You don't necessarily need any more than you need, and you'd probably not prefer to have any less. Was there a reason for that amount of money going in?
That's a good question. I mean, when Brick offered me 100,000 for season 3, I remember thinking like, that's so much money. I can get food and things. So that seemed like more than I needed to do it. But also like, it was kind of whet my appetite for that amount.
Right.
And so, and I talked to a few people about it. I talked to Jim Cummings. Do you know Jim Cummings?
Yeah.
He did Thunder Road, and he's been very successful, I think, at raising money. And he said, in his experience, 30,000 is like the most you can really raise on Kickstarter. As much he's been able to raise. So I was like, oh, okay, 30 is the number. That's kind of low. And it was going to be 30 for a while, but then I was like, it's not really enough because also we're doing season 4 at the same time. And so I just was like, maybe we can get 50, just in a moment of hubris, really.
Yeah.
And then once I said 50 and it was locked, I couldn't change it. After a few days, I was just like, oh shit, what have I done? And my kids were like, Dad, you're so stupid. Why don't you say 30? And I'm like, I know I'm stupid. I'm so sorry. And they're like, you're not going to make it, Dad. No way. And they were both like pleasantly surprised. I think my proudest moment is my kids being like, "Oh, we were wrong." Our dad's
no,
not
you
not a
hit the
total
metric.
idiot.
Yeah.
Wait, when did you hit 50?
Like right before the telethon started.
Wow.
And also, I was afraid the telethon would be boring if we hit our goal. So I was kind of like, please don't give me the 50 yet. But my prayers were unanswered. And then it was just like, okay, well, we can still do a stretch goal, and that would be very helpful, actually. I forgot that Kickstarter takes 10%. So that was an easy one. And then legal stuff seemed like a worthy goal.
How was the talk with Eric Cohn?
Oh, true.
Okay. Maybe he was a little more reticent to be completely candid than I would have preferred. So there was that, that kind of like carefulness to it that doesn't make for the best television.
Yeah, when I saw that he was included, I was like, oh, we could have done an All in the Family.
Yeah, I didn't know if he wanted to talk about that or you want to talk about that. I mean, I don't mind talking about it, certainly with you guys if you want. But
I'd love to talk about it.
Yeah,
okay, we can talk about it. But I alluded to it very discreetly to him, and he didn't seem to want to talk about it necessarily. So I just tried to follow his cues.
Totally.
But we'd
like to talk about it. Yeah, that's good.
Talk about it.
Yeah. So we made a meme that was very lighthearted and fun about a bunch of fake tweets and articles written by people both in our circuit and slightly out of our circuit, but people who it makes sense, like Eric Cohn, because he's a top critic at one of the top criticism websites, and everybody thought it was very funny. And
you want to show it to us? Do you want to show it?
Well, it's been taken down.
It's been taken down. Okay.
Yeah. And he everybody thought it was very funny. And none of it was making fun of the people involved. It was, the theme of it was an alternative reality where this fake film festival existed, and it was what everyone would have tweeted or written had the festival really existed. But it wasn't, obviously.
Being the anti-woke thing?
Being the anti-woke film festival. So it was just an imagined reality of, if that had existed, what group of people would have tweeted or written.
Which is not a foreign concept. Like we all know about The Onion. Like parody is well versed.
Parody. Yeah.
Right.
I have a question. I saw like a video that was really interesting. I think it was an anti-woke film festival thing. It was all these like people in red dancing, like right-wing guys. Is this what?
Yeah, that was a prep school rap dance essentially.
Yeah.
That was really interesting. I was like, what is this?
It felt provocative and funny.
Yeah. So I saw that one. One. Is that one also taken down?
I think we took that down.
Did we?
It might still be up. I'm not sure. Yeah, we didn't. Yeah, the red ties thing. I think maybe they just happen to be wearing them. I don't know if they're actually conservative, but it just, I don't know where that came from.
It was something about that footage that was just like really interesting.
No, I agree.
I'm very familiar with that environment.
Yeah, but it was, all the joke, and everybody involved thought it was funny. I was going along with it, except for one Eric Cohn, who had it reported, had it taken down, and we tried to just be like, not in an angry way, just say, what's up? Like, this wasn't making fun of you. It was just, we used your name because you're top critic. And he wasn't having it. He didn't.
Well, his claim is that like it uses his image like with next to the article. There's like a little profile avatar of his face, and it's like some like, oh, that's my intellectual property. Which our argument to that was that he's a public figure. That's
right.
That's not really
and it's parody.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there is the right of parody.
Yeah.
But he was very, very upset about it. We even invited him on the pod to talk about it.
Which I
He
think made him very angry.
still was very angry and said no. And it was very weird because to me it's not something that it's not even something to be angry about because there's nothing insulting or disparaging about it in any way.
But yeah, then fast forward to like there was a lot of stuff on a fan account of ours about Eric. He got that account taken down, and then I got a call from you, Caveh, that there was going to be some sort of legal action from IndieWire, which was kind of exciting to me. But but yeah, it all kind of pitter pattered out, and like I think it just sort of ended there. But yeah, it was interesting because like it's sort of like is the genesis of like maybe why we were making jokes in the first place is like people in positions of power, specifically in the film world, not having a great sense of humor, and that's something that's always drawn me to your work because we kind of come from music backgrounds and music scenes where people tend to make fun of each other and like have a good time, and they're very self-deprecating. And in the film world, I remember when I was first introduced to it, it was just kind of shocking how little I was laughing and how little other people were laughing at themselves.
Yeah, it's very humorless. Yeah.
Well, humorlessness is such a weird thing because it's I guess it in a lot of people's minds, laughing at yourself and this ridiculous thing that I mean, making art is ridiculous. You're trying to make something out of nothing, make a living off of it, get people to care about it. And the whole thing is ridiculous. You have to be able to laugh at it. And it seems, especially in the film world, some people think that if you laugh at it, you've now devalued it because it's somehow less meaningful. And I just don't understand that. That's not how I look at humor. I think it's a really sells humor short, which is obviously an art in its own right. And I never understood why people thought it meant that what they did was devalued. I actually think it values it more if you can be able to lampoon it and have it affect people when they understand the ridiculousness of it. It's just like, wow, look at the ridiculousness of this thing that I'm doing. It's incredible that I get to do it.
Yeah, I mean, just to give maybe some context to the listeners or viewers. See, I didn't really know anything about it, and I got a call from Eric, and he called me because I was on your podcast, and because we've interacted before, so he was in the show, so he knew me. And he just said, so what he said, as I remember it, was, I have no problem with this. I think it's funny. It's not my issue. It's not me. Yeah. It's my superiors who are corporate interests who own IndieWire and who have like a team of lawyers, and that you guys are fucking with their brand, and they're not going to and they don't like that. And that just out of like kindness to you, he was asking me to just warn you that, very, very heavy manpower ammunition was about to descend upon you guys that you might not think worth it. And to just let you know that. And he also said that they were afraid to contact you directly because this is very much like the show, actually, because they were afraid that you would use it in a meme kind of way to make further fun of them. And
which
further, yes. And further, whatever, devalue their brand, and jeopardize their profit maximization, portfolios. And so they wanted me to do it because you guys wouldn't make fun of me, and you could be like a channel, like a like a diplomacy channel where you could not show that you're negotiating with the enemy or something.
Well done, Eric. I mean, Caveh is the neutralizer for.
It's true. Also, I don't fully buy that because it was the claim that said intellectual property was stolen. You can see who filed the claim, and it was his personal email address, not his IndieWire email address.
I mean, I think they would lose in court, but it would cost a lot of money to fight it. Is the issue with all of these lawsuits, right? I mean, I'm constantly being threatened with lawsuits, and again, I think I would win, but all the people with assets, all the institutions, they all are like, we don't want to deal with it. We don't care if it's legitimate or not legitimate. We don't care if we would win or not. We just don't want to spend the money. And I've had this happen to me so many times. This happened to me with sex addicts. Somebody said they would sue me for something that was completely legal. I checked it with a lawyer, and they were like, we're going to have to check it with our lawyers and they basically took $10,000 of my money and just paid their lawyer to tell them what my lawyer had already told me with my $1,000 before, and they just subtracted it from my balance.
This
And
is
so,
America.
Yeah, this is America. So, I think it's a very common corporate, maneuver of intimidation.
Right.
And I don't know. I mean, I think the only question is it worth dealing with it or not? And maybe it is, and maybe it's not. But that's the real question. Like, do you want to deal with these legal issues or?
Yeah, I think ultimately we don't, but like we're also Italian, so we were kind of like we're rerouting all the Patreon money to legal fees now. Like, bring it on.
It was a matter of pride, We spent a long
yeah.
time photoshopping all those tweets. I really felt like those memes were, it was a work of art that we put a lot of time into.
Well, it's like if you were to make an episode and someone, I mean, it's sort of it reminds me of the Sheik and I, because like I was always very connected to, I was blacklisted by Tom Powers, and the saga of your work not being able to be shown, and like to me that, like, you talk about how that's, it's a sacred thing, and like it's sort of what your movie was about, was censorship. And we felt for the first time, we're like, wow, somebody censored us.
Yeah, congratulations. It means that you have some you're dangerous.
Yes.
It's flattering also in a way.
It is flattering. Someone's afraid of what you can do to them. I mean, the same thing with Viceland, right? They were afraid of the show. Like they had a brand and they didn't want me to fuck with it. Like,
yeah.
And it's like, money trumps humor, I think.
Yeah.
For most people.
And I think,
not to laugh.
Yeah, and not to bring it back up, but like, something else that fits into that, and we talked about on the podcast, was like certain people wanting to be censored out of your show, and like Josh Safdie, for example, not wanting to be in the show. And the way in like, it's, I guess kind of what I'm getting at is like, now that maybe there's more attention on you, I can give those people some credit, because like they're generally in positions of power. They're a little afraid to like hold on to what they have. And I think that maybe is a natural human thing that happens, as you climb the ladder. Like, do you sense that building in you at all? Like, a little fear?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think the nice thing about youth is that you're fearless because you got nothing to lose. Yeah. And as you start to succeed more, I mean, you guys, I think, are a good example. Actually, you guys are starting to succeed more. And as you're doing that, you become both more of a danger, and also you have more to lose.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel that. I think, yeah, I feel that.
Do you think that, like, do you think that you're less likely to poke fun at someone on your show now because you maybe want something from them, or like there's maybe some possible opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, I also just had this, I went to a birthday party recently for Matt Grady, and there were all these
big shouts.
You what?
Big
shouts to Matt Grady.
Yeah, and he kindly said I could shoot a scene there, and I needed one person to do one line, and I was like, I'll just find someone there. I'm sure I'll know all these people there, and I'll just get one of them to do the line. Like, it'll be easy. And I went there, and I knew a bunch of people, and I went up to those people. I was like, "Would you mind doing one line for the show?" And everyone was like, "No." And I was like, "Really? It's just a line?" And they're like, "No, I don't want. I'm sorry, I'm busy right now. I can't do it. I don't have time. I'm in the middle of something." And I was just like, "What?" And I was like, "They're all scared. They're all scared to be in the show." And I was kind of shocked, and I kind of felt a little bit like a persona non grata. I was like a leper. You're gonna make fun of us. So it definitely has affected my, welcome, Matt. And like, even like with my girlfriend now, she's a little paranoid about, am I going to use this in the show? How am I going to use it? And, to keep the peace, the domestic peace of just like not having I'm often like, okay, I won't put that in there, but like, my younger self, or my earlier self would have been like, no, say whatever I want.
Do you think there's any issue with that? Like, do you feel sanitized in some way, or that you feel less free?
Yeah, I mean, like the Marquis de Sade, like his whole thing is like, we should do whatever you want to do. You want to rape people, do it. No morality. And everyone, all of us, are like, well, there's certain things that I'm not going to do for all kinds of reasons, and I'm going to, restrain myself. So to know where that balance is right and wrong. I mean, everyone draws it differently for themselves and for what they have to lose and what they have to gain, and for their personality types. It's changing all the time too. So I might be sanitizing increasingly. I mean, even like the Kickstarter, like I'll say something like in a camera dress for the Kickstarter. I'm like, ooh, people aren't gonna like that, and I need people to like it because I need their money. It's like I'm already compromised, just from the financial need to keep it going. So Rick Alverson, I was talking to just earlier, and
Big show.
yeah, and he wrote this incredible script that he sent me. It's like insanely not commercial, like insanely. Like, how could you make a film less commercial than this, Rick? That was the prompt almost. Like, make it unfinanceable. Go. And he won the contest. And he was like, "Oh, I just rewrote it. I said, is it? I hope you didn't make it too commercial." And he said, "No, you have to make it commercial. You have to do both at the same time." And I know what he means, but like, if you can do both somehow and like have the art and the commerce, like, you're good. But it's very hard. I mean, that's the hardest thing. It's like threading a needle. It's like to get those two things happening at the same time. And I don't know, Nathan Nathan For You, I think, does that, right? Like, he's subversive, he's artistic, he's mind-blowing, and it's commercial. Like, it's so hard to do that.
You can show your family Nathan For You.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And it makes sense.
And John Wilson sort of pulled that off too, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
And
I think that's why the show works. Is like the show. I think the show does that.
The show about the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so too, but it doesn't, because it hasn't. Like, no one will show it, and I mean, it's great that 847 people at the latest count have given me $54,280 to continue.
That's something.
That's something that's great, but it's not a massive audience, and it's not a massive amount of it's as big as it is. It's not like it's not Nathan For You.
Right. Is there any element that you've really thought of, like, for an upcoming season, like you would be happy to change to make it slightly more, I guess, accessible in a mainstream way that wouldn't feel like a compromise?
No, I mean, I think it's as mainstream as I can make it.
Right.
I don't know how to make it more mainstream than that.
Like shooting it on a different camera.
Well, I mean, the only thing I could do to make it more mainstream is to get famous actors in it.
Right.
And I actually, I'm up for that. I don't mind doing that. Michael Cera apparently is a fan of the show, and I thought,
big shows.
Yeah, so I was like, okay, maybe if I get Michael Cera to play himself or something, maybe that would help it a little bit. And I don't mind moving in that direction. On some level, I'm totally against it, because one thing that's great about the show is it's just normal people. If it becomes star-studded, it becomes something else,
Right.
But at the same time, you got to find like the balance that makes it sustainable.
Well, if you made a part of the show, a conversation with the Ion Pack about how you needed more celebrities in the show, and that's how Michael got into the show, it wouldn't feel like it was selling out. It's just a natural part.
It becomes part of the
process.
narrative.
Yeah, I've actually been trying to get him to do it in exactly that way.
Yeah.
He just had a baby, so he's kind of like on paternity leave. So he's not really. Anyway, he's hard to get to right now. He's busy.
Right.
But I'm certainly open to that kind of thing. And that doesn't feel like a compromise that I can't live with or anything, because celebrity is interesting also. It's like not.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There's also something interesting. Oh, go ahead.
No, go for it.
I'll say there's also something interesting in celebrities who are still in touch with things like this, to the point of like fandom and wanting to be involved, because there's a whole conversation in there, I think, about the unfulfillingness of that level of celebrity, you know.
Talking about
Getting wanting to
Telethon
get
right now?
no, I'm talking about like
Oh.
giant celebrity wanting to get back in touch with
Oh.
something small and be involved with something small.
Mm.
There's a narrative in there about
Yeah.
how unfulfilling, I guess, celebrity could be. Because I'm sure there's a lot of celebrities who, even when starting out, they were very tapped into things like the show about the show. They had good taste. They were very passionate. But then they get to a point where they have their money and cars, and they're like, well, I can just kind of relax now and do my thing. This is a job, make my money. And then there's other celebrities who really want to get back in touch with, you know, real art and smaller things. And it's always interesting to me to see how that they interpret that when they kind of climb down the ladder back into the fold, you know.
We've experienced a lot of that too. We've been like, you know, people have reached out. We're like, why does this person want to talk to us? Like
Yeah,
this
exactly.
person is in such a different atmosphere and reality than us. Like, how could we possibly be valid to them? But there is a search for authenticity, or I don't know, yeah, going back down to like the ground floor of something. And I don't know, there's a realness that people seem to crave in general.
Yeah.
Are you talking about celebrities reaching out to you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, people, I mean, I think people do crave authenticity because there's a lack of it in our lives.
Right. Well, I just think about even you know, when I was young and in the music scene and around a lot of you know, poor living conditions, like everybody lived horribly, but it was very real. But all I could think about was, and sometimes a bigger musician would kind of show up into those scenes to try to get back in touch, and they would become a part of it. And it would always blow my mind, and I would just think, why would you ever come back here? If I had money, I would be so far away from here, I couldn't even tell you. I would never think about it again. I would like go live my life and talk to beautiful people and eat well and not come anywhere near Brooklyn ever again. And and so it's just, I guess it's interesting. Like, it's interesting to me. It was like, this isn't real. This is like the struggle. I'm trying to get where you are, but I guess it's
It's
always
because
grass
spiritual
is greener.
fulfillment, obviously, you know, it's like corny, but like it doesn't come from all of the superficial stuff. And something I like about seeing you to continue to work, Caveh, is that like there's like a purity of vision that has remained consistent, even with the show. Like I think the show is the crowning achievement because it achieves that commercial, accessible, it's for everyone thing. Like I love the other stuff too, but I'm like a movie nerd. Like the show feels like it's like the perfect alchemy of like bringing your sensibility to more and more people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think so too. Which is why it's sometimes frustrating that, you know, it's like, why isn't anybody, you know, but, you know, it's also, you know, it's just DIY, you know, it's like, you know, stop asking for permission and just put it out yourself and let it be what it is. I mean, you guys kind of do that too.
Yeah, exactly.
And, you know, I don't totally understand. I remember one of you, I was talking to a couple of years ago, and was trying to explain to me what you guys do and the whole meme thing. And I was kind of like, I don't understand what this is. I understand that it's humor, but I didn't understand all the jokes. And I think I understand a little bit better now, but like I really appreciate it. Like, even though like I like Jake Perlin and, you know, I like the Metrograph, like I really appreciated all of the jokes about the Metrograph. And I totally understand where that's coming from and what's to be made fun of there. And also like Screen Slate, you know, I was like, I never really thought much about Screen Slate. I mean, I thought about them a little bit, but I had nothing against them. But then when I saw you guys kind of making fun of them, I was like, yeah, I know what they mean. There's something obnoxious and annoying about Screen Slate. And since then, I've sort of, you know, a couple of times they've been like, you know, not nice to me, and that just furthers my, you know, my the Ion Packer, right? Screen Slate.
Yeah.
But it's nice to make fun of things.
Well, I think that was a passing of the torch. Like I honestly think that, at least in me, and I think maybe for both of us, like it came from you being honest about your experiences in
Oh
that
yeah.
world. Like it wasn't necessarily like, I mean, it was humorous by nature of the reality of it, but it wasn't like openly like I'm making fun of this person. It's more like I had this experience with this person that was like not great, which like unlocked something in me because like every experience I was having up until that point was like really funny and awkward and cringe and like you kind of weren't allowed to talk about it because they were the powers that be.
Yeah.
Right.
I will say, as someone who like entered this world of, film or independent film, like I think the shock to the system for me was how hierarchical it is and how like socially stratified. It's like complete like caste system almost.
Yeah.
And and it was just always clear, like even when you get to the next level, you're just at the bottom of that totem pole, but like
Yeah.
you're always at the I might say that I'm always at the bottom of whatever totem pole exists.
Right.
And what's nice about this telethon, I think, for me, is like the people on the totem pole of all kinds of levels on the telethon, and somehow like, and that's there. It's not, you can't deny it's there, but like there's something else that they're all on the same level too, and there's something about a community that gets built despite where you are on the totem pole, or that and the link is me. I mean, like there was like someone I knew in college, and hadn't talked to in years, who was on earlier, and then there's Will Oldham, and it just sort of does something to make everyone the same, even though people have different levels of fame and stuff. And I think that in a way, and I think a lot of people are always trying to climb the totem pole, but what we really end up finding is a kind of lateral community that of people who are also climbing the totem pole, and but where there's also a horizontality that is the real place of being, and that kind of felt like I felt that today.
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
the telethon has been a great symbol of that. Like I know that you were always against Kickstarter and against crowdfunding, but like underneath the like capitalism of it, maybe there's like something beautiful about it too, because there's this representation of like all of these people care, and there's like a community building aspect to that.
Yeah. Well, once you feel that horizontality, as you say, I think the more everyone on that plane starts to see each other, the less they try to climb, because they're like, oh look, we have a great little step over here. Like it'd be nice to get one higher, but I only want to go if they go, and I don't want to not hang out with these people anymore because I'm all the way up there, So it's kind of cool down here, and so that community aspect, yeah, really does kill that cutthroat kind of capitalistic, or whatever you want to call it, like striving for more.
And from what we've heard, it's lonely at the top.
I'm sure it is.
It's almost time. It's 3:42. Oh, we have like 12 more minutes, Haley.
You can do your closing remarks.
What are we at in terms of the amount? 54,670. I mean, that's so much. I'm
Yeah, good job. Congrats, Caveh. This is incredible.
That's huge. Congratulations.
So I don't know if we need to push for more.
You got a lot.
Yeah, we do.
Whoever's listening, just throw more. Can always use more. There's
give them
it
another
could be
two
lunch
grand.
on the last day. Yeah.
But I don't need to be alone for closing remarks.
We'd love to be here with you.
We'd love to be here. Yeah.
Oh, cool. There's a lot of love in the chat.
Yeah, what are the people saying? We can't see through these things.
Yeah.
Big love to the chat and Caveh. So proud, or whatever the goal is. Marvelous, Caveh. So fun to hang out with you all the past day. I wish I had the 2 grand. I never really watched the Jerry Lewis one, but I heard that he breaks down at the end. Is that how this works?
You did it, Caveh.
Yeah, you really did it. You really did it. And take it from us. Ever since your episode with us, which is a while ago at this point, maybe January, I think. Your name is on everyone's lips. Your name has become synonymous with being a Packer, an Ion Packer. So,
And being an artist.
Exactly. You've been hugely inspiring to countless people that we've met through doing this podcast.
I would say almost every single person we've met.
Oh yeah, and we're in LA right now. We've been hanging out with a lot of people who from the internet who are Packers, and I don't think I've had a single conversation where you don't come up. So you've been having a huge effect on a lot of people.
Thank you for saying that. It's 3:45. We have 9 more minutes. I have to stay on until the end, right? Okay. I'm sorry? You're scheduled to be on until 4. Until 4? Okay. Okay, we have 15 more minutes.
Have you been like drinking coffee or what? How you keeping on?
I'm just keeping up high. I'm high on love energy coming at me.
That's big. Yeah. It's the biggest one.
Yeah, I've had no coffee at all. I've had almost no food. It's been easy to stay up though. It's been very engaging. Did you guys watch any of the other parts?
No, we wish we could. We've been trying
Yeah.
to, we both on top of each other got COVID while we were out here, so we had to pack all this stuff in the past few days. But I was gutted to miss so much.
We've spent the last 24 hours making up for everything that we couldn't do when we were both in LA with COVID.
But
yeah,
I was happy. I remember feeling last night when we were doing other stuff that like I was seeing screenshots and stuff on Instagram, and the whole thing was bringing me a lot of joy. It made me really happy that everyone was showing up for you, and it's a beautiful thing.
Thank you.
Also, just the flyer for this,
the poster,
beautiful.
is beautiful, and I've had multiple people request or ask if we could talk about getting them prints of it.
Yeah, there was going to be like Haley was saying we should do maybe as a reward thing for the Kickstarter, like do posters. But Spencer Hicks is the guy who did them.
Big
and
shout.
I knew him years ago. I lived in San Francisco. He helped me out on I'm a Sex Addict, and it might have been a student of mine. I can't remember. I think
You've had a lot at this point.
I know I've had a lot. But he does like graphic novels and stuff. And he's been painting, but yeah, he just did that, and it was so good. And he captured everyone's essence just right.
I know, it's amazing.
Energies.
It's not an easy task to tackle.
No, I was really impressed too.
Yeah.
But posters, yeah, I think that's a possibility. Haley, what should we say or do about that? Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love one.
Yeah. Should we do like a Kickstarter reward for it?
Yeah, I think people.
We should clear 55,000.
Wow. 1,000 more, and we'll take our masks off, everybody.
My mom just texted me that she donated just now.
Oh.
Big shouts to my mom.
Yeah, big shouts to your mom and my mom as well.
I don't know how to do the poster thing. Kelly, any ideas? It's ending in 12 minutes. If people want a poster, they just Venmo me. Okay. We'll do something. We'll post something about how to do that.
Yeah.
Perfect. But the other reason I brought that poster up is because just I mean, look at what a legend crew of people are on that poster. It's
Oh yeah.
It's just like, you know, no matter where you feel on the totem pole, I would say to have all those people in your camp is a huge thing.
Yeah, it is. It's
And seeing everybody in the same format too felt very democratized and communal, and it was really nice.
Yeah.
We felt honored to be on there with all those people.
Yeah, there were a bunch of people who came in like at the end, and we were like, "Could you add these names?" And Tessa was like, "It's gonna make it so it's gonna be unreadable," and we're like, "Okay."
Yeah, sorry, Eric.
We love your work, Spencer. Yeah, beautiful work, Spencer.
Do you have people like asking you questions, or is it just love?
Someone, it's mostly love. Someone said, "Caveh, my friend donated 10K to your project. Can I come up and say something real quick?" Sure. How do we do that?
That is it, Rafa?
Lofgren, it says.
Oh,
interesting.
Yeah, bring him in.
We're trying.
Is that the biggest donator? 10K?
Yeah.
That's huge. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm excited to make that film, actually.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you have to make a film about that donor. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask you, like, you've obviously been through so much over the past couple of decades. I imagine this is some sort of peak, but I'd like to hear about if you've had other like emotional, spiritual peaks along the way.
True. Yeah.
You asked me for what other ones were peaks?
Yeah, like is this the peak? Were there other peaks? Were there other like transcendent moments where you felt like a lot of a lot of inspiration?
You mean like recognition from the world, or like
personal? Yeah, like
personal?
love. When did the love peak out as hard as this, if ever?
Never. I think this is the peak.
Wow.
Wow.
Honored to be here. Closing it out.
Honored to be
with
here
you.
for it. Exactly.
Yo, Caveh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's Lofgren here. Love your stuff. So it's funny. I told my friend about you like 2 weeks ago. I told you, it's like, dude, this guy's my favorite filmmaker. Check out his shit. And I wanted to come up here yesterday when Dustin was talking about NFTs, because Danny, who just donated the 10K to your project, he just made a boatload of money off of NFTs. So he decided to put that money into your project. So I definitely want to onboard you onto NFTs, Caveh, if you're ever curious. But
so you're saying you're recommending that I invest in NFTs or make NFTs?
No, create your own NFTs, Caveh. We can talk about it offline or whatever. But
okay.
Dude, I love your stuff. I love this telethon. I've pretty much been here since the beginning of this thing. And Danny's stoked for the film you're gonna make about him.
Cool. I'm stoked too. But yeah, cool. You have my email, right? Do you know how to contact me?
Yeah, I'll just DM you on Instagram or Twitter or something.
Okay.
That's all right.
Sure, of course.
Big shouts, Lofgren.
Big shouts, Lofgren.
Do you guys know what NFTs are?
Like
they get brought up a lot to us.
Yeah, and I don't fully understand them, but
your memes could be.
I know that you're supposed to do it.
Yeah, that's what you know.
What about the Eric Cohn ones? Wouldn't those be highly valuable because they're banned?
Yes, the Eric Cohn
Great
banned
point.
meme might be for sale soon.
Yeah, we should release that as an NFT and then use that for the legal fees against the
Yes. Yes,
that's a great idea.
Yes,
we got to fight.
I mean, that's a great idea. I'm ready to set that up right now.
I'll onboard you too as well. Let's go.
Oh yeah, please DM us.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you're still here.
It's 3:53. We have 1 more minute till the Kickstarter ends. You're saying I should stay till 4, Haley?
Yes.
Okay. Fine.
I would donate a little more for the final push. But
Big shouts. Probably say big shouts. Is that like a?
That's like our tagline.
Yeah. That's our tagline. Yeah.
Yeah.
Big shouts. Haley rules. Haley rules the telethon. Cover the cam? What does that mean?
Cover the cam. I don't know.
Okay.
Is that what they wanted?
I don't know what that means. Oh, he said he can't see. What?
Oh,
here,
I see. I see. He's saying we can donate if we cover our camera and then Venmo or give us some
Oh, I see.
Kickstarter money.
No, I'm doing it right now.
Caveh, what's your favorite part of this 24 hours? 30 seconds left. My favorite part, I think, was this part right here.
Yeah.
I'm really trying to
Give you the last bit of money.
Yeah, oh man, I want to be the last one. I don't have a Patreon account, so I was
I
making
think
an
it's
account right now.
54. Oh, is this okay? I think that was the
The Kickstarter's over.
Kickstarter's
Big
over.
shouts,
Kickstarter's
Caveh Zahedi.
Oh man, big shouts, Caveh Zahedi. Congrats. You know,
What's the total?
I'll Venmo you what I was about to send because it just stopped
Okay.
as I tried
Oh, yeah,
to send the
Venmo.
final. I wanted to get the final donation in there, but I'll just Venmo you instead.
What's the final? $55,150.74. Great.
Wow.
So
Thank you.
beautiful, man.
Thank you.
Wow, this is huge. Congratulations, Caveh, and thank you to everyone. This is huge. You contributed to one of the greatest living artists around.
We will probably not see another Caveh in our lifetime. I've been sure of that since
Oh
I
yeah.
first
Oh,
watched
yeah.
A Little Stiff.
I'm sure that's not true. Thank you for saying it.
No, it is. It is true.
I'm sure people in this chat are heads, but let's Ion 2 just mentioned A Little Stiff. Everybody watch A Little Stiff. You know, I think A Little Stiff has become underrated. A lot of new people who get turned on to your work watch the show, they watch Sex Addict, they get really into it, rightfully so. But
Well, it's hard to find A Little Stiff, right?
Right. But you can get the box set.
Yeah, or you could just email me and say you want to see A Little Stiff, and I'll send you a link. You know, like
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Email Caveh, ask for A Little Stiff. You should watch it.
I'm dead set on
Caveh,
screening it at some point too.
Please trip with me.
True. Oh yeah, we should do a Little Stiff screening.
Yeah, no, I was
box
texting
set.
Caveh about getting a print.
Oh, we should do that. Yeah.
How do we buy the box set? The box set is available, I think, through Factory 25.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
They're the distributor. It's just their website. I think you can get the
I should
the
say
box.
my favorite piece of physical media that I own is the Caveh Zahedi box set from Factory 25. Truly my most prized possession. Yeah.
Check the after this is done, check the Ion Pack story, Instagram story. We'll post a link to buying the box set.
Yep. I'm sweating so much right now.
Yeah, I'm so hot right now. It's killing me. That's why I tried to go without the jacket for the first 10 minutes, but it didn't look right.
It's a great end to our stint in LA is to be on a Zoom telethon with Caveh Zahedi.
Oh no, this is amazing.
It feels like it needs some kind of like bang at the end, right? Some kind of conclusive finale. What should we do?
In the spirit of a big bang.
Yeah, what should we do?
I don't know, maybe a toast.
Yeah.
I have some water.
Hold on, I'm gonna get some water.
A Red Bull.
I guess I'm gonna.
I can still talk and hear you because I have AirPods in. So
I'm gonna
I'm
make a
getting water.
toast.
Hold on.
To art, to struggle, to struggling in the face of non-recognition, and to persevering to the place where one becomes visible. A toast to everyone who has felt that.
Cheers.
Thank you, everybody. I need to get a Kleenex. And I'm going to say goodbye. Thank you guys for coming and for sharing this moment with me.
Thank you, Caveh, for giving
Thank
us
you,
hope
Caveh, for having us, and thank you for
every day
having
of the
us
year.
as the closing guest, because it's amazing to be here for this final push.
Okay. I'm going to say goodbye to everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I hope the telethon wasn't too boring. I know it was very long. See you down the line, I hope. And we're going to make season 4, and we're going to try to be more regular about it. Take care, everybody. Okay.
Big
bye.
shots.
We love you, Caveh.
Love you, Caveh.
Love to you all.